Dreaming in the dark, we are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. We're dreaming in the dark, we are nothing more than dust. You search but you stay lost. We're reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Reaching for the stars. I wonder where you are. Oh,
I need you again, so stick around. So stick around.
world around us. They don't need to know. Come find me where the sun sets and say you'll never let me go. You're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide away I love. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. You'll always be my broken love. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. You're so don't let it go. I know you feel it. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. They don't know how we love when we're lying close. With you, I know I belong. Without all eyes on us, you're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide away I love. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. You'll always be my broken love. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. You're so say you need me. Don't let it go. I know you feel it. You'll always be my broken love. We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. We're dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. You search but you stay lost.
Search for you, stay on.
We're reaching for the stars. We're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too I'm walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight.
Yo, what's happening? Thank you, B Tim, for gifting 5 memberships and supporting the hive. Thank you, love. I appreciate you. Okay, I was trying to get the link pinned there, so that was up there. Anyhow, we're gonna finish up our conversation from last night with let's see here, Alexi, which is the girl that gave birth to the baby in the hospital and put the baby in the trash can, and the baby passed. We went over a lot of it yesterday. There's still a lot more to go over. But we did try to catch up as much as we could. I know there's a lot of people who wanted to come up on the panel and talk today about, the situation and, other things like that, which is fine. I don't mind, I don't care. Hey, Rowena, how are you, love?
Hey, how are you?
Good. How are you doing?
Good. I'm in my bunker, my cartel bunker. I'm hiding out.
You bunkering down on us?
I am. I'm bunkering down. This case hits me in all kinds of ways.
I know that's what you were saying. Okay, so you used to be a NICU nurse, right?
Yeah, labor and delivery, high risk OB, and NICU.
Oh, okay.
And
Wow.
last
So
night,
you
yeah, 27 plus years, almost 28. But it, I watched last night. I couldn't jump on panel because I was trying to get caught up, and by the time I did, But yeah, it's a lot. And for the charge nurse last night, um, I was a charge nurse. Um, I I have mixed feelings. Um, because no, he shouldn't have been giving his opinions during his questioning of police. And I've been questioned. I've had to give a statement to police over a patient, and I didn't give my opinion. I gave what I saw in facts. feelings and things like that come out more in a deposition. I've also had one of those as a nurse, and so I have different thoughts. And as far as protocol, just going back to last night a little bit, just a little bit of what I saw and heard. Hospitals and any kind of you can have a home health agency and be in an office building and have a um, not even have a facility, but you still the state still comes in every 2 years and looks at all of your stuff, your patient records, your employee records, everything. So protocols, yes, protocols are a good thing, and everybody has to have them. But what the courts rely more on is the standard of care. Would another nurse do the same thing in a reasonable situation? Would another nurse do the same thing in any circumstance? That's the standard of care, is what another person of that age. No, I don't think the housekeeper should have picked up anything. I don't understand. To me personally, I don't I don't know what he saw in the garbage can, but when he actually saw before he took it in the room. But if there was any kind of panic or whatever, I would have been throwing bags out and seeing what was going on and then moving from there. I couldn't have walked away. That's just me. So anyway,
Wow, you were busy then. I'm pulling this video up real quick.
okay. Titania Pickle Butt. It's Rowena said Pepper up here. I love your name. Love the names in here. And yep, I agree. I just know from my experience, and I've had to give interviews before, and I say facts to me. I just think that the charge nurse just paid a little. I don't know. I just have thoughts, and I can see his frustration. And until anybody um has been in that situation or has had to hold a baby that was deceased, and I'm not trying to trigger anybody, but you do take that home. You do question, what if I would have? What if I would have done this? What if I would have done that? Nurses and doctors and anybody that works in healthcare, this just people. That's all it is people, and you always second guess yourself.
Good evening, ladies. Hi, Rowena. Let's
Hey,
follow
what
the
you
grain.
doing, girl?
Hey. I was going to go watch some other interviews last night, like I said, me and Good Nunya, and I decided I didn't want to do it by myself, so I'm here for it tonight, Queen, if you'll have me.
I didn't either. I didn't want to do it by myself either. I didn't watch
Mm-hmm.
nothing.
No, yeah.
It's 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 just it's hard. This is a very hard case because you do feel sorry for it. You do have to wonder what in the hell were you thinking. But then in another respect, I just want to slap the mm,
And see, that's what I'm
because
working on with my own self. My first reaction was wanting to smack, like you said, not the other way
yeah,
around. But I like
yeah,
to hear the other points of view, see the other sides, and discuss with people so that I'm not closed-minded and just thinking of
and
the
things have
infant, you know?
Right,
So,
right. Think of the
mhm,
mom too, and there are two patients. Um,
there are.
one thing that we had changed years and years and years and years ago is when we did a we did an intake on someone, nobody came back. That now it used to be the whole family was in there and we just asked questions and da 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 da. No, 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 no. That had changed, and now nobody comes back. So I really wish that maybe that could be something that they could implement. I'm not just talking about with the triage nurse in that ER setting.
Mhm.
Sorry, I swallowed wrong.
Hi.
Hey,
Hey.
voices.
I wanted to come
Um,
join.
How
I
are
thought
you?
I did my eyes a little bit better.
good.
Doesn't really look like it, but it's a little bit better.
At this point, as long as it feels better, I'm good with you, right? Like, let it feel better. Be good with what it looks like, because that looks painful.
Mm.
It is.
I'm glad you're feeling
Petunia.
better.
Okay, so this is while she's still locked herself in the bathroom, right?
Yes. And the person taking the picture, I'm last night when I was watching it, I'm not sure what the role is of that person, but if I was in that scenario, I might have taken a picture, ran it to the doctor, and been like, "Hey, look what just went on in here," and shut where that way she wouldn't have to leave the bedside. You know what I mean? It's like sometimes
Mhm.
technology is a good thing, sometimes it's a bad thing. So I don't know what that person's role was
I'm hoping
in
we're
this
gonna find
patient's
out
care.
tonight. Mhm.
Yeah,
Because my original thought was they took it for housekeeping, so that she would
That's
know. I
what
mean, I
I
know they
thought
have those
too.
carts, but something like that, I would think you need to be a little more prepared. I don't know, but it's a hospital room, so I think they're prepared in every room they go in, right? So I don't know.
that's what I mean. I can't think of a scenario to where it's like when they bring a cart, they bring a cart. And it's for
Right.
anything. I mean, you know what I mean? It's not like, you know, so sorry.
Mhm. I don't know.
And another thing is, I wondered if the blood,
That
so
guy's
much
like,
blood
we need
wasn't
housekeeping
from
in there.
she. I don't know if she had anything to clamp that cord. So, however, that cord came
Mm,
unattached
mm-mm,
from that
mm-mm,
mom
mm-mm.
and that placenta, it wasn't clamped. So that baby's going to bleed out. That's why babies are uh, not held up in the air for everybody to see because the blood will go
You're
back to the cord and the
right.
placenta. They're
Of
held
course you're
lower.
right.
Yeah.
I didn't
Yeah.
even think
And I have had a
of that.
patient that took the end off the
Mm.
IV tubing and went in the bathroom. And yeah, I walked into Friday the 13th. So, yeah, it does happen.
I mean, I know that
But they went,
they clamp it, but
go
I
ahead.
didn't even put two and two together like you just said. I didn't even think, oh, I don't think
Well, there's
anybody
two
did.
clamps.
Yeah,
There's two clamps. You clamp it and then
baby
you
and
cut in the
mama.
middle, and then a clamp
Mhm.
stays on the placenta end and a clamp stays on the baby
Yeah.
end. So she didn't have a clamp, which I don't,
Mm.
anyway,
Yeah.
they didn't say anything about that. It wasn't tied or clamped off. Then you are talking about a baby that was probably very hypovolemic because it had no blood volume.
So that's very well why they didn't do any life-saving measures. People were upset about
That's what
that,
I'm
but
thinking too.
yeah.
But I could, I just know me. And I would have liked to know, did they have an endotracheal tube that's small for a baby? Since they didn't have a labor and delivery, they wouldn't have a NICU, but you can deliver a baby on the side of the road. That
Mhm.
you don't have to be born in a hospital to be born. Babies are going to come when they want to come, period. And I've had young patients that did look. I've had my youngest patient was 12, my oldest patient was 52. Uh, I've had all ages in between, and a lot of times the younger patients they didn't they didn't scream as much as what an older patient does, if that makes sense. But everybody's different. Every patient's different, and that's what this is hard. You can write a protocol. You can apply a standard of care to something, but it's very patient specific. So that's something else to think about a little bit.
And I've held off on saying this because people might make some foul jokes. And if you want to be that person, go ahead. But when my son was born, before he was born, his feet were hanging out of my cervix. And let me just tell you, I didn't feel a thing. I didn't feel, I had very, very mild back pain. Very mild.
You know what? My aunt had a baby that was born early, and she had an incompetent cervix. And one day she was in the shower and she reached down and she went to wash her girly parts, and there was a baby foot right there.
I mean,
So, and
wasn't
I
out
think
that
that was
far,
the
but
only
it
thing.
was out the cervix. Yeah.
Yep. So, but it can happen. That part can.
I mean, and that's what I did. Like we had a high risk OB unit. For a lot of patients, OB they can be treated, at home and not have to be inpatient. But one of our patients, she was with us for 102 days, and then she was sent home, and we did such a good job, we had to bring her back and induce her, when she had a healthy baby. But she was in the bed for 102 days, and I'm not talking about just in the hospital. I'm talking about in the bed. We had to have physical therapy because she had to use a bedpan. There was no getting up. We washed her hair in the bed. We shaved her legs in the bed. Intuition razors. Can't say enough good things about them. But we had to do it all. We had to get physical therapy. We thought, oh crap, we're going to be releasing her home. We need to get some physical therapy in here because she's got to build her muscles back up. So it does happen, and
Indeed, mine was
and
10
incompetent
days on bed
services.
rest. Just 10 days.
Well,
and I had a hard time walking around after the 10 days from being in the bed and tilted backwards.
And
You have to eat that way, drink that way. I can't get up for anything.
Makes a really good point, guys. She says the hospital can't control people. She could have walked out the front door and the hospital wouldn't have been able to stop her. And that's true.
And that's another thing people were talking about last night, about if the doctor was doing a pelvic exam and da 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 da. Okay, well, look, it takes a while for a patient to be, quote, ready for that. You know what I mean? She could have been stalling, hee-hawing, had a patient that thought she could lock herself, in the bathroom in the room. And I was like, no, girl, no, we're not going to do that. So there's no telling. Yeah, you want to, throw her in the bed and see what's going on and race and rush and everything. But if you do something to some, like, if let's say that they call for an ultrasound, which I know why they did it, and I know why they did it afterwards, because they wanted to see if she had retained placenta. They also wanted to see if she had any blood clots in her uterus and the size of her uterus.
Correct.
That will also come into be a huge play. So the ultrasound, but if she said, I don't want an ultrasound, if that ultrasound tech would have touched her with that paddle, that's assault.
Correct.
You can't do stuff to people that they don't
Not
want
against
done.
they have patient rights.
Right. Yep. So there is a whole hierarchy and patient rights that have to be. Now the baby has rights too. So then, but mom had delivered the baby, so that's when it becomes a little bit different, And the most babies I've delivered at one time was 4.
Yes, Amy, it's a cervical cerclage. That's
Well,
what put in.
I don't know who's got feedback, but somebody's got pretty bad feedback because I can hear myself in your mic.
Is it me?
It might be because voices is not she's not unmuted, or she just muted herself and I still hear it. So
I'll
I
hop
think
back.
it's you, Ro. Pop back down and then pop back up. Check your earbuds or make sure you paused your YouTube first, because it could be that. But anyhow, she gave birth and then she went back to her room. What I mean when I say when that she should have been checked or that they should have checked her, I definitely believe they should have checked her. She had a positive pregnancy test, and then with all that blood and everything, and then after they found the baby, it was kind of like they said she was like bleeding very heavily. So I think at that point I don't think, did she have a choice? Because it's a life or death situation and you have to take care of the patient.
Right. At this point, no. But prior
So even
to
if
her
she's
going
like,
into
no, I don't want you to check me, they still have to check her.
Correct. At that point,
They
when you're
can't just
bleeding
let
like
her
that.
die or bleed out sitting in that bed after giving birth.
Correct. I was speaking like if it were prior to her going into the bathroom.
Is this better?
Yeah, that's a lot better.
Okay,
Oh,
good.
no, I can still hear you, baby. Will you pause your YouTube and see if that works?
Yeah, I did. All right, let me figure this out. Earbuds, technology. I'll be back.
All right, love. I'm sorry. Okay, so here's where she comes walking out of the doctor goes to check on her. But here, I'm going to pop a picture up real quick so you can see what she looked like. And you tell me, I think she definitely looked pregnant in school. I don't know how her mom didn't know.
Holy Jesus. Yeah, she looks pregnant. And now I keep thinking back to that conversation. Lexi, we talked about this.
Okay, Rowena.
Hi.
Oh, we're good. Yeah, I don't hear it now.
Rudy, I put my cheap earbuds in. They work better than my expensive ones. That's a pregnant woman. That's a pregnant woman right there. Come on now. And the nurse that saw her in the bed before she delivered, and then when she came back, come on, girl. But no, after she delivered, after she came back to the bed, after there was blood on the stretcher, no, I am going to check you. I am going to do this because you are not going to die. Period.
She sure looked pregnant in those pictures, huh?
Again, I still keep going back to that whole thing that her mom turns and said, Lexi, we talked about this. It wasn't just a little weight gain, huh? I don't know. I mean, that would have to be some extreme denial, living in extreme denial. Right, Nail Live? That's a mess. We're going to need housekeeping. And that's where they're pointing to the bloody footsteps.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's an oh dear God. Look at that. And then I think back to angry charge nurse Marine saying that it was kind of in front of the toilet on the wall with the brace. Or the
I just don't know why they didn't go in and I get how what she did. She put the baby, she put him in the in a trash bag. Trash bags in the hospital are big. They're like a
Yep.
tall kitchen bag. Okay.
Yep.
So
Yep.
then she kind of rolled that up around him. So it's not like you would look in and see a baby. So then she takes that,
I
and
know.
there's usually a roll of
Yep.
bags, puts that down there, then puts a clean bag with paper towels on top of it. So when you look in the garbage, it looks like there's nothing in there
Well, that right there
until you
shows
pick it up.
deception. That shows
Until you pick it
deception.
up. Oh, exactly. I mean, she's guilty as all sin. Yeah. I'm not going to say what I hope happens,
Hey,
but
Nunya.
that's my own personal thing.
Good, Nanya. You should be up here, baby.
She hid it. It's not like she got scared. And I can see that charge nurse's frustration because I'd have been just as frustrated and been like, all you had to do was scream out. That's all you had to do. We could have saved this baby, but look what you did. And denial is a big, strong animal. And I think she did know she was pregnant. I think she wanted it to go away. And I think she thought, well, I made it go away. Now I'm not pregnant.
I have a
Period.
question though. If she was actually like her intention and plan was to dispose of the child, the baby, why did she go to the hospital? Like, why did she? You know what I mean? Like, that's kind of a
Probably
Probably
weird.
because
because
parents took her.
probably because she probably was complaining of pain in her back, and her mom took her to the hospital.
Hey,
Her
Rowena,
mom,
there's a
yeah.
question. Stephanie
Hmm.
was Nikki. Um, so the lady on panel is saying even if they found the baby right away, it could not have been saved.
It depends on It depends on. I mean, every situation's different, so I don't know the situation. I don't know. We're assuming that she walked in the bathroom and delivered the baby. We don't know if she delivered the baby 5 minutes after she got in there, 10 minutes after she got in there. We don't know because it took them. She was in there for 20 minutes.
Is there any way to
Now
pinpoint? I guess the autopsy, if the baby was born alive or
he was
deceased.
born alive.
He
He
was
was
born
born
alive.
alive.
Okay.
hmm
That
And
was,
cause of death was suffocation,
yes.
which I would like to see more to that. I mean, that would be the cause of death, but I would also like to see the baby's blood level volumes, what the baby's hematocrit was at delivery. Because, like I said, with that cord, that is just, it's like a garden hose without
Hmm.
water. And that's, that's what it is. So, um,
Can y'all hear me now?
Hey, Nanya.
oh,
Hey guys, sorry if my background's a little loud. I'm in a different room. I watched this video yesterday and there was a couple of things that I seen that like I was very intrigued by. So this whole time we've been like she was in there for 20 or 30 minutes, but if you actually watch the timestamps, she's only in there for 16 minutes start to finish. So that's number 1. Then number 2, she ran into the bathroom at 1:38 holding her bathroom, right? Or holding her bottom. At 1:39, her mom goes to the door. So she'd only been in there for like a minute. Her mom goes to the door and it looks like she kind of knocks on the door, but she stays there at the door for a good solid maybe like minute ish, right? Like maybe it was like 45 seconds, right? Okay. Then at 1:48, mom goes back to the door. So she's been in there for 10 minutes at that point. Medical staff hadn't checked on her at all at that point in time, right? Mom goes, knocks on the door again, stays a little while. This is at 10 minutes. Mom goes away. The CNA comes and knocks at the door at 1:52. So she had been in there for 14 minutes before the staff even came. And then at 1:54, they come with the key to force the door open. So to me, it's like their stories kind of like for whatever reason and I get everybody's memory can be different, but watching this back, like it's very confusing because they're like, yeah, we let her be in there for 10 minutes and then we went and checked on her. Well, you didn't. The mom is the one who was constantly at the door. And to me, that makes me feel like with the way the mom acted, like during the arrest and at some other times, like the mom was standing at the door. Even the CNA at one point in time, the guy right there in the blue, he's standing right outside the door in between these times.
Right. I saw that.
She had to be completely quiet, like no grunting, no like, like if you're really in pain, like like you're gritting down, like you bite your
Right.
teeth, like I don't know what it's called, but like all of that, she had to be doing all of that and nobody heard anything. Mom was
Well, but
there
Nanya,
within minutes.
you'd be
did you see
shocked.
that in
You'd be
chat they were
shocked.
saying? Did you see that in chat they were saying that there is a clip of her holding her front and her bottom as she's running to the
Um,
bathroom?
No, I didn't even look at where her other hand was. But the way she was holding her bottom definitely made me like, okay, she knew something was coming out. And again, she may have not have known, who knows. The other thing I didn't understand is if you go to the timestamp on your queen of 27:02, it looks like the lady in the red is taking a picture of the bathroom and I wondered like, is
hmm
that normal for hospitals? Like when you're
Well,
calling what do you call it? Like when you're calling the housekeeping, do you have to take a picture and be like, hey, this one needs some
No,
help?
but I'm
no,
wondering if they're not documenting it, given that to put into the patient's chart, given that she was in denial of being pregnant, denying having sex,
they won't
and
put that in the chart. They won't put that in the chart from an individual cell phone. They won't. That won't be included in her chart.
I have
If
a
it, I don't know who that person in red was. I don't know who that is. So if
but
it
we
was
also
somebody,
don't know if
they,
that's not a hospital issued cell phone too.
right, and they can be. We had them, and but that's what I'm saying. We don't know if it was like to show housekeeping, which I've never seen that before. But I have seen to where it's like, hey, I've got a doctor over here that needs to see this over there, and I'm gonna take a picture of it and be like, hey, look, this is what's going on. Because
Yeah. It looks like, it looks like they say no. The text said it was unusual, so she took the photo so she could show the charge nurse. I don't know why you wouldn't just bring the charge nurse over, but that does. I mean,
Maybe
that
the
makes
charge
more
nurse was
sense.
busy with the patient and needed it to
Image.
be seen by somebody besides them before it was cleaned up. And this is a this is a bathroom that any patient in that ER can use. So you're not talking about a bathroom that's in a patient's room. So that would be some to where it's like, hey, we need to clean this up, but hey, you need to see this.
Yeah, last night I did watch. There's an unedited version of the one of the body cams, and the police officer, he actually goes to the bathroom, and so you can see like a clear view of like what the size of the bathroom looked like and kind of what the layout was.
Hmm.
So that, to me, that was interesting to see. But yeah, that's what I seen last night, because I was like, that's really weird. Like, why did they never go? I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, at the end of the day, I still want to repeat. She did what she did. That's what she stated in her interviewing. The housekeeping lady did say the nurse took a photo of this. Listen to that interview. Okay. Okay. Yeah, it was a complete violation of standard of care to allow her to go to the bathroom without assistance of staff. In this situation, mom should have been separated from daughter and focused on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think once they started the back and forth, because she's, and again, I can only imagine what that conversation was like. I haven't seen any of the interviews where they may have talked about if somebody was in the room when mom and daughter are having the conversation after it's found out and presented that she is pregnant. Um, I haven't seen that yet, but to me, I would imagine that back and forth, like, hey, hey, how about you go wait in the waiting room for a little bit? Let us talk to her. Like, why wouldn't you want to separate them so that you can maybe get the truth out of her? But I think it
Right. And
happened so
apparently they
quickly
were
they couldn't even
bickering.
get to that point. Yeah.
Right. And I don't think she was given any kind of medication for her pain. That doesn't come until way later after lab work and tests come
No, they
back.
did.
And
They did. The
oh,
CNA,
they did give her
I
pain
watched
medicine.
his
Oh,
interview last night, and he
shucks.
says they gave her pain meds when she first came in for the back pain. But that was
Wow, I'm
prior
shocked.
to the results of the pregnancy test, though.
But pain medicine could be Tylenol. You know
Yeah,
what I
no, I'm
mean?
not saying what it was as
Yeah,
far as pain meds go. I'm just saying they
yeah,
did acknowledge that they did give pain meds for sure.
yeah. I mean, you didn't get anything until we got labs back. Period. There's somebody in here that's a nurse. What's her name? I'm looking for it. Come on up, girl. Let's see. Where is she? I'm looking for it. She's an ER nurse. Come on up here. Firewife. Come on up, Firewife, girl.
Queen, is this the first video you guys watched? I know. Sorry, I came in a little bit late.
Yep, this is this is where we started at. We haven't got past this yet.
Okay, I really, really, really want to watch the doctor's interview. That's the one I haven't seen yet.
The charge nurse, the Marine charge nurse, or
No,
the
the
doctor.
doctor. Yeah, the actual
Yeah,
doctor.
I
They
haven't
interviewed
seen
her.
hers yet.
Yeah, I haven't watched hers yet. That's the one I'm interested in watching.
This just makes me sick.
I'm just wondering a couple of things. Like one of the things is like the child. I'm just wondering how she kept him from crying. Is that that's the thing I was wondering a little bit after birth.
Well, she
It's
said that when it was born, it didn't cry. It makes me wonder if, like, you know how a lot of times babies need to be suctioned
Yeah.
because they've got their little mucus plugs. I'm wondering if that doesn't contribute. And then, like Rowena pointed out, when the baby's born, they clamp the cord right away.
Yeah, I mean that's what I'm trying to think of is like I'm trying to think of a situation whereby she goes to the bathroom, the child's born, doesn't make a sound. she gets scared and she tries to just, when someone's scared, tries to dispose of the thing that frightens her, that's the child, and then proceeds to try to cover it up. And like that's what my thought process is kind of thinking. Like, was this a situation where she thought, "Oh God, the child is not making a sound," and then suddenly she tries to cover up out of fear of the situation? And that's my thought process on it. I could be wrong, but that's what I'm trying to figure out if that may be the situation.
Amy, I
Why?
thought of,
It's
yeah.
a good way to look at it. I see it as if you're out of fear and you're scared that your baby ain't crying, you're in a hospital.
Well, I'm saying
All
like,
you gotta do.
well, you're thinking as an adult. You're not thinking as a adolescent. Like what was she? How old was she? 16 or something? I'm trying to remember.
19.
19.
19.
19.
Still,
I
you're not
know.
that
I
smart when
know.
you're not that 19. And I'm trying to think to myself, like, what if a situation occurred where she's trying to cover up this whole birth, and now the secret's coming out. The mother, and then basically she goes in there, the baby doesn't cry. She worries that she's going to get in trouble and tries to cover it up. And whether that's going to be a defense for maybe that will be. I mean, obviously they're going to have to see the cause of death of the child and see if that was the case. If they, what I mean, like, and to prove that. But that's probably what I was thinking of the scenario. But I could be wrong. That's what I'm just thinking in my head.
I am
And I don't
curious.
think
There's
she's a
people.
mature 19.
Whoops.
She's not a mature 19. She doesn't even know the last four of her social. So that
Yeah.
also kind of gives me a little bit of empathy. I'm trying my best.
Jenny D. Genie in chat. This is the second time she said it. I missed it earlier. I didn't. Pregnancy denial is real. It's a clinical diagnosis. She wouldn't have had to have gone to the hospital if she was trying to hide the pregnancy, especially if her intent was to end its life. Thank you for typing that a second time, Jenny. I didn't grab it the first time you said it. That is
for those in the chat who are saying that it was morphine. Can you tell me what I see you guys saying it was in an interview? Can you tell me who did the interview? Like who was being
where can we
interviewed that
find
said
it?
that? That's what I'm looking for. That may be in one of the ones we just hadn't watched yet. Maybe that's in the doctor's one, since it would have come from doctor's order, possibly. And then somebody asked, do we know who the baby's father was? Yes, it's the boyfriend. It's in one of the interviews. If you go to the end of Queen's Live last night, we did watch that video. So that's in there as well.
They're saying it is in the law and crime update from her attorney from 3 weeks ago.
Sorry, repeat that. I stepped away for a moment. What'd you say, voices?
Apparently, there is information in the law and crime. Williams Eyelash says it came from law and crime. It was her attorney from 3 weeks ago.
Because I'm just thinking to myself, like, if I was, trying, because like to me, there's certain things that don't make sense. Like, if you're going to dispose of.
Did you see the pictures, B. Tim?
Yeah, I seen them. Yeah. Yeah, it's just certain things just don't make sense.
Pictures of what?
The pictures of her. How, like, there's no way that like they didn't know that girl was pregnant.
Yeah, I seen the picture when she's a cheerleader and she's like basically looks like she's pregnant. Like it's pretty obvious to most people.
But I thought that there was somewhere where we read or that we heard somebody saying that originally, maybe it was birth control. She was on birth control and started to gain weight. So then she started diet pills to lose weight. So if you feel like you've been gaining weight, again, the common sense says, yeah, that's it. But I don't know.
Well, I mean, like, I'm trying to think of a perspective. Maybe she thinks that she's, if we're thinking, and this is purely speculation. I'm putting this out there.
Wild speculation, guys.
Yeah. What if she just didn't know she was taking these, birth control pills? She didn't think she was pregnant. She's gaining weight. She's wondering what's going on. She gets back pain, goes in there. Suddenly she's getting a situation where she's giving birth. She gives birth to a child that's not crying in the bathroom. And then suddenly she's scared, because of that situation. And then basically tries to hide it and handles it like a person that doesn't, like how a kid would handle a bad situation. You try to hide it from that. And I'm wondering if the defense will try to do that, or maybe another defense will occur or something like that. I don't know. I mean, that's what.
Tim, that lines up with what Oh My Lanta says. Oh My Lanta says she could have completely disassociated out of shock. At 19, she's likely had zero experiences in things this massive.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, like, that's a possibility, and I just think that's like a thought process. I'm wondering if, like, her defense attorney is probably going to try to bring that up as a scenario and try to blame the hospital for the the
They're
situation.
definitely going to go after the hospital. This
You know,
is
and
definitely going to be a hospital fault.
yeah, and I'm just wondering if that's a possibility, if that's her defense, because like I'm just wondering if like I'm wondering where the malice is. You know what I mean? Like I'm trying, like I mean, obviously, by malice I mean like an intent. Like, was it planned? I don't know if it was like a planned event that she was going to do this. You know what I mean? It
Yeah.
just seems unplanned to me.
But then you also have to think about that young mind that frontal lobe is not fully developed. And you have to think about that young mind and, okay, I've hid it for 9 months, and then I'm going to hide it and it will all go away, and they don't realize the ramifications. They don't get it.
Okay. So Oh My Lanta says, it's also scary to think that she was that afraid of her parents to tell them. If she knew, any way you spin it, it's heartbreaking.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a heartbreaking situation no matter how you look at it. It's just, I'm just wondering, because you know what I mean? Like, things just don't add up if it was intentional. That's why. But let me see.
Well, if you're in a
wait, I'm sorry to disturb you. Firewife's in the back chat, by the way, Queen. Firewife's in the back chat. The person who's a nurse. Anyway, you continue, voice. My apologies for interrupting you.
Well, I'm just thinking that if you go in there and the baby comes out, like, you've got to know that if you put it in the garbage can, that's not going to work out well.
Well, if you presume the child is deceased, and
even more reason you're in a damn hospital.
You're thinking more like, you know what I mean? You're on morphine. You're maybe in shock. You're scared, or you're trying to, it's a possible. You know what I mean? Like, you're not thinking logically. You know what I mean? You're not thinking. Like, people act differently during stressful situations. Just like some people fight, some people run. Some people call for help. Some people hide things. You know what I mean? Like, just how it is. I wouldn't know what would be in the mind of a 19-year-old girl who suddenly, in this situation.
I wanted to clarify. I did go and find the transcript for that video that Williams Eyelash showed, and the lawyer claimed she was loaded with medication, including Zofran, sodium chloride, and morphine.
Yeah, and could that contribute to, like? Do you give that to a person? I mean, I know very little about pregnancy.
Wait a minute. Let me think. There's something that you have to give one thing because anything else will cross the placental barrier. Zofran is for nausea.
Sodium chloride is just nothing but
that's just saline
fluid, or what they mix.
What they push the morphine in with.
Right. And did she get a morphine shot or did she get it IV? That makes a huge
Zofran
difference.
is for nausea. Thank you.
Right.
Okay, so morphine would be the only.
God, Rowena, doesn't it go across the placental barrier, so you wouldn't be able to give the pregnant mother?
Yeah, we gave morphine. Yeah, we gave morphine. Yeah, we did. We got not in active labor. We didn't, because we didn't want the baby to come out respiratory distress. But that's what I'm saying. We don't.
Okay,
know
there we go. That's what I was looking for.
Respiratory depression.
That's what I was looking
for. But it's the route that it is also given plays a huge role in this. If it was given IV, then yes, the baby got it quick. If it was given in a shot form, which I don't know.
So then my other thought was that added to the fact the cord might not have been clamped. There was no way to clamp the cord or even tie a knot. She wouldn't have known to tie a knot in the cord.
Well, you can't even tie a knot tied enough in a cord
No.
to
But
make it. I mean, you'd have to flip the baby in a knot because it ain't cut and it's hooked to a placenta. So no, the cord was somehow or another the cord was detached and it wasn't clamped. And whenever that happens, and we've had cord snap at delivery, and you're trying to grab a bloody hose. I mean, it's sprayed on the ceiling. It was a short cord, and the doctor was delivering
Does
the baby, and the
morphine
cord
have
snapped.
any effects on like being like mentally
Yes.
present and able to make decisions?
Oh,
Does it affect that at all?
it depends on how much she got,
how long
and
ago?
she was able to walk just fine. You're not talking about somebody that was so drowsy that couldn't walk. It's kind of like, okay,
I
if
just was
if if you
curious.
gave somebody morphine that wasn't in pain, they'd be knocked out. If you give somebody morphine that just had a bus hit them or in his labor, it's just going to take that edge off. Now, what we did give in labor was called Stadol,
Me too.
Yes.
and it has a short half life, and we'd give it IV, and it just kind of took the edge off, but it ain't no epidural. So,
Hey, yep, says baby's autopsy didn't show excessive blood
So
loss
here's
or
my thing
morphine.
though. Where's the receipts for that though? Because I
Well,
have not seen any toxicology reports on the autopsy part of it.
that was what I was just getting ready to ask, is where that came from.
No, the placenta was not found in the trash. They had to actually life flight her out to have it removed. Yes, the
but
autopsy
the
did show the
part
baby
of the
had lung
cord
air in their lungs. Chronicles that is on there. Yes.
that baby took a breath. Uh, baby's lungs are
Was
like
that's a good question. I'll
are
write that down.
sticky. They're sticky, and that's why preterm babies have a hard time because the last thing to develop is that coating. It's kind of like Teflon on baby's lungs. So when you take that first breath, it'll open up, and then they won't be sticky to where it's like on the next breath the lungs stay open. They don't. So this is a term baby that. Yeah, 2 milligrams of morphine is in early labor. Yeah, that's a spit in the ocean. And especially if your water's broke, it's a spit in the ocean. So it barely will, yeah, surfactant, exactly. We call it Teflon, lung Teflon.
Hell, if they gave me morphine, I'd be dead.
But
Last question: what if the hospital practiced the procedures properly? Do you think that would have stopped this whole tragedy from happening, Rowena? I'm just
I
asking
think
for your expertise.
I think some of their policies need to change, especially when you see the dynamic that I know the charge nurse spoke of them being in a heated conversation whether she was pregnant or not. To me, that would have been the point. No, that needs to change. When you have an adult patient in the room, adult patients need to be questioned alone. Then you can bring the family in and they can tell you whatever they want. But
Yeah.
it also become like even DV situations, and that's how our policy changed. Is from a DV situation, to where no, she ain't gonna sit there and say, is anyone harming you in your home or your children?
Yeah.
Uh, she ain't gonna say, yeah, he is. She ain't gonna say nothing. So that's why we left everybody, and I didn't make any friends doing it, but I didn't care. I'm not spending Thanksgiving with you. I don't care.
I'm curious.
I'm here
Do
for
any
that
of us
mom and
have
that baby.
control of this video, or is it Queen?
It's
Queen.
Queen.
Okay.
Queen has the control. It's just a lot. There's no cut one. We don't know why she did this. We don't. It's like every other case. Why? Why? I can tell you one thing, and it won't change my mind. This is a selfish act from a selfish
Uh,
little girl.
by the way,
It's a
I'm sorry to cut you
selfish
off.
act.
Sorry to cut you off. Boss, since this holo guys just got here, my brother slipped and fell, smacked his head. Ambulance just left his fiance and took him to the ER. He will need a few stitches. Well, I hope for a speedy recovery. I'm sorry you're going through that, Boston.
Keep him up.
Dang,
Every 2
that's
hours.
awful,
Don't let him sleep. Watch for nausea.
Definitely.
Oh, that's terrible, Boston. He'll be in my prayers. That's scary.
Hey, Firewife.
How you doing, my wife?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Help.
Yes, very good.
I haven't done this in a really long time. So I was hoping I could answer anybody's questions. Like if you guys just want to ask me questions. I've been an ER nurse for 15 years and I know a lot of ERs run differently. And this one was more of a rural hospital. But I'm here to help. So if anybody has any questions, I'll do my best.
Well, see,
wanna
Rowena,
know-
the woman that's up here with us, she's been a NICU nurse for 30 years.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah, so
Hey,
she's been
God bless you for being in
I
the
don't
ER.
have questions to really ask. I just, you know what I'm saying? We just kind of was going over the footage and stuff like that.
Sure.
So if you have anything to add, let us know, you know, or if you
Well,
want
I
us
can
to stop
kind of-
the video or, you know.
Whatever you want to do. I can kind of explain like what's happening in the video. Like a lot of people were talking about the person that was taking a picture of the bathroom. That's technically not common. Personal phones are actually not supposed to be allowed on the floor, period. So I don't know if
I
she
didn't
was
think so, but
yeah, I don't know if she was just taking the picture just to take it because it was a big bloody mess. Secondly, whenever we need housekeeping to come in and clean a room, we'll usually page them and then they come with that cart automatically. So they don't really know what they're coming into unless they were to call us and say, but usually you have housekeeper like right around the ER. As far as the meds go, like when she first presented to the ER because she's 19 years old, as the triage nurse, she probably should have had the mom leave the room to get her vitals, ask questions because she's technically an adult. So that was kind of odd that mom was present for all of that. But what we normally do is get them in a room, get their vitals. She presents with back pain. So then it's okay. We're going to do some blood work. We're going to get a urine and then go from there, usually, which is x-ray. As soon as they got that positive pregnancy test, the doctor should have been notified right away. And then that's when, like, usually you get all that before you even give medication. So I'm assuming they put an IV in her, which is like a saline lock. They gave her some fluids. They gave her Zofran, which is for nausea, and then morphine for pain. Even if she is pregnant, it's still safe to give at low doses. You kind of have to weigh out the benefit and risks.
Wait, time out. They gave her morphine for pain?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I was
That's how she was able to go in there and deliver that baby with
Well,
not feeling
Yes,
pain.
ma'am.
But that's the other thing. Whenever we give a patient any type of pain medication, they have to have someone walk with them to the bathroom. Like they can't ambulate by themselves. So, I mean, it's easy for me to be like,
they broke protocol a couple different times in here, huh?
yeah. And it's easy for me to be like a Monday, night quarterback because you don't know what was all being said and perceived. But yeah, the whole 10 minutes in the bathroom, I mean, they did have somebody checking periodically, but when she came out of the bathroom, at that point, the nurse or more than likely the nurse should have said, where did all this blood come from? It looked like nobody questioned her. She just walked back to the room.
Well, wouldn't the doctor, the thing that confused me is the doctor, so she comes out of the bathroom at 1:56, right?
Okay.
And from 1:56 to 2:26, there was still no physical exam done on her body.
Wait. Because in the bathroom, she comes out of the bathroom at like 56:11 on this video. I'm not sure which one you're talking about, but it wasn't an hour in.
No, she comes out of the bathroom at 1:56. They find the baby at 2:26.
Okay, so
on the time of day. The time of day, not the time.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say on this one right here, it says it was like 21:04 is the time stamps. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, not
Close
the
to when
time
she
stamp,
comes out.
sorry.
Oh no, baby, I'm sorry. I was confused. I thought that's what you were saying. I thought you were talking about I'm sorry. I didn't know you were talking about the times. I apologize.
No worries. So to me, I guess that's the part that's kind of confusing to me is like that's 30 minutes of a difference and they had not done an exam, and that I know of that exam, like a pelvic exam is pretty brief.
Yeah.
I would like to know like what happened in that time. Like When they seen the blood, why wouldn't they go straight to the room and examine her right away?
So I
I'm
think
curious,
this is
what are
kind
some
of
things that could have prevented
so a
that?
couple things could happen. A lot of times small ERs like this only have one doc on like through the night shift. And then you've got like 4 or 5 nurses, and then you've got like a charge nurse who kind of is in charge of everybody's assignment. Um, I'm assuming that her original nurse probably, how do I say this properly? Probably wasn't on her toes like she should have been. Meaning your patient got up, went to the bathroom, and then the labs usually result in the computer right away. And then the urine for the pregnancy will come, like the tech will run it right there in the ER, and they'll come and let the nurse know and put that result in the computer. So if this nurse had another patient, or had like 2 other patients and she was busy in another room, she might not have gotten those results right away, which would have been delayed for the doctor
Well,
knowing.
see, and she's out
Sometimes,
here kind of walking around, and there's the
well,
CNA waiting for her, so they know they have a, a
she,
good idea. She's been in there for a little while, you know what I mean? To where they're
yep,
like lingering around, like what's going on,
exactly. I think what
wouldn't she
probably
be-
transpired is this doctor saw the results in the computer, saw she had a positive pregnancy test, went in the room to do her examination. At that point, the nurse or tech probably told her, oh, she's in the bathroom right now. And that's why she's probably doing that wandering. Like, okay, what's taking her
Yes,
so long?
because when she comes out of here, and she'll be walking out like any second now here. Well, there he is standing up. But as soon as she walks out, like you can tell they see something odd. Like, you know what I mean? Right then
Yep.
and there. See, she's standing there talking to her. But let's see, when does she come out? It's like 20. Okay,
26.
2012.
Yeah.
Well, 20. We'll say 26 minutes. We'll just go back a little pinch just so we can, you know what I mean? So
Sure.
then she's still standing. Then she walks over there. Now look, he opens up that door. Or she opens the door, and he sees all that blood in there. Question him. Now the doctor walks up, and you would think she would notice there's blood in there. She's pointing her finger like out here.
At that point, if that was my patient, I saw that blood, the first thing I would do is check the garbage can, check the sink, check the toilet,
Yeah.
and then I would head
Yes.
right back in there and ask my patient, where did all this blood come from?
I wish
So
they wouldn't just looked and peeked in the garbage, but actually looked in the garbage.
yeah,
Yeah, I
You
think
know.
that
Well, yeah, and with if you guys pay attention, Voices pointed out last night, you see this spot right here on the
yeah,
floor. When she walks by, actually, as soon as she walks by, a wet spot's right there in her foot. You see where she
Yep.
left like a little blood
Yep.
spot there?
There it
And
is.
the nurse, the
Yep.
CNA is still in there messing around, and then he comes back out. So at that point, you would think they would know something right now is wrong. There's something's going on. This bathroom's full of blood. She just walked out. What the hell is going on?
I'm
Yep.
trying to understand how their minds went to, like, after, back pain, hiding in the bathroom for multiple, it was 16 minutes she was in there, 18 minutes, 18 minutes, I misspoke. 18 minutes she's in there, she comes out, there's a bunch of blood in there, come
Look.
out. Like, I'm trying to figure out, how did their minds go to, this is a miscarriage, she's caused herself, instead of she may have just given birth. I
Well,
don't
yeah,
understand.
because
Because it
look,
might have
she
thrown them
walked
off.
out.
It
She
didn't.
walked out of the bathroom. She
I can
walked to the
tell
room,
you
right? Now
in
these
my
2 ladies, when they walk around the corner, you see them pointing at the floor. They know there's blood on the floor. You can see it. You know what I mean?
yeah, and I think too, how do I say this? Us ER nurses are a different breed. And I say that like in the ER, we don't hardly ever see anybody giving birth in a bathroom. In my 15 years, I've had 2 patients give birth in a bathroom. And it's not that they didn't want their baby, they just gave birth in the bathroom. So he probably, because in the ER, you're mainly having critical patients, heart attacks, strokes, but you're also having a lot of suicide attempts, people harming themselves, a lot of mental issues going on. So I can't help but wonder if they went right to that, like the charge nurse. I can tell he was in the military. He had on his, surgical cap that said Marines. His behavior fits that perfectly. He just very stoic and to the point. And I could tell right away that he went right to that, which probably wasn't a good thing, because it kind of blinded him as to what else could be going on with that patient. So I don't know. I don't know what happened in that room, how they were
Did you see
behaving.
her pictures before when she said she wasn't pregnant. Did you see
Oh
her
yeah, I saw
cheerleading
him.
picture earlier? Okay. So to me, I just know myself. I can just speak for me. If I had a patient uh, and all this was presenting, and she came
Mm-hmm.
back from a bathroom, and you don't have a stomach,
Yeah.
please, I'm gonna be.
And here's the
Either I'm
other
gonna be
thing.
running to that bathroom, or somebody's gonna be running to that bathroom.
Here's the other thing, and I don't want to like throw fault at the nurse. However,
Mm,
when your patient is roomed, you are supposed to go in there and do a head to toe assessment on your patient,
mm-hmm.
get a history from them. So, had the nurse done a physical examination, she would have had to have listened
Mm-hmm.
to bowel sounds, lung sounds. She would have seen her
Mm-hmm.
belly.
Yep. And that's where I'm like, I was shocked when just now when we heard that she got morphine because no, ain't nobody
It's
getting
not
nothing from
common,
me
yeah.
until I found. Yeah, that's very uncommon. But I don't
Usually they
know
would
what.
start with something by mouth.
Right. And I don't. I,
Well, that or they give like a Toradol shot, you know,
right.
Yeah,
not fucking straight into morphine though. I mean, that's
yeah.
Yeah, and I mean,
That's
what
part
was
of
her pain when she came in? Was it a 10? Was she writhing in the bed, and all of a sudden you go to the bathroom and you come back and you're jiffity fine? So I
well,
don't
yeah. I
know
was gonna
what
say,
the
when she come in
assessment.
with back pain, and she was probably having back labor, you know.
Well, and the thing
Right.
too, I can't tell. So like when normally a patient has an IV, they've got, their fluids hanging on a pole, and if they need to go to the bathroom, a lot of times we'll just disconnect that and they'll just have the saline lock in their arm. I'm
Right.
wondering if she got the IV after she got back from the bathroom, and that's when they administered the
That's what
morphine
I'm
and the
thinking.
Zofran, because
That
what they did here was a big no-no. Like, you don't just tell the patient to get up and go use the bathroom after they've been given narcotics.
Well,
nah.
but see, her mother walked her to the bathroom. That's the thing. And if family's willing to do that, ambulate the patient,
No,
it's
we didn't allow that after a
I mean, it's
narcotic.
the
We had to
nurse's
do it.
license. I wouldn't have
right.
Right.
allowed it,
Yeah,
but
Right.
and can I state one thing? I read Good Egg's comment, the caption about how the mom could, I'm kind of in the same boat. I don't really want to start going after the because I feel
yeah,
like that's usually the worst path people in like true crime go down, where you start blaming other people. It's not
yep,
our place to be like investigating and pointing blame on people. We can have our own personal thoughts, but we have to be very careful on who we point blame to because a group of people can do a lot of damage, and I think it's you got to be very
Okay.
careful. And it's wait, let me finish my
absolutely.
point. Let me finish my point. And also, it's very important to let the investigation, like let the police do the
Mm-hmm.
investigation and see who's guilty. Because if we start pointing fingers at people, then a lot of people start doing their own little investigation, and we become like drunken turkey and become like all these bad actors. And we need to be
Yep.
very careful of that particular line. I just want to say that.
And the thing too is perception. Like the nurses and the doctor and the patient there, their perception, whatever transpired was their reality, and they went off that on what to do, how to treat the patient. So we don't have an insight to that. Um, it's unfortunate, and she was probably very scared and didn't know what to do. I don't know. It's a tough situation. It's unfortunate.
I
Just
just
like
wanted
that. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I just wanted people to remember that this is a rural hospital.
Yep.
This is something that, like, I've been into our rural hospital here, and because I was a nurse, they will let me take my grandmother to the bathroom when she's been admitted and has an IV and all that shit. You know
Yep.
what I mean? We got to remember this is a very rural setting. It's very small. They're not prepared. Like they're used to being able to life flight people out. It's very clear with this one because as soon as they realize that they're in over their head, what are they doing? They're trying to transfer her out to Loveless.
Well, and
So,
that's the other thing. Like in RER, our policy was if anybody walked through the doors that was 20 weeks pregnant or more, they went right up to OB. We didn't even,
Yep.
unless they were delivering right then and there, we sent them right to OB. And
right.
they didn't
So
have that
that's
there. Yeah.
right. They don't have that there. They said that this is not an L&D hospital, that they automatically send them elsewhere. But this girl was denying
Yep.
and her, but the flip side of that is I keep going back to the statement that we heard the mother say, Lexi, we talked about this.
I thought that
And
was
it
really
makes
odd too.
that really, like, we talked about this. I know that everybody's cut slack and referred it to the incident that happened before, but now it's making me wonder if maybe she hadn't said, well, what, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it was really a weird comment, but
So I wanted to point out real quick because I'm trying to look at those photos you guys are showing. Those photos don't show up as originals on any other pages. They show up as the TikToker who posted them. Everybody has reshared that
Yeah,
photo,
I was gonna say
but
somebody
nobody
sent it to me from
actually
Reddit.
has those direct ones. Um, and and again, who knows if they're real or not, but
Right.
that could be like an altered photo. It's suspicious to
Could be
me
a
that only
Photoshop.
one person has these photos.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty odd to me, but that's
Cloud
just
is the new currency. Some TikTokers will fucking do
Yes.
falsifications.
When they sent it to me from Reddit, well, when I got them, and then I just messaged them back and said, "Hey, where'd you get those at? Can you send me a link to where they came from?" Just because I wanted to know if it was like her page or you know what I mean. And they said they got them on Reddit, and I'm like, "Oh shit."
Yeah.
Well,
And that's
then.
the thing. Yeah.
So yeah, I was just having that conversation. I'm glad you brought that up.
Yeah.
Also, real quick before you guys, before I get too ahead of myself, so I can see back here, Celeste. Thank you for being a member for 7 months. Brianna said I once had an ER doctor storm into my room and demand, "When were you going to tell me you were 8 months pregnant?" I said, "You're a doctor. When were you going to notice?" Maybe her mom really didn't. So yeah, that's Brianna said that, and then Corinne gifted a membership. Thank you, love. And I'm not sure the top one. I can't see it. So
Let me see.
it's at the very
I'm
top.
trying
It
to
does
find
not
the
show on
original
here.
photos. Just so
Brandy Scott. Is that the one you're talking about? Brandy
Okay.
Scott.
Yeah, because I didn't
What's
see
the
that.
number?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hey, Mick says, voices, yes, the mom knew they talked about having the baby. Where
How
did
do you
you
know that?
find? That's what I
Where'd
was
you
just.
hear that?
Where did you find that at, Mick? Can you cite us a source or tell us where to find that source, where that's stated at?
Yeah, I'm sure the police would like to know that. I mean, like, that would be kind of important for them to know that piece of information.
And I'd be curious to know if the mom was in that exam room like the whole time when she was in the ER. Does anybody know that?
Up
That's what I
until
was
the
wondering.
law enforcement asked her to leave, yes, mom was with her, it seems.
Well, they didn't
Okay.
ask her to leave. She left out and they wouldn't let her come back in. She
Okay.
left out to go call the dad in the waiting room, and when she went to go back in, they would not allow her to go in. But outside of that, she was in the room from start to finish, other than when she was in the bathroom.
Okay.
I hope
I
that's one
I get,
policy they change. I really
yeah.
hope that they keep that. I mean, not to say anybody's going to say anything bad about their mom or what. I'm not saying that, but just that needs to be some privacy between the patient and
Well,
the
sure,
nurse.
especially if the pregnancy
Yeah,
wasn't, if it was by an assault of some type,
right. And I mean, my patient that was 12 years old, yes, it was bad.
Yeah.
And that mom, I gave her one or two choices. She could be escorted out by security, or she could sit down and shut up because she was griping. So I gave her that choice.
Virginia.
Is this the doctor's interview on screen?
This is the triage nurse, but I'd like to play the doctor next. Yeah.
By the way, Queen.
Awesome.
Queen Virginia donated 5 memberships.
Oh, thank you, Virginia, for supporting the hive. Okay, is it okay to go ahead and start playing this?
Absolutely.
Yes, please.
Yep.
Yeah.
Absolutely. We've been waiting
This is the
for
one we didn't get to see last night. Now, see, we watched the family and all that, so I was going to the interviews we didn't get to see, the ones we didn't get to cover last night, kind of just to go over the ones we missed,
Are you Chris Sanchez? Chris Sanchez, yeah. Nice. Barnabas and Doss. Jim Minter. Nice to meet you. Have a seat. I don't know if you've been briefed on anything. You're not in trouble. An incident happened in January on the 27th of this year. Do you remember it at all?
Yeah, I'm assuming the 19-year-old that was pregnant.
Right.
Yeah.
Can you tell us what happened? What you did with it? What from the beginning, from like when you first saw her to when you left?
Sure. So I triaged the patient.
Okay.
Brought her into our triage room, asked her some of the intake questions, and then moved her to a treatment room. Probably started an IV, gave some medications.
Okay. Anything else?
What was her chief complaint?
Chief complaint, I do remember. I think it was abdominal pain or flank pain, something like one of those two.
Do you remember what treatment room you moved her to?
Possibly two. I think it might have been room 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anything helps you remember that?
No, just thinking of the layout of the ER.
Gotcha. So you triaged her from, did you bring her in from the waiting room?
Yeah.
Okay, so you brought her in from the waiting room, took her in the treatment room, and then you triaged her, you just got her chief complaint, did vitals.
Chief complaint, vitals. I believe the doc came in and kind of did a quick assessment in the triage room before we moved her back to a treatment room. Then from there we gave her some pain medication. She started feeling a little better, and then she said she needed to go have a bowel movement, and that's kind of when the whole thing happened.
So what did you do after that? So when she went to do the bowel movement, where were you at?
Initially, I was at the nurse's station, and then at some point I went and kind of checked on her, knocked on the door, seeing if she needed anything. She denied. She said she didn't need anything.
Did you hear anything?
I didn't hear anything.
Flush, toilet flush?
Yes. After a while, I started hearing. So I probably checked on her 2 to 3 times. I'm not exactly sure. And then I just kept hearing paper towel dispenser and flushing and like the water running. And I knocked again. Did she need anything? Denied anything. And then eventually it got to a point where I said, "You need to come out." And I asked the clerk to get the key to unlock the door, because obviously she locked the door to go to the restroom. And whenever we finally had the key to unlock it, she opened it and just kind of walked out.
Did she say anything at that point?
She didn't say anything. She was just looking kind of straight past me and went back to the room.
Did you look into the restroom?
I did.
Okay. What did you see?
Went into the restroom and I saw a large amount of blood.
Where?
And it was on the floor. It appeared to like she had tried to wipe it up in places. It was kind of on the back wall behind the commode, the toilet. And so I said, "You okay? What happened?" And she said, "I'm on my period," what she said. And she walked out. And then I went in, because at this point we had already received the positive pregnancy lab test.
When was that?
I couldn't tell you the exact time, but I know prior to that, we got a positive pregnancy test on her.
Okay, prior to the bowel movement, did you tell her that y'all got a positive?
No, the doc hadn't been in there to tell her yet.
Okay, so, okay.
Yeah,
that should have been
in there, and I did look into the trash can at that time to see if there had been anything tossed, but the liner was fresh and completely empty. I didn't pick up the can. Obviously, I would have known. But I just looked in the can, and there was nothing in there. It was a fresh liner.
So there's no trash in the
liner?
liner?
There was nothing in there, yeah.
Do you know if they keep fresh liners? Because I know some places they put
there's usually
new
like
liners
a roll
in the bottom of the trash can, and then they put the liner in and take the trash out.
Right, that way when they change it, they can just put a fresh one in. So there's usually a roll or a bunch of extra liners at the bottom of the trash can.
So you said there was blood on the floor, and it looked like some parts of it looked like it had been
right. It looked like it had been wiped up.
Well, and you said on the wall. Was there any on the toilet?
I think there might have been some at the bottom of the toilet. I don't remember if there was some like on the actual seat.
Okay. All right, and then so the doc hadn't told her that she had popped.
Not yet.
So because speaking with Vasquez, she said, and don't quote me on this, but y'all did a urine and then a blood.
Right. So typically they'll do a urine, and that just tells you negative, positive, and then they do the blood. It kind of gives them a range of how far along.
So did the urine come back after as well, or so did all of it come back after she came back?
It probably all came back before.
Okay.
Before
The doctor would be the one to tell
Yeah,
her.
the doctor would be
Okay.
the one to go into the room and tell her. And after she came out of the restroom, that's when she went in to do a vaginal exam. Obviously, we didn't know what this blood was from. We were a little concerned that maybe she had, known that we were going to figure it out and that she might have harmed herself or something in the restroom. So the doc wanted to go check her, but obviously that wasn't the case.
And how long have you been working here?
Here, about 5 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
So during your time, if someone were to pull the emergency cord have you been here when somebody pulled that?
Yeah. For
So
the
somebody
specifically.
Right. So if somebody pulled that cord, y'all would have known.
Oh yeah. The restrooms typically at every facility will give a different chime within a room, like a room call bell.
Right.
It's like more of an urgent chime, I guess you would say. Yeah, just so that way everyone knows it's not just your normal.
Right. And to your knowledge, that alarm never went off.
That alarm never went off.
Okay. So what occurred?
So after that, her and the patient went back to the room. The physician and a female nurse went in to do the vaginal exam just to make sure everything was good there. I believe, I wasn't in the room, but I believe that's when the doctor said, hey, your test came back positive for pregnancy. She adamantly denied it up to that point, even with me the entire time.
Oh boy.
They did a vaginal exam, but didn't realize at that point that she had given birth.
I am just so confused.
I'm very confused.
Yeah, I'm like, what the fuck?
mean, when he said the doctor went in there, when she first got there, she went from triage into the exam room. I'm assuming the doctor just popped her head in there to ask her a few questions and then said, okay, draw her blood, get a urine, and left the room.
I have a question for you. She's complained of back pain, right?
Right. Sure.
What wouldn't they do like some sort of like scan or a test to see if
Well,
there's
yeah. I mean, you would suspect a kidney stone. It could be an ovarian.
Last night we actually watched. The mom had said she had been having long-term issues. She was born with some type of like curvature in her back or something like that.
Oh, like a
and her hips and her back were constantly hurting. Plus, she did cheerleading, so it was she was constantly in pain.
So wouldn't you, before you start, wouldn't you order some sort of like scan to see if what was the problem, like some sort of X-ray or something like that?
You usually like, let's say a patient comes in, they come in and give you their symptoms, and usually that's when the doc and the nurse have a good idea of what might be going on. So it's usually blood work, urine, and then either X-ray, CT scan. Normally we don't do MRIs in the ER, but they can be scheduled for like the next day, or like an ultrasound, something like that. I'm just shocked that, because had the doctor actually gone in there and examined her, she would have seen that she was pregnant.
Again, I'm going to blame it. Remember, this is rural.
It's rural, but you had the triage nurse, and it sounds to me like he ended up being her primary nurse as well. So he should have done an exam on her himself, and then the doctor would have come in and done an exam, unless she refused it. I mean, she does have that right. She can refuse anything she wants, unless she were to like go unconscious or something like that.
But
so I don't know what happened, in that room. But
about doing a head-to-toe assessment, you wouldn't have required any kind of lab work or a test if you would have put your stethoscope on her belly.
Exactly. Usually I do my assessment as I go in there. I'm gathering my equipment to start an IV and get the blood. I'm talking to them. I'm looking at them. And then I get my stethoscope out. Yeah, it's...
Yep.
Well, and I'm not...
filling all that out. Yep.
Yeah.
And I'd love to know what they charted for bowel sounds, because that's part of an assessment.
I hope somebody actually put a stethoscope on her, because that's kind of...
Well, and I'm not saying that rural means, bad care. I'm saying it can happen. And listen, this guy's telling something completely different than what, there are lots of points that are different that this guy's telling the triage nurse, that the Marine guy, charge nurse.
The resource, yeah.
is like it's different.
Well,
This
and more
guy's
than likely,
this guy's being so honest.
Yeah, and more than likely, the resource nurse was the one nurse that probably wasn't involved in her care as much. Toward the end, he probably was, but this guy, if he was her primary nurse, he's the one that would know better. I don't know. That's just
that he wasn't. That he was just the triage nurse. He wasn't her primary nurse. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know. Because it sounded like he had said he had gone in there and did blood work. But maybe he just did that for the primary
exam. Yeah. Kind of odd.
I don't know. It's a little bit different than how we do it, but there's, hospitals are all different. Who's to say they didn't have another emergency going on in another room?
So, I mean, like, I think, like, probably that's, if there's, like, a lot of missteps this hospital might have done, that probably will go to some sort of defense. If, like, there was a bunch of missteps, because I can just imagine a scenario where a defense is probably going to use that. Just, like, thinking to myself like that.
Oh, yeah.
Well, they're going to go after who has the money. It's what's going to happen. I mean, that's
well, I'm not thinking about like a civil lawsuit. I'm thinking about for her defense or criminal defense. I don't know anything about that. But I'm thinking like, so a defense attorney can be like, well, 19-year-old scared, doesn't know she's pregnant, goes to the hospital. Look at this. They didn't follow this procedure, this procedure, this procedure.
Or you know what they're probably going to say? They're probably going to try to blame the morphine that she got.
Yeah.
The reasoning for why that baby was not breathing when it came out.
Right.
That's what I was thinking. That's why I initially said about the bathroom situation, when I earlier stated that maybe like she goes in the bathroom, she gives birth, the child's not making sound, she doesn't know child's alive in her mind. She tries to dispose of the child because she thinks she's like, someone put the analogy in the chat like a kid with a hand in the cookie jar. You try to hide what you did wrong, and that would probably be a defense. And then they'll point out the hospital did this, this, and this, and if the hospital followed the procedure, this child would be alive. And this woman was not escorted in the bathroom, and this procedure wasn't followed, and stuff like that. I'm just thinking that's like the top of my head, like a thought process.
Yeah, and I guarantee the defense attorneys probably already hired a nurse to go through the chart and try to find whatever they can.
Oh,
yeah, they do. They hire nurses.
Yeah.
The child could be now. There's people saying there's air in the lungs and the child was breathing. Could that refute that whole scenario where she says, "Oh, there's no sound coming out of the child"? Because obviously a child makes a sound. I mean,
baby can breathe without crying. So,
okay.
Yeah, babies can breathe and not crying.
Yeah.
I know there was just 3 nurses on that night, but it's a 6-bed unit, and that meets standard of care for 2-to-1 care.
Now,
they only had 6 beds.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a very little, and two of them are trauma units, so trauma rooms. So you're talking about 4 regular beds. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Everything, unless it is like all they do is stabilize them there and they fly them out.
Right, and that's what I'm saying is there's 3 nurses to a 6-bed unit. That meets standard of care. I know it sounds like, like at my ER, if we only had 3 nurses, the whole hospital would be put on call and told to
I was just thinking, I usually have to take 5 patients.
But it's 2-to-1 usually. I mean, critical care. That's how we were. It's 2-to-1.
Yeah.
And I just want to people who have very strong opinions, like, well, this person's guilty. Obviously, this child was disposed in the trash, and people have like this thought process where this seems like a cover up, and it's a cover up, and it's like I get your feelings, I really do. I'm just trying to think of like all the scenarios in the thought process, and also what a possible defense is, because in the end of the day, she's going to stand trial, and she's going to stand trial for what she's did, and we're going to see what happens. We don't have all the facts.
She gets the best defense.
Yeah,
because I would want the best defense. You would want the best defense. We all want people to have good defenses.
Yeah,
but we just want the truth to come out, and a jury of their peers decide.
But But yeah, we're just so don't think I'm just explicit. We're just like think this person's innocent or anything. It's just that we're talking about the different facts that could occur and people.
And if I can share any information tonight that I think a lot of people don't know this, a lot of people do. If anyone you know or yourself or friends, cousins, whatever, someone has a baby and they do not want that baby, you can drop it off at any fire department, police station, or ER, and you could say, here, I don't want this baby, and you walk right out. You don't get asked any questions, nothing. So like had she come out of that bathroom and said to the nurse, I don't want the baby that I just put in the garbage can, it's okay. We'll take the baby.
Yep.
So that's what's so unfortunate is that I don't know if she knew that that was an option.
I really want to hear the doctors. Can we finish this one? I want to hear the doctors and the actual nurse, because I know this was just a triage nurse, but the actual nurse that was in there, because that I feel like is that may be part of Amethyst is saying that part of what we're saying is misinformation, and I know that we all don't want that. So
yeah,
if possible.
Yeah, I don't know what I stated that was misinformation, but obviously.
I'm not saying you be Tim. I'm just saying I know that we're
Well, and if I have absolutely make sure that and if you want to come up and we need a square, I'll give up my square. Like I would rather have the accurate information out about this.
And I've had some patients that come in and I'm like, where are you pregnant at? And they're 9 months pregnant, and then everybody's different. I think that this is a selfish act. I don't care what anybody says, it's selfish. And the most non-selfish act you can ever do is give your child a better life that you can't provide for. That's an unselfish act. Just like people get puppies, people get babies, believe it or not. So that's where I stand on that. I get mad and then I feel bad for her.
Well, Amethyst said that she's been studying this case for weeks and there's so much misinformation. I'm trying to figure out what it is because we're playing these directly from the body cam footage. Yeah. So Amethyst, if you want to come up here and explain to us what we're getting wrong or correct the information for anybody that comes on the replay, I would really appreciate it. I don't want to sit here with misinformation or, you know what I'm saying? Or pass out misinformation. If you know something more that we don't know, please come up and let me know.
Also, it's kind of like you should type in what we're getting wrong so we know. I mean, hopefully she will.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. If she can't come up, it's all good. I know some people are busy or doing dinner, got kids and stuff, and that's okay too. But if there's something you want us to correct, you know what I mean, or you want to make sure that we correct, will you please let us know, or any information that you have that we haven't brought up or that we got wrong, or I'm trying to be as accurate as we possibly can be, but.
So Grain says possibly Rowena said that the baby had morphine in its system.
No, I just found out that she was given morphine. It depends
it very well could have if she was given a shot before she gave birth. I mean, anything that goes into her body goes through the baby's body too.
Yeah.
So, I mean.
It depends.
You have a copy of that?
It's really it's really sad, man. It's sad all the way around. It's sad for her. You know what I'm saying? Because, Maddie, hold on. Madhouse with Gertie said no morphine. So she was not given morphine.
Okay, so good.
So,
okay.
Well, here's the thing. Her lawyer is the one, and I'll give you the link. I can drop the link because I actually just went when Williams Eyelash said that the lawyer is saying it. That is coming from her lawyer that she had the, what was it?
Zofran.
There you go, Zofran. And then whatever the sodium, whatever it was.
That's
and
just
morphine.
Normal saline.
Yeah. So that came from the lawyer, and I can drop the link for that.
Okay. Well, put it in the back chat and we can play it, or I'll pop it up on the screen.
Yeah,
we'll finish his interview, and then we have the CNA interview, the one that was standing outside the door with her, I believe. I'm not sure. I could be wrong. It could be another woman, but or another person too. But here, I'll play this.
She said she was a virgin. She's had her period every month consistently. So the doc was doing that.
Then you said that, and she told you that when you were
She
triaging.
told me that in triage,
Okay.
yeah, that she was a virgin and that she had her last pregnancy was just prior on that month and had.
You mean period?
He
Yeah,
wouldn't
sorry,
ask if
pregnancy.
she was a virgin.
Her period, she had him consistently every month. So then
She don't do that.
I started doing my charting, and then we called in the housekeeper to clean the restroom. We call it like a terminal clean, just when it needs to be mopped and everything. And then she felt the weight in the wastebasket, and then that's when we found the baby, and then moved it into the trauma 2.
Did you find the baby? Did you see the baby?
I saw the baby.
In the trash can, or
in the trash can. HT, he was there. He's another nurse, and Leela, she's the housekeeper. They initially found it, and I went over there and saw what they had.
And what exactly did you see when you looked in the trash can?
I think at that point they had already ripped the bag, but it was just laying, at the base of the trash can under the liner that they had pulled up, and there was like some paper towels in that bag with the baby, and then we moved it over and took it out, put it on the bed, on the stretcher.
So HT and Leela found it. You were What made you go to them? Did they tell you something, or did you just go?
I believe Leela basically called out for HT, I think, and then he went over there, and then I went over there as well.
Okay, you went to go see what happened.
Right.
Okay.
See what, because typically if someone's calling out in the ER, it's not
bad.
Good. Yeah, it's usually not good. But,
well, you said you've been working here 5 years, so.
Yeah, I've been working here about 5 years.
So you're already prepped for something bad?
Well, not necessarily like this. This is definitely unusual for us, but yeah, for bad stuff. If you hear someone kind of calling out, you always go check to see if they need help, basically.
And could you tell if the baby was alive or
they did not look alive. They did look alive. But also, I think the time that passed since she left the bathroom and it being in the bag, it was just.
How long do you think that was?
Maybe like 10 or 15 minutes. I just have to guess. I don't know. Right.
And after the doctor went in and told her she was pregnant, did you have any other contact with her after that?
With the patient?
Mm-hmm.
I might have went in to have her sign some paperwork, but that was probably we had to transfer her to get OB care post. Okay.
Did you have any contact with the baby after that?
All we did, we brought the baby up. We called the doctor, obviously out of the room from her exam, and we came in, kind of doc assessed the baby, and basically determined it was not viable to completely work the baby and all of that. So that was about the extent of it.
Okay. So then your last contact was doing paperwork to transfer her out?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know of anybody else that would have had contact with her that we should talk to?
Marina Perez, she was the house supervisor. That's probably about it.
What did she do?
She came in and I don't exactly remember. She had a form of paperwork that she was helping fill out with.
Oh, so she's filling out paperwork.
Yeah, with the patient.
Did you see anything in the hallway? Any type of blood droplets or blood from the bathroom to the trauma room? Did you see anything?
I believe there was maybe from footprints or something. There might have been blood coming from the restroom to back to her room.
Okay.
All right. Is there anything you think we should know about that we haven't asked?
Not necessarily, not like factual things, just it seemed like we were being just deceived from the beginning, but that's just my take on it. It seemed like she was very manipulative with us. And
what did she appear like when she came in? Could you because I know most women you can tell unless they're a large woman,
right?
She's a petite girl. Could you tell that maybe she was pregnant, or?
I could not. She was very, what would be the word? Not necessarily standoffish, but anytime you asked her to lay down, she would kind of maneuver away from you almost. It seemed like, thinking back, she wouldn't want you to kind of it was at least what it seemed like to me. She didn't want you to discover, you know, that she was pregnant, and she wore really baggy clothing. Yeah, and she wouldn't sit still for you. I'm sure she was very uncomfortable too, but yeah, she wouldn't allow you to do it.
All right. Can we get a
So his is cut off, and that's where it cut off at. And this is the detective's interviewing the CNA, and it's 19 minutes. So of course we'll stop it throughout the middle. But do you guys want me to start, or do you want to conversate with him? You just want me to
I
go
just
right
wanted
into
to
it?
clarify two things. One, they pointed out in the chat that that guy is an actual nurse. He's the triage nurse. He is not the CNA.
Right, that's what it says. Yeah, detectives
Yeah.
interview triage nurse, and then it says this right here is the detectives interview the CNA here.
Yeah, I think we referred to him as the CNA at first accidentally.
Oh, you know what? I
think
probably did because
but
he was out in the hallway with her. So that's I'm sorry. That's my fault.
yeah, that's okay. Green, I'm sorry. I already forgot what I said I would clarify for you. Can you retype it? Sorry.
Oh, shit.
I'm
I didn't mean to
trying.
interrupt you like you forget.
No, that's okay. I'm trying.
Shit, we were on here for what, 5 hours last night going through interviews and stuff.
I watched for like 3 hours last night.
Y'all put me to sleep.
Yeah, I was gonna say we were on here for a while. That's why I said we got to start early tonight because we like the gift of gab. We got a bunch of nurses up here, and we're all women, and it's about baby. And it's about a baby. Lord, we're gonna be
Somebody did
another
point
5
out,
hour live.
somebody did point out earlier in the chat. They were saying it was a good point. I thought they were saying when they looked in the trash was empty. But they also said that they heard like the paper towel dispenser going over and over and the water running.
Yes.
Yeah.
So like why
And you kept hearing the toilet flush. She kept flushing the toilet.
right? And
Wouldn't you think if I heard that when I worked as a CNA, if I heard that, I would went in. I'm nosy anyways, though, but I would have been knocking at the door like, is there anything I can help you with? Are you okay? Do you need anything? Is there anything I can get for you?
And they did do that. The mom did that, and they did do that. But the other thing to me was when you went in and you seen an empty trash bag after hearing that paper towel, why wouldn't you be like, wait, what happened to all those paper towels?
Yeah.
Right. Where'd they all go?
Yeah.
Well, and flushing paper towels in the hospital doesn't ever work out well.
No.
I agree, Good Egg. None of their testimony, like their play-by-plays, none of them matched. They're in the general facility, but some of the bigger details so far, which we've only seen 2 now, but so far they have not lined up fully. You know, one says you gave medicine in the beginning when she first came in. The other one says they gave medicine after she came back from the bathroom. Like, I'm hoping the next
I noticed that, and I guarantee their administration has probably met with all of these guys before the detectives came in. But it's odd that people are recalling different things.
Yeah. The CNA and says the CNA and the doctor, they match a lot better, which it also seems like the 2 people we had watched so far, they both had a limited interaction with her. So that could also be like they're just kind of secondhand relaying it, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah.
More than likely, yep.
Because I don't think the charge nurse really got involved until after, like majorly involved as a charge nurse of what's going on, until the bathroom was found that way, and then it looks
when he
like
came running out.
And the other thing too is you can have nurses that, oh God, I got to say this the right way. I was a CNA before I became a nurse, and I will tell you, CNAs work their butts off harder than the nurses. And if you have a nurse who isn't hands-on, so he could have been at the desk charting and having the CNA go in there for him, and so he's pulling his information, from what he can remember. Yeah.
I mean, that's his job. He's a managing nurse. That's what the charge nurse does, right? It's like he manages the nurses, and I mean, he gets in there too.
I meant her primary nurse.
Oh, her primary. Oh, okay.
Mhm.
So she, oh, got it.
Like if he was in another room with his other patient, or he was at the desk charting, or on his phone watching TikToks. It happens. It happens.
Or making TikTok.
Yeah. I hope not.
Yeah.
It was just a thought.
It is interesting him looking back that she was turning in a way to where they couldn't get to her stomach. You have to read what's being said to you verbally and non-verbally.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
You know,
Good.
and
Yeah.
and on that you just you compile. I really hope they change the protocol at this facility to where nobody goes back unless they're a minor. Nobody. While I'm asking these questions.
Well, and the other thing too is as soon as he noticed that her being young and her being a female and him being a male nurse, at that point he should have said, "Would you like a female nurse to come in?" You know, if there was one available.
I do have a question. When you're charting as a nurse,
Yes.
do you chart at the end, like once the person has been, like, is there some type of, because, well, these two stories so far have been, not aligned. Did she get medicine before? Did she get medicine after, kind of a thing? Is there a way in the chart that you'll see, like, okay, the medicine was issued at this time, it was requested at that time, administered at that time?
Yes,
Okay.
like normally at my ER, we have these little portable computers on wheels. And so as we go into to give the medication, we have a scanning, kind of like a little scanner gun, and we'll scan the wristband, scan the med, and administer it. So it automatically puts it in the computer. Being a rural hospital, they may still do paper charting, but even so, he should have kept track of his times and everything to chart that.
Yeah.
Even so, the narcotics would have been, even so, any pain medication, whether it was from a Pixit system, from a cabinet being locked, anything, you have to sign and you have to time and date it.
That makes
And
sense.
so
Yeah.
then that way you go back to your notes, even if you have to do old school and handwrite stuff, because systems do go down, and we've had to do it a lot, to where you can go back and I got it out of the cabinet at this time, and 3 minutes later I was at the bedside, flush with so much, IV pushed, whatever, So
But I
the
wonder
time,
if in the ER, you guys are saying, ER is a different breed of care, because it's an ER and things are happening, like the charges that the 3 ambulances are coming in, like it seemed like quite a hectic night potentially. I am just wondering, like, will the medical records show any, like, a better timeline of what happened? Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, hopefully. So like when you go in and do your assessment, like the nurse is supposed to be typing out like a summary of what's going on, and then the doctor will dictate their notes as well, and then that goes into like one chart. So I chart as I do my care on my patients. I don't wait. Like some nurses will just wait and then they'll do it whenever. I chart right away just so I don't forget anything.
Good idea.
and paint a picture who's in the room.
But they will. They'll have more in
Everybody
the
has their
actual
own
chart.
system.
Yeah.
In an emergency situation, I've torn off IV tape, put it on my leg, and wrote notes as I was going, because it's like, I don't care about charting. You're not going to die. Not today.
I can't tell you how many times I've used a paper towel to write my vitals and stuff.
Oh, yeah. Paper towel.
Oh, I've used a glove.
Yeah.
Put a glove on and start writing on a glove for your vitals. Oh, yeah.
What really stinks is when you forget to put the IV tape on your leg and you just start writing on your scrubs. And you're like, well, those are going in the garbage now. No. So it just depends on what's going on with the patient. If you have time to chart, great. If you don't, then, you just have to kind of do it. But I could never do that either. I can't chart on 6 people at the end of my shift. I just can't do it.
Yeah.
All right, let's see what this lady says. Oh, Queen, you there?
I think I might have seen her.
Yep. We ready to play it?
Yep.
Yeah, let's do it.
Oh.
Get here safely.
And your name is?
Lori.
Lori.
Aragon, right?
And Aragon. There's two of us. That's why I was using my middle name.
Oh, you're the one I talked to the day of, though, right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, Detective Gonzalez again. It's Corporal Minter. Well, Detective Corporal Minter.
Hi.
So, could you just start from the beginning? And if we have any questions, sorry if I interrupt you. I just have a habit of doing that sometimes.
Okay, what happened that night?
So so January 27th, the incident happened like 3 a.m. from when you first had contact with the patient to when you last had contact with the patient.
I actually had contact with the baby.
Okay.
She had buzzed to go to the bathroom, so one of the nurses was going in there anyways because she was gonna set up for them to do pap smear and everything. So she was like, "I'll go ahead and disconnect her," and she'd go to the bathroom. So I was like, "All right." So she was in the bathroom, and then Chris, which is one of our other nurses, he was like, because I was like, "Dang, she's flushing that toilet like an awful lot."
Oh, so you noticed her toilet
flushing?
Toilet?
Yes. And then he was like, "Well, damn." So I went and I knocked on the door. And I said, "Are you okay?" And she said, "Yes, I'm fine. I'm just having a hard time going to the bathroom," is what she replied. So I was like, "Okay." And then I was like, "Well, push the call light if you need anything."
So you told her to push the call light?
Yeah, she needed anything. And then like a few more flushes had gone by, and then that's when Chris was like, "I don't know," because I told him, "What if she's having a miscarriage in there and, flushing stuff down the toilet?" So he knocked on the door, and he's like, "You gotta unlock this door." And then she wouldn't reply, and he's like, "If you don't reply," he goes, and then that's when she heard him call for me, and he was like, "Laura, you got the spare key to this bathroom?" And I was like, "Yeah," because we keep like a ring of keys by the desk where I sit. So I went and I got the key, and just as we were getting ready to open the door, she opened it, and all I saw was like blood everywhere, like on the walls, on the toilet. It just looked like a horror film.
And you say where it is also on the floor too?
Yes.
Okay.
And then
Now, was it covering the floor or was it like splotches?
You could tell she was wiping it up with paper towels because it was like smeared.
Okay.
Yeah. And then the one that does have the footage of that, she's on vacation right now, is Erica, and she works in lab.
She took photos of it?
Before, because she was like, "Whoa, this is like..."
Well, I didn't know that.
Yes, and I didn't know that either until just recently.
And who is that?
Erica.
Compost or...
No, let me give you her last name. Just a minute. I'm terrible with last names.
Oh, you're good.
But she does have the
Erica
videos.
Salas.
Yes. She has the pictures.
Is she a lab tech?
Yes. And
Okay.
she's on vacation right now.
She's the one that's going to come next week.
On the 27th?
Yeah, in 2 days.
Okay.
Sorry.
So and I did tell her not to erase that.
Good.
I said, "Do not erase that because that's evidence."
When did she find them? Or when did she tell you about them?
Like I think it was like 2 weeks afterwards.
Oh, okay.
She had shown me the pictures, and then that's when I told her, "Do not," because I was like, "Dude, can you believe that?" Like, because we had a patient that was pregnant at the time, just like after that, and I was like on top of it. I just didn't want another recurrence.
Gotcha.
But yeah, so anyways, the floor was just smeared with blood, blood on the wall, like on the toilet and stuff. And
do you remember which wall?
Oh, it was like the back wall between the toilet and the sink.
So like if you're looking at the toilet, like...
Yeah, like say the toilet's right here where you're at, and then the sink's right here. It was like up this way, blood splatter. Like...
In your line of work, what would cause that kind of splatter?
I think something that got pulled out or ripped. Like if you rip something and blood just went, it was like once you see the photo, you'll see what I'm talking about. It's just...
So like you say, like rip, like something went like that?
Yeah, like when you rip something, or if you cut something and you go, like you swing your hand and blood just splatters.
Okay, so
that's how it looked.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And that'd be on, so this is north, that's east. It'd be on the west wall?
The back wall, yeah.
So, because like the call button's on the south wall. So it'd be on the west wall?
Yeah.
Yeah, because the bathroom is like this.
Yes.
Here's the door.
Yes, and then there was
the toilet, and then the sink.
Yeah, and it was up on this wall.
And then the call button.
Yeah, there was like in between here was the blood splatter, and then there was trickles of blood on the wastebasket. That was right here in this area, and and then there was like smeared blood all over the floor.
Oh.
Yeah, we just kept hearing the paper towel dispenser going and the toilet flushing. So yeah, when we opened up the door, we saw that, and then I noticed she had bloody footprints that she was leaving, going back to the room that we had put her in. So I had called housekeeping, which was Leela, and I was like, "Hey, Leela, I'm sorry to bother you." I said, "But I think this patient just had a miscarriage in her bathroom, and she left like a mess. If you could come and clean it." And she said, "Okay." So she came down and she started cleaning it, and then she went to pick up the wastebasket, and then that she put the basket down and she yelled for me, and she was like, "Lori, come here, the wastebasket's heavy." And I was like, what do you mean the wastebasket's heavy? So when I picked it up and I moved it towards the door, I was like, shit, it is heavy. So I pulled it out because it had like a fresh liner inside, so we didn't think nothing of it because we looked. So when I pulled the liner out, there was like paper towels, and we had rolled trash bags already in there, but she had grabbed a few and like balled them up and put them on top of him. So when I removed them, that's when I noticed the baby on the bottom of the trash can, just wrapped in the bag. Like she had it tight, like because it was the top was twisted and then like tucked under, like so it wouldn't open up.
So basically, if you like
when you grab trash and you like
swing it and then you fold it over to like put it down or whatever.
Yeah, that's how it
went. And it was clear.
It was a clear bag. So, yeah, it's one of those clear bags.
So you
saw it was a hospital liner?
So you saw the baby inside the bag.
Yeah, and then when I picked it up, that's when I noticed it even more because all I saw was black and purple. But once we picked it up, like the bag suctioned to his face. And that's when I yelled for my charge nurse, which was HT. And I told him, hey, she put her baby in the trash can. So I handed the baby to him. And he took off to the trauma room and opened up the bag. And then that's when we went and got Dr. Vasquez.
Now you say that the bag was suctioned to his face. So was that from,
I think when I lifted it up, it kind
of... Oh, dang.
That just hurt my heart. She said the bag was stuck to his face.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
He was fighting.
Yeah. Terrible. It's fucking terrible.
Yeah.
It's awful. That tells me that the baby was breathing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was just gonna say. She kept saying it wasn't even breathing. She called it it. It was like that's I just felt like I was like, wow, this is really like she seems very detached.
Yep, it's like she's trying to distance herself from it.
Yes. That's exactly the first thing I thought was she was trying to disassociate and like be away, that's not mine. It, wasn't breathing. It, like she tried to make it sound like it was stillborn or something,
Yeah.
Right. Man.
But I do like
wait. I just want to say one thing. Good Egg says, dude, at this point we have two different. Oh shit, dude! At this point we have two different people claim they're personally removed the baby from the garbage liner. Doesn't make sense. Can't take what they say as fact. Memory is messed up. What do you think of that?
I literally was waiting for a turn to speak to say this exact thing.
Yeah.
Her story is not lined up with that surveillance footage. And it could be because it's 2-3 months later. That's possible, but everybody was the hero.
And I agree. When I say that their eyewitness testimony is not matching the footage, I think it's just a great reminder of what science has been telling us lately, is that eyewitness testimony is not reliable in the way that we assume that it's reliable. Because I do not in any way believe these people are being dishonest or lying in any way. But they're saying these are totally different. They both could not have taken the baby out of the garbage.
Well, the brain memory works like a VCR. The more you try to remember, the more you rewrite the original memory, and then you put in new like things to fill in the blanks that you're missing.
Exactly.
And that's how memory works. And when you're dealing with memory, you got to realize that. That's why a lot of car accident cases or stuff like that, it's like it's sometimes completely different than the actual freaking surveillance camera that countbacks, and everyone has different. So it's that's
no, you're completely right. And obviously, so basically what B. Tim just said is this idea that when you repeat the memory, your story actually becomes stored in your brain as the memory. And also the more that you, in these 3 months that you talked with your colleagues, right, their story becomes your, like literally becomes your memory. And this is very interesting because if we just heard them talking, we would be like, okay. But we see that physically the actions are totally different, right? So this is the danger of having this kind of, you hope the police are picking up on this. Who knows? This is uncut, unedited footage. We don't know what conclusions they necessarily came to from this.
I think these videos, that is why the mom is saying she's coming for the hospital.
Oh, I mean, yeah, absolutely.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I think that if it goes to trial, this will be the affirmative defense, only because in how many other cases of a murder trial can you say legitimately, if a third party had just done their job, this murder would have happened, right? Because she's being charged with first degree murder. That's why I call it a murder. This is a very unusual situation.
One of the many things that have me baffled about this case in particular
who's speaking? Who's speaking? I just want to know who's speaking.
Allegedly interesting.
Oh, okay, cool. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't have a chance to even say that. I'm sorry. Allegedly interesting. Yeah, you're up here. You're talking good. Everything. I didn't even have to say, hey, can you hear me? We can hear you. You just popped right up. I like that.
All right, cool.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. We didn't mean to be rude.
No, you're
about
good.
That.
Yeah, B Tim, I'm the one that has been making jokes about you being my husband and all kinds of shit.
Okay.
Well,
where's the alimony?
You're already divorced, B Tim?
We're divorced.
Hell no, I don't want divorce in my future.
Listen. All right. Well, enough with the joke. We gotta get serious.
No, this is like the third person that we have heard from so far, who has talked about hearing these paper towels, right? So if all of these people are hearing paper towels, A, why wouldn't that have raised any flags earlier?
They also heard the toilet.
Hearing that. B, what about whenever they looked in that trash can, and they didn't see any paper towels in there? Like,
I think it also goes to the fact that if they could hear sounds as small as a paper towel dispenser or the faucet running, then they did not hear a baby crying. And to be clear, that autopsy says that the autopsy says that the baby was born breathing, right? And they could tell if there's like oxygen in the lungs, maybe, I don't know. But just because a baby is born viable and alive does not mean that the baby is born crying, and it might need medical intervention like suction or something to clear its airways. So it goes to the what the girl said, that the baby, it wasn't crying, there was no sound, and that maybe in some sort of insane state that she was in, she's thinking this is like, this baby is not alive, this thing is not a person, because there's no way that they can say that baby came out crying if the people could literally hear the paper towel dispenser, right, but didn't hear anything else.
Yeah.
Unless she put it right into the trash can and then.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
I mean, I'm sure she did, but like I said, I think it's very clear what played out here. Obviously, her putting the baby in the trash can and her not calling out for help is almost certainly what led to the baby's dying, right? I mean, it could be that there was other complications. That's possible, but it's almost certainly her choice to do that led to that.
Suffocation.
But I certainly do not in any way think that it was what the people are saying. This is some like premeditated.
Yeah, I don't believe it's premeditated. No. I personally, I think most likely I'm thinking a scenario where a person's on morphine, person is kind of drugged up. A person goes in there, they're not thinking. They're thinking like a 19-year-old person or someone who's immature, and they get into a scenario where they're full of adrenaline. They just gave birth, and
I think she was petrified.
Lovely segue, Tim. Is Rowena still in here? Is she still up
Yes,
here?
she just spoke.
Oh.
Okay. I believe she said that there was a difference if morphine was given to her, whether or not it would be administered IM or IV, and the effect that it would have on the newborn baby's suppression of breath or whatever.
Yeah, I was gonna say because morphine slows your breathing, so
yeah.
Didn't
agree.
somebody say that the autopsy showed that the morphine wasn't in the baby on the toxicology, or is that
correct?
Okay.
I have not seen the toxology, but I do have the link of the lawyer. Do you guys want me to play that real quick? Because I have the timestamp set up and stuff where he talks about it. So
Yeah, I think that would be good because I even noticed like Petunia was saying like, oh well, if the garbage liner was sucked into the baby's face, like I don't think this woman is lying, but that did not happen because number one, even if you could imagine somebody who had a plastic bag over their face and then they breathed in and it sucked in, an hour later it is not sucked into their mouth. And second, another person said that they ripped the baby out of it, right? So this woman is just having her eyewitness testimony. We can't say we can't debate the details of what she said because it's clear that it's not what actually happened. Not that she's lying.
Also, that plastic bag would probably be taken into evidence because it would have like a facial imprint of the child's face.
Yeah.
So.
I just cannot believe not one person said, "What is all this blood from? Are you okay?"
She said, the woman said that this woman who's a CNA, right? I mean, that's not that much medical. That's not that much trained. Someone with like a high school degree who says, this girl had a miscarriage. Well,
yeah, she
and
was
then
more
they said
informative than the nurse.
right? And they said the doctor was giving a vaginal exam. Well, to be clear, you give a vaginal exam, the doctor, the nurse puts two fingers up there. They know right away that there is a 10-centimeter dilated cervix.
Yeah.
Well,
so no, 40 minutes later,
Well, the cervix can't say dilated 10 centimeters. It won't, but I mean, you can tell when somebody's just had a baby, and that she had retained placenta, and I don't know where that cord snapped.
Well, and they keep saying somebody said last night that she supposedly had chewed through the cord. I don't think that would be. I don't know. I definitely don't think she did.
Well, couldn't some of the placenta come out with the cord, and then she had some? Yeah.
Well, it makes me wonder what the placenta or anything was attached to the baby. They didn't say, and we don't know.
Yeah.
But that would require tearing of the placenta, not just the umbilical cord. But this is what I was wondering. Like, if they are saying, according to the autopsy, that it had air in its lungs, that now this has been since my freshman year of my undergrad, since I had health and all this stuff. But isn't there something called like a mucus plug that
a mucus plug comes first, baby. That's the first thing that comes out. But Johnson says if the bag was really stuck to his face, then it could have also been from being wet and sticky, and that's absolutely right because babies are wet, bloody, and sticky.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah. To the person speaking, allegedly something. What is it? Allegedly.
Interesting.
Allegedly, I feel bad calling you allegedly interesting, but I'm sure you're very interesting. But yeah, like a mucus plug technically is not something that's something like the mom has, but it's true that the baby often has like mucus or fluid like in their mouth that needs to be swiped out, to help them like breathe. And a baby is very, very vulnerable as soon as it's born, a newborn. And if it's not getting medical attention, things can go south really quickly that would not go south if they were, getting a normal hospital birth.
Right. But what I'm wondering, though, is that if it had oxygen in its lungs, then wouldn't a large portion of that have to have been rid of somehow, some way? Like,
Yeah.
you see what
The
I mean? 'Cause,
autopsy said
like,
the
for us
baby
adults,
died from
right?
asphyxiation.
Whenever we are in water, okay, we drowned because we breathe in the water. Wouldn't the same thing happen to a newborn baby? Wouldn't it breathe in some of that like amniotic fluid or whatever it is
Well, that's
that it
speculation.
has to fight off to be sucked out for it to breathe whenever it was born. You
I
see
mean,
what I
even though,
They
mean?
can
even
take
even
a
though,
big drink. They can take a big breath of amniotic fluid,
Mhm.
but they can still breathe. It's just like that babies don't have to cry to breathe.
Right.
So the babies are going to be sticky. I still say that the majority of this blood was from that baby, from that cord not being clamped. So you got a plastic bag wrapped around, like she said, it was tight around the baby. Then
But
it was spun around. Then it was wrapped around the baby. Then she put it in the trash can.
so that woman did not see that. Like, to be clear, the man before said that he took the baby out and it was tied. Oh no, it was twisted and wrapped around. And his eyewitness testimony already didn't match what happened on the camera. And now we have a second person saying, "Oh, I unwrapped the baby." Obviously, it didn't both happen. So
Right.
it's important. Like, obviously, that's an important detail, but we cannot say how the baby, like what the liner was, because it's too all over the place. We only have eyewitness testimony, and we have two totally different people, totally different stories.
By the way, guys, before wait, just one moment. I just gotta skedaddle. I got to work tomorrow. You guys have a good one.
Oh,
Bye.
bye,
All right, you
Ethan.
too.
Bye, Tim.
Bye. Good night, guys. Bye.
Now,
Good
one
night.
thing that I had a problem with was this charge nurse, right? Like, he had me so upset. He
Me
made
too.
me like embarrassed to be considered a male because of all the negative shit that goes along with it. Like,
Mhm.
it sparked a whole conversation last night that guys shouldn't work in this field and da 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 da. Like, we have no right in saying anything about what happened, da 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 da. And I was like, wait a second. Like, you can't really say that, because what this charge nurse was saying was a freaking lie. Like, I personally thought that he could single-handedly destroy any case for a prosecution standpoint, because we have video that shows exactly what happened, which is in stark contrast to what he said happened. And like, as far as like protocol or anything such as that, you could count the number of people that walked over to where this baby was in this trash
Mhm.
can, right?
Mhm.
None of them even moved the trash can until a doctor had to tell them to move this baby that was wrapped in these bags
Yeah,
into
they
a
froze.
trauma room.
Obviously,
Like,
they froze. They
what the
froze.
Yeah, I
what
was
the
gonna
fuck
say.
is
Well, not
wrong
only
with
that,
people's
but it's a
common
smaller
sense?
hospital. They don't have
Yeah.
a labor and delivery. They're not used to delivering babies. They don't deliver babies. Like he said, she worked there, several years and never had this happen. Actually, I'm gonna go ahead
Exactly.
and stop you guys. I'm gonna go ahead and play this lawyer real quick so we can hear what the lawyer has to say, and then I'm gonna
Yep.
put the interview back on so we can finish our interview.
Major medication. Some of that medication certainly dangerous to a unborn child or fetus, and contraindicated if you're pregnant, certainly contraindicated if you're going to breastfeed later on. And that medication was started without finding out whether or not she was pregnant.
He says eventually hospital staff learned Treviso was pregnant, but didn't tell her before she went to the bathroom. He argues she should have been monitored during this time.
This is a classic instance. The female feels the need to go to the restroom, maybe we better check and make sure she's not delivering a baby. I mean, you just don't allow that kind of thing if you know what you're doing. They did, and they didn't bother to tell her.
Mitchell also stresses Treviso gave birth alone.
So this is a situation in which the hospital failed her.
Well, we talked about her being in the bathroom giving birth alone by herself, but I don't necessarily believe that it's directly on the hospital.
I think this attorney needs to get his hemoglobin checked.
Right?
I want a younger
It's a little
attorney.
frustrating because you can tell by the way the mother, I mean, and just in my opinion only, doesn't reflect on you guys, and you guys don't think the same as me, and this is just my opinion only. I feel like the mom is, ooh, he has that look in his face. Look at that.
Yes, ma'am.
He's got that look. But anyhow, the mom, I feel like she was very, one of those mothers that's like hovers over the top of their daughter. You know what I mean? Like she rides, like
helicopter mom.
Yeah, she's like nonstop over the top of her. She was like, "Can I ride with her? Why is she being arrested?" Then she had to call the whole fucking family out there before they would let her go to jail. And then she wanted to ride in the cop car with her. Don't get me wrong, I'd want to do the same with my fucking
I agree, but
laughing.
that shows you how much control she probably had over her daughter and how she couldn't do anything without mom's permission.
Right. And it just makes me feel like if mom wasn't in the room, they would have made mom leave the room. They might have gotten it out of her prior before.
Yeah. But I have to say, when I was as a 32-year-old woman having my first baby, I remember telling my mom, who worked at the hospital that I gave birth at, like, you are not coming into the room. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's me and my husband. That's it. And as soon as I went to labor, I was like, Mommy! And she had the husband was gone. I'm like, get away from me. Don't touch me. Don't talk to me. I'm like, Mommy, hold my hand. Mommy, tell me what to do. You know? Like, so we revert to that sometimes. Like, we don't know that's their normal relationship.
And I kind of got the impression that she might have been a little slow mentally. Like, I don't know if it's like the social awkward
kind of.
Huh?
They said she was born prematurely.
Yeah, it almost looked like not everything was connecting, you know, and it could just be that she was in shock and, you know, scared.
She seemed very immature to me.
Yeah.
I mean, at 19, I knew my last form of social. That just blew me away.
I'd be scared too what was going to happen if I murdered my baby. Like,
hold on, she was a cheerleader. She couldn't have been that socially awkward.
Yeah.
I'm just saying she's immature to me.
Yeah.
She's a high schooler, and I mean, these kids are babies, you know. I mean, and this is true. Like, even today, high schoolers are much more emotionally immature than they were 20 years ago, right? I mean, it's true that they like, even like teen pregnancy has gone down, like going out to parties, drinking is down because they more like stay home and they're on their computer. Like, they're a high school senior is a kid, an absolute kid.
Mm-hmm.
The nurses and doctors failed her. The medical investigator has failed her.
When asked why Treviso put her baby in the trash can, Mitchell echoes what Treviso says in body camera video.
Lexi, I told you about this. I just asked you, baby, to tell me the truth. It was not crying or making.
The baby was dead. She took her baby. I know and I'm not at liberty to get into that. I need to save that for our experts and stuff to discuss. And I really don't want to tip off the state of New Mexico to what my client might say. But let me put it this way. People would be very pleased with the actions that she took and the way she handled the situation, despite the fact she's on major pain medication, is in total shock, and in a state of panic. She still tried to do the right thing by her baby. I'll tell you that much.
Okay.
And that baby wasn't put in the trash right away.
As Law and Crime Network reported, an autopsy.
Well,
I
they
want
didn't
to
have a
hire.
shower in that bathroom.
I want to hire her a new lawyer.
Yeah, what the?
Too old.
Oh.
I hope he
what?
to the
Conducted by the
trial.
Office of the Medical Investigator showed the baby's death was not consistent with a stillbirth, finding he had air in his lungs. Mitchell says the results can't necessarily be trusted.
I'm obviously going to have another expert look at that. I don't know if that's true or not, because I don't have much confidence in OMI.
He alleges the hospital illegally released parts of Treviso's medical history, something that may be considered malpractice.
I'm absolutely convinced that not only will we be able to show that she's totally innocent, but we'll be able to show what some people might call malpractice that took place. And that's before we even get into the violations of HIPAA, which is a federal privacy act that protects all of us as patients and protects our medical records, and or the doctor-patient privilege in the state of New Mexico.
Mitchell believes his client will be acquitted of the charges against her when more information comes out.
And I don't intend to hold back in representing this young woman. She didn't deserve any of this. She was an extremely good person, somebody you could be really proud of. And because of our attitude now about women's reproductive care and the way we treat women in this country, is now exposed to a first-degree murder charge.
In New Mexico, a first-degree murder charge could yield a life sentence.
Now,
he's talking as a defense lawyer. Like, people are getting like a little, him saying like she's totally innocent and a wonderful mom. Like, that's obviously very biased.
His job.
That's a defense lawyer.
His job is to defend her and act like she's the best goddamn person in the world. And this was just a horrible accident that she never would have ever done. And I mean, come on.
And he's going to rely heavily.
You're
He's going to rely heavily on her getting pain medication. I guarantee it.
Oh yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah, because you're not supposed to sign any legal documents to drive, operate machinery, and he's going to totally lean on that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and the baby supposedly wasn't breathing, so he's gonna go with they over medicated her without with a positive pregnancy test, and then he was like, oh, they didn't follow her to the bathroom. This is all on the hospital, which is bullshit because it's not all in the hospital. I mean, come on now.
Sandwich maker, I really think you're off, like, to saying imagine how crazy the mom has to be for her to be more scared of her mom than life in prison, because that's assuming that in that moment in the bathroom when she's literally having a baby on a toilet, that she's making a rational decision like, should I tell my mom what can happen, or I'm going to commit a murder charge, and like what will happen? And then she weighed these consequences. Like, clearly she was
she was panicked. I mean, look at how many people do throw their babies in dumpsters that when they can just drop them off at a hospital and walk away.
Alexis Avila just got 18 years for doing the same thing 3 months before this happened.
Yeah. Right. People, what is the point of committing a crime that you don't have to commit, right? Like, there's no gain for you. There's another way out. So clearly the people who do these things, to different degrees, right? Because you could also have somebody who's just like a sadist, right? You could have somebody like that, but to different degrees. This is obviously not a crime of where somebody's gaining anything. She didn't gain.
And I almost think she had an internal struggle, because I think if she truly wanted to get rid of this baby, she would have told her mom, like, no, I don't need to go to the ER. I'm fine. Like, it was almost like, yes, take me to the ER, but it was like, maybe they'll tell her and I don't have to. I don't know. It's just, normally you don't see that. Like, normally people will give birth in, public restrooms and stuff.
And it's crazy, but we do know people do go into labor without knowing they're pregnant. So even with our assumption that she knew and was hiding it, which that happens, and that could be the case, but it also literally could be the case that she had no idea until she went to that bathroom. It could be. We don't know.
Yeah.
I have a hard time with that.
It's sad, no matter what.
Very sad. I saw something from Allie Joe earlier. We don't know if she had, like an IV or an INT. We don't know when she got that. So I don't know if it was, capped off. She didn't go in with it.
I have a question. Real quick. There was a law proposed that, or it might have passed, I don't know, that if the baby, if it's not past a month old or something, there wouldn't be a charge for murder? Or am I imagining that?
Are you thinking of the safe haven law where you can drop
no.
the baby off?
No. This had to do with abortions and late-term abortions, and it was kind of all mixed in. I'll have to go back and research. I thought maybe somebody would know.
Yeah, well,
Go ahead.
infanticide, this is, delivering a baby and then causing its death in any way has nothing to do with abortion whatsoever.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
I know that. But I swear it was a proposed law, and I thought, wow, maybe it was just bullshit, but
yeah, sometimes you get that propaganda from certain sides.
Could be,
like, oh,
yeah.
they're going to make a law that says you can kill your baby.
I hope so.
Yeah.
I've heard.
Well, it didn't say you could. It's like some kind of, like somebody said, diminished capacity or something.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Like 6 months after. I've heard some weird stuff
6
too about
months?
that heals, or something weird like that, like up to or whatever it is, some kind of weird. But I think it is like what Good Egg is saying, some kind of propaganda,
probably
stuff that just gets spread around, and it's not really. I don't know.
I don't know, but that attorney looked like he was
Death?
the one who committed Idaho 4.
I really want to give her a new attorney. Somebody's going to get in there, and I'm sure he might be great. It really doesn't matter what you say.
He's the devil, I can guarantee you that.
I don't know, the way he looks, he may not make it.
He looks now he's her defense attorney. They haven't filed a lawsuit. I was thinking he was the lawsuit attorney.
Yeah, Ben Dreaming, that's an example of I'm saying that these fake online propaganda stories, there's never been anybody who was like, hey, let's make a law where you can murder your 2-year-old and it's late-term abortion.
Okay, I didn't imagine it.
I'm not talking about you, but I'm talking about, obviously this is a thing that people believe, and it's really sad.
I've heard it too, just like you have, Heels. I've heard weird, oh, they're proposing for this, which is what you're saying.
But it wasn't 2 years. Yeah,
no,
it was
not 2 years. But
right.
Yeah.
It was somebody in the comments who said that, and it's I
saw that.
I think it's well-meaning people, but I wish people could pick up on false information that's fed to them, more. I know what you're talking about. You're like, oh, you saw something, what was it? You're looking for it. You weren't like, hey, I know for a fact that they're allowing you to throw your toddler into
allow mothers to kill their babies up to
late-term abortion.
Do you see what Allie Joe
Okay, so
wrote?
Allie Joe, that's the claim. Okay, gotcha.
That's I heard about that in California. That's 7 days after, right?
And that happens
7 days after birth.
And it was
that happens all the time.
And she said it was also, even that was a false claim.
It's represented.
Yeah, and those false claims get repeated by mainstream media.
They
twisted,
and it's ridiculous.
Mm-hmm. It's a huge problem.
I'm sorry.
What?
Can they go after her for some type of neglect or abuse or something if she didn't get prenatal care?
Not if she didn't know, and I also don't know if they can get you for having no prenatal care on purpose. I would have to look that up.
I don't.
It would be tough. I mean, they can, in some states they can go after you for child abuse if you were using drugs, and that in some states do that. So that would be down to states say oh, that's child abuse because you use drugs while you're pregnant, but that's state to state.
And there's a lot of cultures that don't get prenatal care, and just come in and have their baby or deliver their baby at home. So
what?
Y'all ready to finish playing this?
Roll it.
You gotta be so sick of us. Sorry.
And none of them dropped down. She said, fuck this, I'm out.
Yeah, it was my question, probably.
Yep. I'm ready. It's wrapped in the bag. she had it tight, like because it was the top was twisted and then like tucked under, like so it wouldn't open up.
So basically, if you like
when you grab trash and you like swing
it and then you fold it over to like put it down or whatever.
Yeah, that's how it went.
And it was clear.
It was a clear bag.
So,
yeah, it's one of those clear bags.
So you
So it was
saw
a hospital liner?
So you saw the baby inside the bag.
Yeah, and then when I picked it up, that's when I noticed it even more because all I saw was black and purple. But once we picked it up, like the bag suctioned to his face.
That makes
and that's when I yelled for my charge nurse, which was HT. And I told him, hey, she put her baby in the trash can. So I handed the baby to him. And he took off to the trauma room and opened up the bag. And then that's when we went and got Dr. Vasquez.
Now you say that the bag was suctioned to his
face.
This is nuts. It's so opposite of what happened. And I don't think she's lying. I think she really is saying no one ever.
She never once grabbed the baby. She just said the blatant lies. She said she grabbed the baby and took off running to the room, and then they went and got the doctor. No, that's not how it happened. The doctor was there. The doctor pointed. They grabbed the trash can and went across the hall.
I mean, they both say things are totally incorrect. So her saying like, "Oh, I noticed how the bag was on the baby's mouth," like I said, I totally believe this is just her memory issues, but it is not true. And like, it cannot be, we cannot like debate it because it's just obviously not what she witnessed.
His face. So the whole picking it thing, I mean, she could have moved the bag and seen the baby.
I think when I lifted it up, it kind of loosened. And so where he was still moist, it just suctioned to him.
Oh my God. No one took the baby out of that container in the hallway. Queen, keep running it. I'm going to be quiet. But if I start talking like an idiot, just don't stop it for me. I just am no.
Well, I'm just saying, like, here we can even go back right here. Here it is. Here's the replay. Ready? Here it is. Here's the replay. She never once grabs that baby. He's bent over. Baby's still in the trash can.
Third person sees it.
She is getting gloves on right there. See her gloves? She's putting her gloves on to the left. She never once grabs that baby out of that trash can and pulls anything the fuck off.
Nope. Then they go to the doctor. They don't even take the can until the doctor comes.
I know. That's right here. She said she grabbed the doctor. No, she said she grabbed the baby and took the baby across the hall, and that they could wait and got the doctor.
Oh my God, this is so. And I feel bad for her. I'm sure
I'm like sitting here so frustrated. I didn't realize.
Okay, the woman in blue.
No, I didn't realize that they all walked away from the trash can.
Yeah, they all
the
walked
charge
away. As
nurse
soon as they seen the baby, they took the fuck off and went the other way. That was one thing that pissed me right the fuck off.
Yeah.
They should have immediately grabbed that baby and taken the baby into the trauma room and paged overhead for the doctor to get to trauma room, whatever.
Even when they carry the baby in the can, I don't know, like take the baby out. Even here, like she's like, go here, and he picks up the trash can. Like,
so I guarantee the defense attorney now is going to go after abandonment as well for the baby.
Yeah, this is bad.
Yeah,
this is what got me out of all of this. Is how could you know that there was a baby? Just from me, I can honestly say I know what I do, and I have gotten one out of a toilet. That was fine. Grab that baby up and scream out, "Get me help!" That's all you got to do. And you're talking about 6 beds total. All you do is scream out.
Yeah.
Take the baby. That is where, to me, I don't care what the charge nurse to me, that right there is the biggest slap.
Well, and the other thing too is we don't ever give pain medication until we get a urine, unless the patient's like full-blown trauma. Like, then of course, we give meds if needed. You just weigh the risks and the benefits. But oh gosh, I didn't realize they all walked away.
Yeah, they all walked.
Why didn't any of them pull that string in the bathroom so that there would be more people that would respond all at once?
They panicked, and they obviously didn't like. I know people were some people were saying in the comments of last night's live, there should be a medical professional. But there's certain things where if you have enough knowledge, you can say, I don't know the exact protocols for things, but I can see where obviously an official protocol broke down, right? And it's an unusual situation. And if you're not, that's why you train people hardcore on protocols, because when crazy situations happen, no one's going to like go into like protocol mode and just follow the motions unless it's like muscle memory. So this is not about a failure on these individual people, because we see 4 people looking down into the trash can and we're all like, why wouldn't you pick the baby out of the trash can, right? But it's definitely obviously an institutional failure on the part of the hospital that's separate from what the girl did.
I understand what you were saying about protocols. But
this is all going to fall on the nurse and the doctor. When at the
about
end of the day,
common
it's going to fall
sense.
on.
Yeah.
It's going to fall on the
think it was
nurse
common
and the doctor.
sense. I mean, it's an emergent situation,
Trained that
correct?
if you don't,
like,
I mean, and the thing is, they're obviously not used to something like this. It's not common. It's not even common in my ER. And my ER, we see 150 patients a day, and we have an OB unit and everything. I think that there was probably panic. They were probably busy for them. They had a really bad shift. And some people dropped the ball. And at the end of the day, it falls on the nurse, the primary nurse of that patient, and the doctor. And if they didn't chart it, it didn't happen. Doesn't matter. In a court of law, he better hope that he had everything charted that they did.
I think criminally, whatever the criminal things come, I think criminal charges fall on the mom. But I do think that when it comes down to like some sort of like civil liability or a hospital investigation, there's also responsibility on, you're right, the doctor and the nurse and everything. And I think some people, not most of the chat, are getting very much like, oh, you're blaming the hospital staff for a crime the mom committed. No, we're seeing 2 tragedies unfold. We're seeing this horrible, crazy thing that happened in that bathroom, but then we're seeing a tragedy of like where simple hospital procedures could have intervened. Yeah.
And I think I was just, from my point of view, I was just trying to explain, like, why did this happen this way? And why did they do this? And why did they do that?
Yeah.
It's not so much blame. Yes. Some of them did drop the ball. Like, if that was my patient and I opened that door and saw all that blood, I would have been like, where's this blood from, honey? Like, what is going on?
Right.
I wouldn't have just let her walk out and walk right past me.
I know.
Like,
it is sad. It
but
is very sad.
It's easy to say what I would do when you're observing it, from home on a camera. So, yeah.
And they had said before that they were worried about that she had done something to herself as far as harm is concerned.
Mm-hmm.
I can tell you from a first-person perspective what it's like to walk into someone who has cut their wrist. To the extent that much blood would be present, is that he had blood shooting from his vein like across the hallway. Like,
because he probably hit his artery.
Yeah.
Well, that's arterial because of the projection. I mean, that should tell you how strong your arteries are to move the blood throughout your body.
No, allegedly, you're correct. That's why when people were saying that, I'm like, there would be an amount of blood and then physical trauma to her that would be very quick to find out whether this was like she, cut herself in any way. He clarified, the charge nurse, that he more thought she did something to her pregnancy, which also kind of gave me threw me for a loop, because just as a medical professional, you should kind of know that there's really not much that a woman could do with her hands to cause vaginal trauma when she's trying to abort.
You wouldn't believe what people do to themselves in their exam rooms.
Right. But what I'm saying is this idea that there's that would not be your first go-to. Your first go-to would be miscarriage, right? Or bleed, an impending miscarriage.
Yeah. I mean, my first thought would be, is she having a miscarriage, or did she cut herself down there? That's what I would initially think. And then I would say, what happened? You know, what's the
Right.
blood from?
Are you a nurse as well?
I am. I work in the ER for
So
year 15.
what is your hospital's protocol for life-saving measures? They did not do any life-saving measures.
If a female comes in, well, obviously a female, pregnant, and she's over 20 weeks, they immediately go up to our labor and delivery unit.
And what I mean is when they found the baby and they were like, this baby was passed, but they decided not to resuscitate. Don't they have, most hospitals have, rules about resuscitation, right?
If I was in that situation and I had seen the baby in the garbage can, I would have immediately taken the baby into the trauma room, hit the code button, and started resuscitation efforts.
That's what I expected to see.
But I don't know what they were seeing in the baby. Was there already is the baby cold? Like, were there no signs of life? Not witnessing how long the baby had been in the garbage can, I would have absolutely tried resuscitation.
But I also know, like, for example, with something like a pediatric case in an emergency room, even if a child codes, like sometimes they will do resuscitation for like 2 hours, like there's certain things where they keep trying. So people saying like, oh, well, the baby wasn't breathing and was gray, but usually people who need resuscitation are not breathing and have no heartbeat and are gray.
Like if we have somebody in their 80s come in and they're in cardiac arrest, we'll run the code depending on what we're getting on our monitor and what meds we've pushed. Then we'll, work the code for maybe like a good 20, 30 minutes. If it's somebody young, in their 20s, teens, we're going to do everything we can for as long as we can. And then as far as like infants and peds, the same thing, if not longer.
There it is.
Right.
That's what I was just getting ready to read out, Queen.
And we've lost moms. It's not just babies. Lost a mom. And tragic.
So the baby was in the garbage can for half an hour.
Did they not try to resuscitate the baby?
They did not.
They don't really. What if she put the baby in the garbage can right before she walked out the door? Like nobody.
They pull kids out of frozen lakes who have been submerged for 30 minutes, and they bring them to the hospital. And they have 50-degree body temperature, and they try to resuscitate. They try to resuscitate. So there wasn't even a code button. Like I walked out.
I agree they should have tried to resuscitate, but I wasn't there. But what I
because she rushed her into the room, she rushed with the bag into the room. I thought that's what she was going to do.
No, she had the whole entire garbage.
And to be clear, I don't think the baby could have been saved with resuscitation necessarily. I just think it's odd. I think it goes to the whole narrative of them not responding to everything appropriately. They didn't do resuscitation. I'm not saying, if they had done CPR, the baby would have been fine. I'm not saying that at all. It very well was probably past the point that anything could be done.
I get that. The whole lungs and the breathing thing. What gets me more about this case and what she just described, the blood splatter up the wall, is that cord. That cord was not clamped. That baby bled out. It's like you have 3 vessels in a cord. It's not just one vessel.
But no, that's not right, Rowena, because they said the baby had, that was what came up. We haven't actually seen the autopsy, but somebody in here kept saying no, that the same one that said that there wasn't morphine in the baby either. So toxicology said the baby was fine.
No, she's saying that the baby might have bled out from the umbilical cord.
Yeah, she's saying something different.
Yeah. The baby bled out.
Yeah, because it wasn't clamped.
Correct. That's and I don't ever want to know what this baby looked like, but that doctor that walked in, I don't know.
Well, chat's asking if we can do the doctor interview now.
Yeah. Sorry. I tell you what.
No. I think it's a good point.
I've got an adult. I've got to do a little adulting. So we'll plan on going out.
The information on that 1 month thing that I was saying, I put it in the back chat. It was actually a bill, but it was the wording of the bill.
Yeah, I saw it, and that's a good
perinatal
start. Well, then, we haven't seen the autopsy. I do see that in news stories about the autopsy, they say that there were other injuries consistent with suffocation. That's definitely a thing that we've seen, but we don't
Oh,
know.
I thought the autopsy was out.
Well, I mean, it's probably out, but I haven't found it on the
you haven't
internet.
seen it.
I've seen like people reporting, news stations reporting on it, and they put like a one sentence thing saying that the baby was born alive and there were other injuries that could be consistent with suffocation, right? I mean,
But does it say according to blah blah blah?
well, I mean, I don't know, right? That's according to the autopsy, but we don't see the actual autopsy. Who knows? And
No, I'm saying in the news article, if it says according to that lawyer or according to,
I think maybe they saw the autopsy. I don't know, or that
Yeah.
they could be looking at. They could be looking at the charging document, the probable cause affidavit from the police, where the police kind of give like the whole rundown. I think the fact that people say this makes me very sick to say, and I feel ill saying it, but the fact that 4 people who are probably very normal, good people looked at this and didn't pick the baby up shows that the condition of the baby, this wasn't necessarily like, a swaddled,
Right.
newborn baby like that they could clearly see, because if you saw a baby that
I see what you're saying.
you would pick that baby up, right? So it could have been a very difficult condition. I'm sure Queen is getting a doctor thing lined up, but I'm glad she went back to this and showed the difference.
Well, with the possibility of the baby bleeding out if the umbilical cord was torn or cut or what have you, do you think that that could have contributed to the condition of the baby inside of the liners? Like, could there have been a large amount of blood that had seeped out or whatever from the umbilical cord onto the baby?
I mean, I personally have no idea.
Oh. Sorry, but the way my mind works is everything is dynamic, right?
No, and I think that's
So
true, yeah.
everything goes from a place of knowing or natural curiosity to an increasing amount of curiosity and questioning based upon more information that I get. So
No, you're right. And the only thing and I'm not a nurse, but the only thing I can say is that babies are unbelievably vulnerable. Newborns are unbelievably vulnerable. If we look historically, how many babies died in childbirth as compared to now, usually it goes fine, but there's a lot of basic everyday medical intervention that saves babies in hospitals that we don't even think about, that outside of that context, the newborns could succumb. And so if the newborn's not getting medical intervention and is in a trash can and there's things obstructing its face, some cases they could survive for 5 hours, but in other cases, if there was anything that was making that baby vulnerable, if they had any sort of respiratory difficulty, it's a recipe for disaster.
right. And I have to say, like, even though I don't know this chick or the baby or the mother or anybody involved, the medical staff, whomever, like, my heart feels like it breaks knowing that this happened just in general. But the more that I watch it unfold is like when I watch the cam footage of the Uvalde shooter and the delay in response from the SWAT team, knowing that those extra shots that somebody got off were probably, 4 or 5 more dead children. Like, it just
It compounds the tragedy when you see that, little things could have gone this way or that way and completely changed a horrific situation. It
Yeah.
compounds the tragedy of the situation.
Yeah, like the whole reason why I got into mental health and facilitating therapy was that I don't like seeing people go through any type of pain. Okay. So, in knowing that there is pain of such a significant level and, what's the word I'm looking for? Uh, Intensity, like it rips my heart out. It's like, I don't know. It sometimes it almost makes me question Jesus and his plan, but I'll let that go.
No, it's really tough.
Yeah, it is. Gray One, you're up here on the panel with us.
Thank you.
Can you
But
hear
how
us?
many? I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. I just want to make sure you can hear us okay.
How many people that went to the bathroom to check on her knew she was pregnant?
I would assume all of them, because there's only like a doctor and 2 nurses, right? And they gotten their results back, and they had already talked to her about it.
Oh, they had.
Yeah, and she
They
denied.
talked to her about being.
She said, "I never even had sex. I can't be pregnant." She like flipped. She like lost it.
So before she went to the bathroom,
Yeah.
those people knew, except for
Yeah.
the doctor. I mean, the doctor knew, obviously, but.
And the nurses and doctors knew that she was pregnant. They didn't know how, like, that she was. They could feasibly say they didn't know she was in labor. Sure, absolutely, but they definitely knew she was pregnant because they're the ones who tested her and gave her the results of the urine test.
No, she didn't get the results until after she came back from the bathroom.
Well, that's not what the guy said. They said that the whole thing, like, I've never had sex, like, I can't be pregnant. They said that.
Yeah, I heard that part.
Who knows?
But I thought she said that to the officer. Or
like I said, that's not how the charge nurse said it, but and that's not the way that the news stories say it. That's not the way news stories say it, but I mean, it could be incorrect, but the way it's being reported is that she took a urine test and they knew that she was pregnant at that point.
I have a question that's a little off topic. Why have they released all these videos if this is still an open case? Couldn't this damage the prosecution's case?
It could. They didn't release these videos. These videos were FOIA requested by a member of the public. I fully agree with you.
Yep.
Because wouldn't this taint a jury pool?
Yep.
That's why Idaho 4 has the gag order.
Okay, that's what I was wondering, is why this was released and everybody has access now. It's kind of odd.
Florida's like that. Their sunshine law. They're just like that.
I mean, this FOIA, yeah. So if they could have gotten it under just state things, but if you don't get it from the state, then FOIA is federal. You put in a FOIA request and you can get this stuff. This is not, I Googled this, and yes, there are results, but this is actually not being covered very heavily in traditional media or anything. But someone got interested and someone requested it, and they can get the body cam. What they requested was the body cam footage. So we're entitled, and I guess in New Mexico, who knows? I don't know if they got it through FOIA or they got it through New Mexico, but they got it as public information and they just put it out there. I agree. It seems like too much information for us, right?
Yes, it does, because like you said, you're seeing the hospital surveillance clearly shows one thing, yet all your eyewitnesses are saying something entirely different.
Yeah, I like it though because we can see.
I like that too, but that could jeopardize the prosecution.
Well, I don't know. I mean, we can see what happened, not what she did, but with the defense attorney coming out and he can say anything he wants to, we saw a part of it.
That's true.
But it is too much, I think. Yeah, remember Casey Anthony? We had everything. I mean, if it came out that morning, we had it.
Yeah, but that was also that was covered so heavily. Like that was the media getting this. I think this is a person. I'm looking right now at the docket on the New Mexico court site, and it looks like somebody just on May 23rd, somebody made the request for the copies of the tape, CD, and audio. So it looks like possibly this wasn't necessarily a FOIA request. This was a request for records through the courts.
But this is, in a way, good for us.
Well, FOIA is also it's not just federal, though.
Well, FOIA is a federal law, right? But there's lots of ways you can get public information without going to a federal level. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, this is good for us because if we ever have an issue, we know exactly to what extent somebody's going to CYA. I mean, obviously, if they're going to lie to the police about what happened, then they're probably going to lie to a jury.
I don't think any of the witnesses are lying. I think, like you said, memory changes.
Yeah.
Memory changes after this amount of time.
Exactly.
And I can't imagine looking into a trash can seeing a baby, what that's going to do to even a nurse or a doctor. That's something you don't expect to see.
Yeah, I don't think they're lying, but I think they're incorrect.
I understand that, okay? And even after, taking classes on learning and memory and all of that, there's still, when it comes to autobiographical memory, which is the stuff that happens to us personally, that we further ingrain the memory based upon how many times we tell it, right? Well, if they're going to the extent of saying, "Oh, well, I got this baby out, da 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 da," and they didn't even touch the baby, they basically looked in the trash can and then looked away. They didn't even move from stooped over. You see what I'm saying? Like,
Can
that's
I
what the
interject real
problem
quick
is.
here? Sorry.
Yeah.
Queen, I sent you the arrest warrant for her. It does list the cause of death. It also lists the autopsy found there was no physical injuries or deformations in the baby. That's all listed in there as well. So it died. The actual cause of death is entrapment. I sent you the receipt of that. I also sent you the court dates. I sent you a receipt of that as well. But the chat is asking if we can please watch the doctor because they're saying that the doctor explains why they didn't do life-saving measures on the baby.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Nanya. I was out here looking for that. Thank you.
You can thank Yep because they kept telling me things in the chat, and I'm like, okay, they're so sure that it's out there. I got to go hop down and find it.
I know, that's why I was over here searching, but when I'm on a panel, it makes it super slow. I didn't even think to grab my other computer. Thank you, though. Yep. Yeah, awesome.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Did you say entrapment?
You can.
Did you say entrapment?
Yep, that's what it says on their arrest warrant.
Yep.
Can you read that one more time? Suffocation and then entrapment.
No, it says the cause of death is entrapment. Right. It also, that's in one line. And then the next line says that, with the exam of the body, there are no physical injuries or like deformations to the baby.
So entrapment is basically the fact that the baby was in a trash can.
Because there's cause and manner.
Yeah. That's all. No, but that's all that it would, to say entrapment, it would be enough if you put a baby in any sort of receptacle. That's entrapment, right? That could cause the baby to die, right? I think obviously they did talk together, and I like again about how memories become. You hear stories that become memories because even though both these people did not see this this liner, they're both saying this idea twisted and then tucked under. So clearly they heard it described, and then she's in her mind saying that she saw it now.
But she could have seen that because we clearly see them in the video, we clearly see them all standing over the garbage can.
Right, but
Well,
but they
didn't
both
she
Well, I
bring
bring
the
think that's
can
why
out?
they want to watch
baby
the
out.
doctor's video though, because right now we're like we have all these questions, but like they're saying there's answers to our questions if we can watch the video.
And I know, and I'm sure Queen is
The
working
video.
on it, and we'll be here like as soon as she can get that up. It's not like anybody's. I, sometimes she has to like step away, but I'm sure that as soon as she gets it queued up, she will play it.
Who's that talking? Because I don't see anybody's names right now.
It's Good Egg.
That's Good Egg.
But
Oh,
yeah,
Good Egg.
it's not like Queen is like, not playing it on purpose or anything.
She's just sitting there
Sometimes,
eating ice cream.
like as soon as she can get back and queue it up, I'm sure she will do it. Definitely. And, I'm very interested in what the doctor said, but like, again, it's just
Well, I thought she brought the trash can out.
she's the one who came out and she pointed and told, and that's when the charge nurse picked it up and moved it at her direction. We don't see what happens in the thing.
Oh, I thought she picked it up.
People say like, I uncovered it, right? They didn't do that. And that's it's true. This is months later. It was probably a topic of a lot of conversation.
But don't you think she uncovered it to be that upset?
Well, it can't. Her and the charge nurse can't both have physically done this thing, right? So we don't know. Like I'm saying, but we're saying that this is all interesting information. We're hearing interviews, but eyewitness testimony is not necessarily fact. As we can see, because we see that like they're describing actions that don't happen.
I mean, it's like when you have a friend describing something that happened when you were both there, and you're like, "Yeah, that didn't happen." You don't have the same memory of it, but you were both there.
I mean, follow the grain. You say this woman clearly reached into the can and found the baby. At the same time, the way she describes she took the baby out is clearly
she said she
not
took it
true.
out.
It did not happen the way she described it. She said we see it on the thing. And
I disagree.
If she put it in the other room, the man said
saw it
he
in
did
the
it,
room,
right? Yeah. So the man said he did it. So we can't say clearly they did anything. They clearly have strong memories.
She could have done it, and the charge nurse was incorrect.
She could have, but we can't say that clearly this person's thing is correct and the other person's story is incorrect. They both have faulty memories based on the video evidence.
All right, y'all. Have a good night.
Night. So I thought she went in the room and then came out, but couldn't she? I mean, to even be upset, she would have had to look at it. But you're saying,
no, I'm sure she saw, right?
But she's saying she pulled it out.
Right. She said she pulled it out in the hallway, but she didn't.
Oh, okay. In the hallway.
Which was a lie.
It's just not.
You want me to play this?
Okay, I gotcha.
I'll play it here. I'll rewind it and play it just so you can hear what she says.
And that's when I yelled for my charge nurse, which was
if you like
paper towels. And we had rolled trash bags already in there, but she had grabbed a few and like balled them up and put them on top of him. So when I removed them, that's when I noticed the baby on the bottom of the trash can just wrapped in the bag. Like she had it tight, like because it was the top was twisted and then like tucked under, like so it wouldn't open up.
So basically, if you
like when you grab trash and you like
swing it and then you fold it over to like put it down or whatever.
Yeah, that's how it
went. And it was clear.
It was a clear bag. Yeah, it's one of those clear bags.
So you
saw it was a hospital liner?
So you saw the baby inside the bag.
Yeah, and then when I picked it up, that's when I noticed it even more because all I saw was black and purple. But once we picked it up, like the bag suctioned to his face. And that's when I yelled for my charge nurse, which was HT. And I told him, hey, she put her baby in the trash can. So I handed the baby to him. And he took off to the trauma room and opened up the bag. And then that's when we went and got Dr. Vasquez.
Now you say that the bag was suctioned to his face. So was that from?
I think when I lifted it up, it kind of loosened, and so just where he was still moist, it just suctioned to him.
Okay. All right.
Question for you: when was the last time y'all were in the restroom before her?
We had another patient that was in there. What's that, around midnight, maybe.
Who do you remember who it was or what they're in for?
They were there too. They left us a specimen on the table there in the bathroom, and I went in to pick it up.
You did it at midnight?
Yeah.
Was it clean?
Yeah.
Okay.
There was no blood or nothing.
So this was fresh to you?
Yes, this blood was fresh. You could even smell it.
Did the patient at midnight, were they by chance pregnant at all?
Honestly, she to me did not look pregnant, but then she had on a hoodie.
No, the patient that gave the sample at midnight.
No, she was a young girl. She was like maybe 11. So no.
Okay, and there's no blood at all.
No.
She would have noticed. You would have noticed.
We would have noticed.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And is the amount of blood consistent with giving birth, or a miscarriage, or some sort of traumatic event?
I'm sorry, you repeat that?
Okay, the amount of blood in the bathroom, on the floor, on the walls, and is that consistent with the amount of blood that is lost when you give birth or have a miscarriage? Or
to me, I mean, it looked like she had given birth in there and was trying to clean it up. Like it wasn't that much blood on the floor, but you could tell she was cleaning it up because it was like smeared and somewhat cleaned up a little bit.
Okay.
Once you see that photo that Erica has, you'll see how we're trying to explain it.
Right.
It's just hard.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just hard for us because Leela had cleaned, because when I talked to her that night, she said she cleaned the blood first, then went to.
Yeah, and I usually, when there's like one or two things in the wastebasket, I usually pick it up and take it out, but I didn't that night. And then, like, I've been kicking myself on this because I feel like, if I would have just taken it out, I would have seen it.
Well, no one prepares for that type of thing. You know what I mean? Most people don't act like that, so don't blame yourself for it.
Yeah.
Because it's not a natural thing to do.
I mean, it's just hard because I'm a mother, I'm a grandmother, and I've dealt with death before, but never like this.
Right.
Like it was horrible.
Don't beat yourself up about it though, because it's something most people don't plan, or most people can't think of it. To them, it's like unfathomable. So don't beat yourself up about it because it's something you couldn't have prepared for.
Yeah.
Because like you said before, you're expecting a miscarriage.
Yeah, I was just expecting her to have a miscarriage and call it a day. I mean, we've dealt with patients before that have had miscarriages.
Yeah.
So once the baby was taken into the trauma room trauma room.
Yeah, he went into trauma too.
Okay. Did you have what happened? What did you do at that point?
I just remember I stayed in there because she went to go get Dr. Vasquez. And then I noticed that the umbilical cord looked like an animal had tore it apart. Like, have you ever eaten string cheese? Like, when you twist it, that's how the bottom of the umbilical cord looked. And I just remember it caught my eye and I was like, God, this chick really ripped this thing apart because those things are hard to cut.
Right.
Did you find the other part of the umbilical cord?
No, I'm not sure if she had delivered the placenta because I wasn't in there when they did the final examination. But either she delivered it in Loveless or she flushed it.
You always didn't find it at all.
We didn't find it at all. I even looked in the little cabinet that we have in our bathroom because it has like a bottom cabinet. So I opened that up just as I didn't want no more surprises.
And how big would that be? How big would the placenta be? Do you have any idea?
No, I would say maybe me personally giving birth myself to a full-term baby, it would have to have been about the same size as the baby. Because I've seen placentas where we've delivered a few times.
Y'all want to keep watching this, or do you want me to put on the doctor's interview?
I think we put on the doctor because I think we have a good idea of what, like a gist of what this woman is saying, right? And the doctor apparently, somebody said in the chat, the doctor says something like her secretary took the baby. Like the doctor's a totally other thing. So I think we should hear the doctor.
Everybody did it.
Yeah, it's like everybody's the hero. Okay, here's the doctor interview right here, y'all.
Hi, Mel. Can you see us?
Yes, can you see me? I'm sorry, I just had to pick up my kids.
Oh,
No, you're fine.
you're fine. I'm Detective Minter. This is Detective Gonzalez.
Hey, guys.
Very, very nice to meet you.
Likewise.
So go ahead.
Give me 1 sec. I need to give my daughter a direction here.
Okay.
On top of the refrigerator. Relax, look at it down. Sorry about that.
No, that's okay.
See, that's where the snaps are.
Oh, okay. Go ahead and state your name and what you do and where you work.
Heather Marshall Vasquez, MD. I am an emergency physician. My full-time employment job is through Holy Cross Medical Center in Taos, New Mexico, where I'm the medical director. And then I work as an independent contractor for Artesia General Hospital. I work sort of 2 to 4 shifts a month down there.
Okay. Okay.
So for January 27th of this year, you came into contact with Alexi Treviso. Can you tell us what happened on that day? Just from the beginning of everything that happened.
Yes, she presented, I want to say it was around 11:30 at night. I don't have the chart in front of me, so there's some details I'm going to have to sort of guesstimate from my recollection. Her presenting complaint was for back pain. She was brought in by her mother. We were told that she began having back pain after coming home from cheerleading practice. Sounds like she had gone to bed and then woken her mother up. And so her mother brought her in, and when I initially evaluated her, she really wouldn't sit still. She wouldn't really let me examine her. She had on a very baggy sweatshirt. And a 19-year-old with back pain, the vast majority of the time, that's not going to be anything serious. But she was just not really acting right. And so I became concerned that there was something else going on. Technically, a kidney stone or something like that. I asked the patient and her mother if she could be pregnant. Her mother said, no, under no circumstances. I've been buying pads for her every month. And so I ordered our normal evaluation, which would be some basic labs, including a pregnancy test, as well as a CAT scan of the abdomen and pelvis to make sure she didn't have a kidney stone or something like that. The price test came back positive an hour late, maybe 45 minutes later. I can't tell you exactly how much time had elapsed when I became aware that her test was positive. So at that point, we sent it for a blood confirmatory test, which is what we call a quantitative HCG, which tells us, it gives us a number instead of just a positive or negative for pregnancy test. It gives us a number. And the reason why that number was really significant was because one of the concerns that you would always have in a young woman who is having back or abdominal pain could be a tubal pregnancy. And so oftentimes we need to correlate the level, the pregnancy hormone level, to determine if it's likely that there could be a tubal pregnancy. There's no obstetrics or gynecology at Artesia General, and so it would require transferring her. I also verified at that time that we didn't really have the right kind of, the ER has an ultrasound machine, but it didn't have the right probe on there. It had what we call the vascular probe, not the endovaginal or the abdominal one, which would be the ways we would look to see if there was a tubal pregnancy or a viable pregnancy. So I was going to have to call the ultrasound tech in. And so it was taking the lab a little bit longer than I would have thought to give us the actual quantitative HCG level. And so at that point, I started getting very nervous because I figured, well, maybe it's a really high number, you know, maybe they had to dilute it down. And I wanted to check on the patient, and I asked the nurse where the patient was, and he said, well, she's in the bathroom. And I said, oh my goodness, what, you know, how long has she been in there? And she'd been in there for like 20 minutes. And so at that point, I became very concerned, and I said, you need to get her out of there right now. So it took a while for them to find the key. The nurse was knocking on the door, and we heard the toilet flush several times. And so at that point, finally, the door opened and there was just blood everywhere. And so even though we didn't have the right probe for the ultrasound machine, I felt like I'm just gonna look, because I had already called the tech in, but the tech wasn't there yet. So I took her directly to the room and did a ultrasound. I couldn't see anything. Again, it was the wrong probe. It's not the right probe to even, I don't even know if you could see any, like it's the kind of probe that we use to put like special IVs in the neck. So it wasn't the right kind of probe. But she was bleeding a lot, and so we went directly from doing the ultrasound, and again, I was waiting for the tech to come in, to doing a pelvic exam, and it probably took me 10 or 15 minutes to, when I did the pelvic exam, her cervix, the opening to the uterus was just wide open, and there was just blood pouring out, and I was really mystified as to what could be happening, because I thought, well, maybe she's having a miscarriage. It probably took me 10 or 15 minutes to evacuate all the blood. And just as I was finishing with that exam, the charge nurse came into the ER and said, I need you out here right now. And I walked out into the main department. The nurse was still in a different nurse was still in the room with the patient, trying to get her, clean her up after the exam. And the charge nurse said, the housekeeper and the secretary found a dead baby in the trash can. And so I said, well, where? Because now I need to verify if the child was alive. So they brought me the trash can. I ran into the trauma 2 room, the resuscitation room, and dumped it out. And it did not take me very long to determine that the child was dead. And I mean, the decision to not attempt resuscitation, really, the temperature was cool, and I also did not want to contaminate if it was a crime scene. So at that point, then my attention shifted to making sure that the mother was stabilized, because I realized she just delivered a baby. I didn't know where the placenta was. You know, she could die from a postpartum hemorrhage. So I contacted the on-call obstetrician at Loveless Regional in Roswell and said, I need to transfer this patient to emergently. They said, yep, just send her up. I think the fire department just took her up right away. But before we transferred her, I mean, I talked to my team. I said, look, we're not going to talk to her until we have police present. I want witnesses present for our discussion with her. At that point, several of your officers arrived. They arrived very quickly. And we went in and I said, we found a dead baby in the trash. And she said, well, it came out of me and it wasn't moving, so I just put it in the trash. And the mother started screaming at her, screaming, I knew it, I knew it, I knew it. This is after they had both sworn up and down that there was no chance she'd be pregnant. And so at that point, once we got her transferred, I believe that the officers called for, I'm not sure what steps they did, but we made sure we didn't touch the dead baby. We didn't do anything because we did not want to contaminate the crime scene. And that's been documented, and that's it.
What was the baby in the trash can?
I did not find it. It was my secretary who you should speak to. She told me a few weeks later that she was the one. But I was told it was in a plastic bag that was tied off and then stuck into a plastic bag, and then they put trash. She put trash in the top to try to hide it.
Okay. So he was
out. Yeah, that was what was told to me.
But he was outside the bag when you saw him.
Yes, they had opened the bag up, and I took the trash can, I just turned it upside down and dumped everything on the bed.
Okay. And you didn't see any trauma or anything to the baby, or?
I don't have a very good recollection of that. My brain was 100% focused on, is this a patient I should try to resuscitate? And once I made the determination not to resuscitate, all of my attention turned to making sure that the mother didn't die.
Okay.
So did any of the nursing staff find the placenta at the emergency room?
No.
No? Okay.
I have no idea what happened with the placenta.
She didn't deliver it at Loveless either.
She probably put it in the toilet, would be my guess.
So basically, she had the baby, and then the afterbirth, she flushed that down the toilet.
I just have so many questions. Like, the lady says she does the pelvic exam. She sees that she's 10 centimeters dilated.
Pouring blood from her uterus.
Thought still is a miscarriage.
Yeah, and still she didn't. And it's
like,
still
does that happen? I'm genuinely curious. I don't know, but like, does your cervix dilate when you're having a miscarriage?
It would have to dilate partially. I'm gonna look this up because it would obviously have to dilate partially for you to pass the contents of it. But does it dilate to 10 centimeters, which is like that fully? I'm pretty sure.
No, I don't think so.
Listen. Obviously, she's a doctor. She has medical knowledge that the other people didn't. But her story is like a third story, and. Like I said, them choosing not to do the resuscitation, I always thought that it may have shown it was an example of how much they weren't following protocol. Not that I think that not that I don't believe that it was clear to them that the baby was beyond saving. But then to say, I decided not to do it because I thought it was a crime scene, like doctors and EMTs and stuff, they don't hold back medical intervention because they think a crime was committed.
Now, I will say all the flushing makes sense since they now have confirmed there was no placenta when she was life flighted to the next hospital. So all the flushing does make sense to me now because she was trying to get rid of the afterbirth.
Yes. I was just thinking she probably flushed like 3 or 4 or 5 times to get it to go down, you know?
Yeah, placenta is not small.
Wow.
It's not tiny.
This doctor, I dumped it twice. She said that. I just dumped it out on the table.
Right. For all the people getting on, screaming about the mom last night, very few people on the mom saying like, oh, they're saying it. I'm like, listen, when you're not expecting a baby to appear, people tend to refer to the baby as it.
Yeah, I'm not talking about the it part. It's like,
but to dump it out. That's what I'm saying. Like people not
like it's nothing.
I know.
Like it's trash. Oh God, that makes sense.
And her secretary.
when we were watching the video where she points to the room and he grabs the trash can. It makes me think they went into the room, and as soon as they went into the room, he set the trash can on the bed and she, tipped it over.
Yeah,
like the trash can dumped it over. I don't think she flipped it over and dumped him out on the floor or nothing. Like I just, you know what I'm saying?
No, she dumped it on the table. She said it twice.
I do understand though why they didn't resuscitate from the way that she explains it. Because if you're trying to resuscitate, you may potentially, if the baby has been physically harmed in some way, you could affect that. And so when she's seen, I don't know if she said cold to the touched or something about cold. I can't remember her exact words, but she looked and it was there's no almost there's no coming back from where it was at the moment. So
Did
let
she
me
say
fall
she took
back
it
and
out
leave
of the
this as
bag?
evidence now.
No, she said she wasn't there when it was taken out of the bag, but her secretary told her later that her secretary, which doesn't have a secretary. I don't know what she's talking about.
Well, somebody in the chat said sometimes the CNA may be referred to as kind of it depends on the hospital, but so they're thinking that maybe she actually means the CNA, but I don't know. I don't know how hospitals work like that.
So they took it out of the bag, put it back in the trash can?
No,
what I'm trying to figure out is, did she ever?
No, I don't think so. I think they said they called. The one thing I do notice, I feel like they all, I think this might be a symptom of it being 3 months, but they all seem to insert into it this idea that how uncooperative she was being or how much she was deceiving them. Even the doctor saying it was hard for me to examine her. She was moving around, had a big sweatshirt. It was like acting like she wasn't allowing herself to be examined. I
mean, what if that's the truth though? If she knew that maybe she knew she was about to be found out, so she was trying to prolong the inevitable as much as possible so that the truth wouldn't come out. I mean, not like it was going to stop, but
but she was just saying I just felt like the fact they all of them preemptively brought that up, and even the idea that the charge nurse and the CNA had the exact same wording about the bag. Now, I think what probably is that one of them actually experienced it, probably the CNA, and that language was got into the mind of the other person because they say the exact same thing. Seemed like it was kind of twisted up and folded under.
Right.
Obviously, they both could not have taken that apart, but the fact they said the same thing makes me feel like obviously that's a detail that's been told and went into one person's memory.
See, and to me, I have that same thought process with the fact that everybody went straight to miscarriage and nobody considered birth.
And I think that makes sense, but I think they did a weird if you thought that there was a miscarriage, just to even be go clean up. They just called housekeeping down when you would I don't know. You want to check the materials, you want to see. I don't know. I think that they messed. I think the level of care was not okay. I think that's clear. I don't know. It does not. I'm not saying that rises to the level of any sort of criminal responsibility at all.
Oh no, not at all.
But I do believe that 1000% a better level of care could have prevented this.
Prevented her from killing her baby? I don't think so.
No. Prevented the baby from dying.
They would have saved the baby.
Yeah.
Well, see, that's why I keep thinking y'all are talking about a lawsuit because the trial is going to be
the mother in the video we watched last night. The mother had stated that this is why I'm coming for the hospital and the police.
So she is talking about already a lawsuit.
Yeah, she's saying the mom said, I think when she said she was coming for the hospital and the police, it sounded like she was going to sue them.
Right, that's what
I got too.
I think it's also the idea of it being an affirmative defense, right? This idea that it's all mitigated because she was a patient in a hospital, and this is really more down to the hospital not giving the correct care. From an affirmative defense point, they might be going that way. As far as an actual lawsuit, I mean, listen, this girl's on trial for murder, so I'm not talking about from her, but think about the boyfriend, the father of the baby. I do think there's a lawsuit against the hospital there. I have no idea if that would be anything they ever want to pursue, right? But there's innocent people who experience totally innocent people the father of the baby who experienced
right, but they would be suing on the baby's behalf, probably not on You know what I mean? Not suing on the mother's behalf.
No, I'm talking about like the father on his own behalf, like saying, you know,
Right.
like, yeah. But like these are two separate things.
Exactly. I
Yeah.
was thinking y'all were talking. It sounded more like that's why I was confused earlier. Were they already suing? Because
No.
yeah, I mean,
Yeah, there's no suit, but I think
her
that
throwing trash on top of it and cleaning up, and I don't know how she's going to get out of at least
Yep,
some
and
kind of
chaos. What are you
criminal
talking about?
conviction.
I'm watching the two of you. What are you talking about? I'm watching. Tell me.
I'm watching.
Go ahead. Sorry.
No, she was saying that she thought are they suing the hospital? But we were more
Yeah,
talking
that's
about
what.
the fact that they're mounting a defense. Like her criminal defense will be about the hospital's mistakes, right?
Oh
Like,
yeah, when the
Yeah, but
lawyer
I don't
did
think
that
they could have
interview,
prevented her if she wanted
yeah,
to.
the lawyers did the interview, and he is absolutely setting up her defense of the level of care is what
Yeah,
put her
well,
in the situation
yeah,
to make that choice. And not that I
that's not
agree
going to
with it. I
work.
think that's completely wrong.
Yeah,
But
bogus.
if you Queen, I dropped that video in the back chat earlier. But if you watch that video, I think it's maybe like 5 minutes long, something like that.
Because
But the lawyer lays it out like it's very clear what the defense is.
yeah,
and it could have been
because they didn't walk her to the bathroom. She killed her baby, and
but also this, the second that she had that she's coming in with back pain and they do the positive, like they know she's pregnant, they slap a fetal monitor, which is just a strap around your belly there, and you hear the baby's heartbeat immediately. They do that right away. This whole thing doesn't happen because then they just start, she just becomes a labor and delivery patient, right?
it's still not
There's just
an
a
excuse,
million.
though.
Of course, it's not an excuse, right? Because they didn't know what she was going to do.
I
But
mean,
the
that
idea
could
is that
work in the lawsuit.
I don't know. I think they will use as an affirmative defense, but who knows what's going to happen legally? I have no idea how the criminal case is going to go.
I
But there's
wonder.
clearly a breakdown in the level of care, big one, big time.
And
Yeah, which would
John's
go to a
the
lawsuit.
first court date, the current the pretrial court date is September 11th, and then the jury trial date is October. I think it said the 3rd. I have to go back to my screenshot, but
I mean, that's like a teenager saying, "Well, if my mom hadn't let me drive, I wouldn't have gone to the party, and I wouldn't have gotten drunk, and then I wouldn't have killed somebody on my way home."
I mean,
See, I
I guess we
wonder
could try
how
to make
much.
the connection there.
I wonder how much of an effect that the next hospital, what their records show, how much they are going to play a role in all this. Because if they sent her to another hospital for a DNC to clean out a placenta that may or may not be there, like how much that, like how big of a role that's going to play. Because if the placenta is in fact not there, I don't know if they can use circumstantial evidence that she flushed it, that she chewed through it, because I think they've said that it was like an animal bit through the umbilical cord.
no, they only say
How,
if you're talking about this case right here from what they just described,
yeah.
when they seen it, they didn't say anybody chewed through it. They said it looked like she tore through it. And has to be hard to do. And then she described it as if you like twist apart a piece of string cheese, how it looks.
Is that possible even?
With determination, probably. I mean, she had to be it didn't take her long to do all that.
So she
Oh
was in
my
active
god.
labor. I mean,
Yeah, when she went to the bathroom.
it's insanity that
Oh.
that this happened. It should not have happened. This happened, like, we know there's cases, right? This happens at the prom, in the bathroom. This happens in the girl's bedroom, and she, freaks out, buries baby in the backyard. These things happen. The fact that she was a patient in an ER and this still happened blows my mind, and it's just so upsetting.
Well, I mean, this whole thing blows my mind. It makes me sick to my stomach. But the fact that a baby had to go through the amount of trauma and to some extent, I would guess pain, because I would assume that there are connected nerve endings up through the umbilical cord that she ripped through it, like she tore it, like.
Well, the baby can't feel the umbilical cord. Like when you cut the umbilical cord, baby can't feel it. Though obviously, the idea of the baby suffered. Obviously, there had to be some level of suffering. It's very upsetting. But I do just want to point out that there's no nerve connections whatsoever in the umbilical cord.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Not that if you didn't fit, like it could, there's something that could, but like cutting or doing anything to the umbilical cord, it's totally separate from the mom and the baby. They don't feel it.
Oh my God. Oh. Okay, so the boyfriend, right? Where was he? Like, why was he not kicking her ass for doing any of this? Like, I'm totally 100% against violence against women, but if a woman is killing your baby, then you should probably kick her ass.
Well, I'm
At
going to go with
least stand
probably not, because
between.
that would be against the law too.
Yeah.
But second, I probably would go with she went to the ER that night. They had talked. He said they had talked and she was having really bad abdominal and back pain. And she went to the ER. So he had no clue what was going on.
Right.
Allegedly.
Right.
That's his from the interview he was saying.
Yeah. I mean,
Is he saying he didn't think she was pregnant?
He did not. They did not ask him if he knew that she was
Oh,
pregnant
okay.
in that video. They didn't ask that. They only asked, that he said not to be rude or anything, but like, would you be the father of this child? And he said yes.
It looks like her family. It looks.
You're cutting out really bad.
No, it's muting on me.
Oh.
I think it looks like from people said that from like social media and stuff that the family and they are supporting her, which I don't think is, which I don't find shocking.
No.
Now, when I say that he should have been there kicking her ass, I don't mean like literally. I meant like figuratively. Like he should have been standing there, like taking care of the situation.
I think he's like 16 or so. I think he's like 18. Like he's in high school. So,
Yeah, I also
he's a
think
kid.
that like she went to the ER with her mom for back pain and has, medical, has the way that it was described, she has constant back and hip issues since she was a little baby. So her going to the hospital for back pain after coming home from cheerleading practice doesn't appear to be like something that they were suspicious of from the way it was described in the video we watched last night. That's all I'm going based off of.
Wow.
Was this like an urgency care place?
It was a hospital.
It was an actual hospital?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was like
It was a small hospital because they didn't even have a labor and delivery unit, but it was the ER of a hospital.
Wow.
Something else that I had never understood. Like if people don't want this to happen, like pregnancies or whatever, why not use a condom? Like maybe it's my age. Okay, like I'm 44. I was raised in the 80s. I was raised with images on the news and stuff like that of people dying from wasting syndrome, Kaposi sarcoma, like all these images of people dying from AIDS-related complexes, right? So, like, as a gay guy, like, that is one thing that has always propelled me to use safer sex when engaged in such things. How does that not translate into pregnancy? Like, if you're not ready to have a baby, go ahead and use a condom. It might not feel the same, but you're also not going to have to deal with the consequence either. You know what
But
I
I
mean?
also I think because then you're dipping into like different parenting styles, and some parents believe that if they don't talk about it, it won't happen. Some people, their set of beliefs say abstinence is the way to go. You just avoid it. And so when a kid does get pregnant, it's sometimes it can be just a lack of education
Yeah,
and a
but at
lack of
19 in
communication in the home.
schools, they teach that now. I mean, from young.
Well, not necessarily, because at school you have to sign the paper to say yes, they can attend that class.
Yep, you can opt your kids out.
You can opt your kid
From
out.
state to state. Some states literally have abstinence only education in their public schools. It's nuts. Not, there are states that have that.
I can remember in 7th grade health class, we had to take sex ed. And I remember one girl talking about her cousin getting pregnant from sucking a guy's testicles. And that made the whole class crack up. We were all laughing because it was so ridiculous.
Yeah, we had sex ed.
How can you go from one thing over to another?
Her mother probably told her that.
Well, I
I'm
mean,
not sure.
I don't think we'll know that answer. Maybe if they ask those questions on the stand, but I don't think that the sex education in the home, I don't think that would ever come up. I think they would be more at a place of, I definitely think like if I was a prosecutor, a defense attorney, whatever, I would absolutely want to know the mindset. What were you so fearful of? Like, to go to the hospital, that by itself, like, to me, that by itself means there's a level of panic that happened. Again, she did something. She's got to do her time. She did the crime. I'm all with it. But I don't know if it's, I don't know.
Even if there's a possibility that she went, holy shit, what is that? You know what I mean? Like, she's shocked that she has a baby. But
she could have hit that call chain though and said, "Oh my God, I just gave birth to a baby."
I'm not exactly. I mean, I'm
I don't
done
want
at
it.
that point because then she puts it in the trash or wraps it in the bag, puts it in the trash, throws bloody towels on top of it, tries cleaning up. But I'm with you. I mean, hit the call button and say something.
I think obviously she disassociated. She went into shock. She went into denial. She was acting completely
I don't know whether
irrationally.
she did or not.
Yeah, I think that there's criminal responsibility here. There is. I don't think it's first degree murder at all. I don't think anybody is served by her spending a long amount of time in prison. Because
I'd have to know more about it.
It's just so sad. So I don't know. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, we just have to know more. But I'm just saying, once she saw, then she went through doing all the other stuff that she was trying to keep out of trouble.
Yeah, I agree, Rowena. I don't think any of us will ever know exactly what she felt in that moment. I mean,
the only thing we could
say
I
don't even think she would get in that much trouble, even if she said, I was just in shock. I panicked. I did. I don't even think she would get that much time.
Oh,
even
right.
if she
What I'm
just
saying is
admitted it.
She didn't get the reason why we were not. She was thinking. Obviously, we can make reasonable guesses. The reason why I feel that clearly she was acting irrationally was because she didn't get herself out. She made the decisions that made it worse for herself, right? Like there were decisions that would have avoided consequences or anything. And the decisions she made didn't help her in any way. They didn't get her out of anything.
No, it didn't, but it wasn't for lack of trying.
Yeah, Nunya Beeswax, I agree. I think she will absolutely get more than 18 years. The other girl whose baby lived got 18 years. This one is a little bit different. And again, we also don't know. There is still the possibility. It's like 50-50. There could be the opposite side of that, where she knew exactly what she was doing when she went to the ER. She went there because she thought she could hide it at the hospital where she couldn't hide it at home. And she did exactly what she was going to do and thought that by walking out of the bathroom, everything was going to be fine.
I find that almost
Yeah,
I find that
I don't
almost
know about that.
impossible to believe, right? Because the place that you're most likely to get caught with delivering and disposing of your baby would be in a hospital. So the fact that she's like, let me go to the ER and real quick do this.
Yeah, and labor and delivery, I mean, all that's
It
so
doesn't.
unpredictable. Like,
Yeah,
I'm going to
she
go to the
spends.
bathroom just at the right time.
Yeah, that's.
I'm just saying. I'm not saying the odds that that's the case
Yeah,
are
I know.
very high.
That's a theory.
But it has to be weighed in that it is a possibility.
Right.
Very small, but still possible.
I don't know how it will work out, but I think if she goes to prison for any long length of time like that, it would be a travesty. I think it would just
That the baby took a breath, I think. Yeah, that's probably the worst part for her.
Yeah.
Queen, can
Very
you play
sad.
the lawyer's video?
Ugh. I don't like that man.
Yeah, I'll pull it right now.
He's absolutely an ambulance chaser for sure, but
Yeah, see, for the first part of this, I thought we were talking about, I don't know why, a lawsuit because it just sounded like it. And he looks like one of those type.
yeah, no, last night we talked about it a little bit only because of the comment that the mom had made. And again, she doesn't say I'm going to go sue the hospital, but like probably my assumption of what she was saying, like the context was like she's going after them, which I took as she's going to sue them.
Yeah.
For what? Who knows? And who knows if he is indeed an ambulance chasing type of attorney, then of course he may be telling her you've got a great case. Who knows? I don't know.
Yeah, and it would be an easy one to get settled too for a lot of money.
Oh, I absolutely think that if she does decide to sue them, that she will, they will absolutely settle.
Yeah.
Because there are some things like the girl taking the picture, and nobody at the hospital knew. Like at first, because I asked about that earlier in
That
the
was
stream
weird.
before we watched that. I asked about that, like why was she taking a picture? And it was like, oh, she probably had to show the the charge nurse or this person to that person, whatever. And then come to find out, nobody knew she took the pictures until 2 weeks after. Yeah, no, you didn't take the picture for any other reason, to me, in my
And it
opinion.
wasn't, didn't she say it was a video?
No, it was a picture.
Oh, because I thought she said picture and then it seems like video came into it, but probably not. Because I thought maybe she wanted to, put it on the internet and this gross.
I'm sorry, but
So,
that attorney looks.
This is the timestamp 5:16. Did you want me to play this?
Yeah, this guy, the attorney. He looks crazy.
Major medication. Some of that medication is certainly dangerous to a unborn child or fetus, and contraindicated if you're pregnant, certainly contraindicated if you're going to breastfeed later on. And that medication was started without finding out whether or not she was pregnant.
He says eventually hospital staff learned Treviso was pregnant, but didn't tell her before she went to the bathroom. He argues she should have been monitored during this time.
This is a classic instance. The female feels the need to go to the restroom. Maybe we better check and make sure she's not delivering a baby. I mean, you just don't allow that kind of thing if you know what you're doing. They did, and they didn't bother to tell her.
Mitchell also stresses Treviso gave birth alone.
So this is a situation in which the hospital failed her, the nurses and doctors failed her, the office of the medical investigator has failed her.
When asked why Treviso put her baby in the trash can, Mitchell echoes what Treviso says in body camera video.
Lexi, I told you about this. I just asked you, baby, to tell me the truth.
That right there. I just asked you to tell me the truth. That right there tells me that she asked her, are you pregnant, Lexi? Tell me the truth.
Well, Queen, the only thing I'll say is, though, this is after she came back in from the bathroom bleeding and got the vaginal exam, and the doctor said there was all the blood coming out. So the mom could have been asking her then, like, you know, what happened in that bathroom, and she could have been like, nothing, I'm just bleeding, right? That's the only thing I say that's plausible, because this is after she's been brought back in and she's bleeding from, you know, vaginally.
But isn't that a cop right there?
Yeah.
So they already knew about the baby, right?
It's from the cop. Because I played all this last night. There's and I linked it. It's like True Crime Annalie or something like that. That's where she's got all of them posted. Just from linking her last night, she's gained like 600 subs. So, I mean, you know what I'm
So
saying?
I was just trying to be clear on they had found the baby by this time.
At this point, yes.
Okay.
Yes, I believe they even asked. She is like, "Is it full grown or how big is it?" And they said, "Yeah,
Right.
Yeah, not yet, but they do. This is where they inform it. The doctor has just told the mom and her that they have found the baby in the trash.
Hey, baby love.
And she says, "I asked you."
Hey, what's up, baby?
Queen, thank you so much for having me up. I definitely appreciate that.
Absolutely. Thank you for coming up. You heading out, or you staying up here? Well, I'm gonna play this, so I don't want to be rude. Oh, alrighty then. We'll have a good night.
The timestamp that we started at was 5:12 for the person asking in chat.
The baby was dead.
So he's going with the baby was dead. That's what the attorney just said. Did you hear him?
When asked why Treviso put her baby in the trash can, Mitchell echoes what Treviso says in body camera video.
Lexi, I told you about this. I just asked you, baby, to tell me the truth. It was not crying or nothing.
The baby was dead. She took her baby. I know and I'm not at liberty to get into that. I need to save that for our experts and stuff to discuss. And I really don't want to tip off the state of New Mexico to what my client might.
Is he like or did the family hire him, or has he been appointed as a public defender?
I'm pretty sure that the family hired him.
And he's going to get all these experts. That's going to be super costly.
Oh, if this goes to trial, but yeah, it'd be extremely, extremely costly.
Will it? Won't it have to, unless she makes a plea?
Which I do. I kind of hope that, you know, because I think first degree murder is.
Is that what they charged her with? I'm sorry, I didn't.
Yes, that is what they charged her with, and I think that's a bit.
Yeah.
Like, I hope that they're able to find a better plea deal, but they did this. They did first degree murder, so maybe they're going to be aggressive about it, and that's why I get a little.
They'll go down from there like they do all the time. You know what I mean? Like.
No, the baby was found at 226 to the chat. Sorry, I'm just trying to answer like little questions in between. Sorry.
So they charged her with first degree.
There's actually 3 charges.
Okay.
Quinn, can you put up? I DM'd you the stuff from the county website, and there's actually 3 charges.
Oh yeah, those screenshots. You know what? I'll pop them up right now. Hold on.
Because remember Casey Anthony, I think that. I'm sorry.
I don't know all of them like by the word, and I don't want to say it wrong because I already said epoxy instead of entrapment earlier in the chat. So,
but Casey Anthony, they overcharged. And that's why
that's possible.
Yeah.
I want to say maybe one. Well, never mind. We'll just wait for her to put it up because.
Yeah, I'm no expert.
I don't
for sure.
Quote it wrong. But I do know first degree murder is absolutely one. I think one may be tampering with evidence. And then another one is like, I don't know, like an abuse to a child or something like that. I don't remember.
It wouldn't be abuse of a corpse, right? Because the baby was breathing.
I don't think that's the way it was. I don't know.
Okay.
She'll put it up in a second.
Well, it could be included because
it is first degree murder and then tampering with evidence.
Okay. That's it?
But there's 3.
Case. Those are the current charges. Tampering with evidence, first degree murder. It looks like originally there was also an intentional abuse of a child resulting in
Oh, that's
death,
the one I
child
looked
under
at.
12, but it looks like that's been dropped, which I would rather that I like, it's usually better when they have different levels of things, right? 'Cause that's how you kind of get to a plea deal. So
Can somebody help me understand? Like, I see a lot of like, oh, first degree murder is excessive, but can somebody help me understand, like, why do people think that's excessive? Like, what is
Well, because
excessive about it?
it depends on the state and how they charge it. Is it premeditated? Is that their definition?
It can be, it's the idea that it's willful and deliberate.
Intentional, yeah.
Premeditation makes it willful and deliberate, but there's other things that can make it willful and deliberate besides premeditation. And then this idea, like the idea of like crime of passion or whatever, like if a man comes home and he walks in and his wife, he catches his wife having an affair and he takes out a gun and shoots her, that often is not first degree murder.
Not first degree, right.
Right. And so I think there's so many mitigating factors here about this, that the idea that this could be charged as something that's not first
So
degree
is it
murder.
possible that they thought premeditated because she gave birth right there in the hospital and she had to have taken a moment, no matter how long or short,
you're right,
to think about wrapping it in the bag?
Because premeditated doesn't have to be long term.
That's why, that's why I can see how they are rationalizing it, right? Obviously, I just, this is just my personal opinion. Obviously, they've rationalized it. They're the DA. They've brought this crime, and they're going to say that certain things that she did by like concealing the baby in the trash can shows that it's willful and deliberate. I just think that this putting her in prison for life is just, I mean,
I don't think
other people.
Is that the sentencing? Is life in prison for that?
It's up to life in prison.
Yeah.
Yes. Sorry, Gloria. I don't know what a Sean arrival is. Sorry, you're wrong. Officers told investigators they were told mother caused a Sean arrival. I don't know what that means, but you want to clarify?
But how would you? Okay, listen. How would you feel if she had her baby at home and put a pillow on top of it and took its breath away? Like, that's basically what she did by putting it in a bag. What would you feel about that?
First of all, I would not equate leaving the baby, like putting the baby in, as horrible as it is, I would not equate basically abandoning a baby and putting it in the trash and walking away with putting a pillow over its face. I wouldn't.
The plastic bag is going to suffocate it.
It's all come down to intent, right? I mean, somebody could have come in there and scooped the baby out a minute after she left, and the baby would be fine, right? If she had taken a pillow to it, it wouldn't be. I'm like a different person. Like this is just my opinion. Like even in that case of the at home thing, do I think, and I don't really think that a 19-year-old should be ever given life in prison, really, unless they're like a sadomasochistic, like,
I agree with the life in prison thing. Like I agree with the life in prison thing. I give you that. Yeah, I definitely.
I don't think you'll find anybody that killed a baby get a life
right?
in prison.
Life is the max, not what's the minimum?
Yeah.
A minimum for first degree murder? I don't know. I have to look it up, but it's probably like 25, 30 years, right? I'll look.
Well, in some states call it like, if it's like 30 something years, they'll call it life. Like,
right.
There's this case out of Nevada that I follow that like he got life in prison and he was sentenced to 34 years. And I was like, wait a minute. And they call that life. So.
Right.
Yeah. See, I bet she'll make a plea deal and it'd be like 20 years or something.
And even that, I mean, I don't know. I think that would be, I was very,
I don't know. I think the fact that, right before this, the other girl, was sentenced. I just think that, I think the fact that this is the second in this small, county, I don't think the county is that big. That to me is what's like going to potentially.
Wait, she's in the same county?
I didn't know that.
An example out of her.
She's in the same county.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. What?
Oh my God, that's crazy. That's really crazy.
Yeah.
Gloria, I'm sorry, I still don't know what a Sean, what mother caused a Sean on arrival. I don't know what that means.
I'm not seeing that. Oh, wait.
But I
Even
mean,
officer said to the investigator,
yeah, her brain
a
is not.
scene.
Tragic
She's
pictures
saying
show
a
her brain is
scene
not.
on
Oh, a
arrival.
scene.
Oh, no, no one said. I haven't seen
No,
any
I
where the
didn't see
officers were like,
anywhere.
"Mom caused a scene on arrival." Sorry.
Yeah, I watched the full. There's a unedited body cam that one of the officers has, and it's like maybe like 3 hours long or something like that.
Damn.
But I never seen anybody mention that she had caused a scene on arrival.
No, I don't know. I responded to they're tagging me, so I don't want to not respond. But
Maybe at the house she did. I mean, even then I wouldn't say she caused a scene. She just kind of acted a fool a little bit. But when they came to arrest her, I would say she, maybe caused a scene there a little bit. But
yeah,
she was 19 and in the 11th grade.
She was parent.
no,
She was
she was in
11th
12th
grade.
grade. She was graduating.
Well, it says she
actually
completed.
wasn't
Okay,
allowed
so
to
she
walk the
completed
stage,
11.
but she graduated this month.
She graduated this month.
Yeah.
Because
And
it
somebody
says
said it
9th
could
to
have been like
11th.
the way that her birth date fell. Somebody else said it could have been like she was held back 1 year. That's possible too.
That's probably, yeah.
It wasn't like unheard of that to be 19 and a senior in high school. There was somebody else who just said something, and I was going to read out their comment.
No, I'm saying 11th grade, but you're saying she graduated.
Yeah, she was in 12th grade, not 11th grade.
Well, what
was
it
in
says
12th
here
grade,
is
and she just
education.
graduated this month.
Can you see what it says right here?
Because that's completed. So it's what's the
Right,
highest
that's what I'm
level
asking.
completed. Yeah. So her highest is 11th grade completed because she's in the 12th grade when she was arrested.
Okay, well, somebody says she graduated. But when she was
Yeah,
arrested, she had only done 11.
graduated.
Yeah, she didn't
This was
graduate till
months
June.
ago. I got you.
Yeah.
She
This was
supposed to have
when?
graduated this year. Is basically that.
This was May. Okay.
I see where you're looking at.
Because I
Now.
was just going to
wasn't
say
looking at the
maybe
screen.
she's slow. Maybe that could be part of. But that's really not a big deal.
I don't know. Like
Murder in the first
Oh
degree.
no, they were talking. That's what it was. They were saying how the charge nurse had said that the mom had caused a scene. No, she said when they told her that she was pregnant, that the mom was irate, and that she had given birth. The mom was irate in the room, but we literally just watched her react to them telling her that, and I don't consider that irate to me, but I could be,
Yeah, I agree. They seem to have they seem to have like on like a certain narrative in there. I mean, I think obviously the mom probably kind of freaked out because I think any mom would, right? Like, so
I mean, considering the circumstances, I thought she was a little too calm. I think I would have freaked out a little more.
Yeah,
me too.
I don't judge how people react in situations that are impossible.
I mean, I try not to because you would never know being there. Like,
well, I mean, if she started throwing tables over and
yeah, that would be irate to me. Like, I guess my gauge of like anger, like to me, her reaction was kind of like I almost felt like she already knew she was pregnant. Like, she didn't seem that shocked.
Is she in jail right now? Or did she bond out?
I don't know.
She bonded out. She had $100,000 bond.
Happy, the one thing you do have to remember is that the footage that we're seeing is the body cam footage of the mom. So this is like hours after they first got the urine test, pregnancy test back, not necessarily like hours after she knew, but like the idea of her being pregnant had been, they told her that she had a positive pregnancy test like before she even went into the bathroom. So mom had known for like a few hours at this point, at least,
Did mom know? Did they tell her and her mom right away that she was 3 trimesters along?
I don't think they figured that out yet.
That comes more on the body cam footage because that's when they're kind of like they knew what happened and she was like, how big was it? But she at that point the police are there, the body cam, so like the basic everybody kind of knows like kind of what happened, that she had given birth at that point. That's why the police were there.
Yeah, I think that test, she said she didn't have the right something to do some kind of test to see how far along.
But I mean, like you put a fetal monitor on, you would hear the heart. It's very sad.
Hey, it's Allie Joe. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Hey, so I was thinking, I just thought of this. So if she truly thought that the baby was dead at birth, like born, like a stillborn, then technically she couldn't get the first degree murder charge, and it would be more of just like the tampering with evidence charge.
I think they'll definitely go for that because the baby didn't cry, right? And
yeah,
you could make the argument that in her mind it wasn't crying, it made no sound, that her brain decided
it's her state of mind. Right. It's her state of mind at the time. Whether she should have known, whether she, whatever, we can say that all day that she should have known. But in reality, what 19-year-old knows what happens at birth? Like in her mind, the baby wasn't crying.
Well,
and
she's in a hospital. I mean, whether she knew or not, she would.
I guess failure to get somebody to intervene. I don't know.
Find out if the baby's dead. She just decided that it was dead. I think
what Ali is saying is that this idea that, again, talking about affirmative defenses, right? It does technically matter whether you thought your baby was stillborn or not, right? Like, if you still do the wrong thing, it's still a crime to put that baby in a trash can.
Then it wouldn't
in that
be,
case, right? But it's not first degree murder. Autumn Renee, the reason why we say is because they were all saying the people were saying they were right outside. They're trying to get a key. They could hear the paper towel dispenser. They could hear the thing.
Did you hear the doctor lied about that? Or she might not have lied. But she said something different than the nurse said. The nurse said the keys were right on her desk where they always are. And the doctor said they spent time looking for them. Which is kind of sus.
Chaos. I seen your comment earlier, but that's where the hard part is, where the doctor and the nurse say one thing about when she was told about her pregnancy test. The triage nurse and the head charge nurse, they say something different about when she was told. So I think that's what she's going based off of, is like right now, nobody knows for sure what she told before, what she told after, because there's different accounts for what happened from them.
Yeah, and that defense attorney out there talking and he's, been on Discovery ID, I guess. And, it's just so wrong.
Has he?
Oh, yeah.
I wonder what his, what do you call it? Like his statistics are for.
You could look him up on IMBD or whatever it's called.
Yeah, I'll have to look him up after this.
Yeah, because I would wager he's probably been on Nancy Grace a few times. And
oh my God.
One of those.
Yeah.
But,
oh God.
I think that Allie's right. They're going to throw, again, this is the state's job to prove first degree murder. So you're going to use all these affirmative defenses. This idea that she thought that it was stillborn, or she had diminished capacity. There's an outside party responsibility with the hospital. Like, they're going to throw every possible mitigating factor at her defense.
Yeah.
Let me ask, was there any other charge other than the first degree and tampering with evidence?
Abuse of a child, but she said they threw that out.
I'm surprised they don't have like a lesser charge, like
me too,
abuse of a child due to neglect and causing the death.
Me too. Because I think
tampering with evidence isn't.
I think they started out with that. Maybe. Let me look at the date. Hold on, it's right here on the screen.
It would make more sense.
They could do lesser included. So like first degree murder is what they're going for, but they're gonna. I mean, obviously that's gonna all be talked back and forth, and if there's a plea deal, then everything doesn't matter anyway. But they could, have lesser included, meaning anything less than first degree murder is also on the table.
Okay.
Right. So I think a lesser charge is really, because I think there's clearly things that she could be charged with,
Yeah, because I think someone mentioned the Casey Anthony, and I think that's what they had only charged one thing, first degree murder, and there was nowhere to go from there.
Right.
Right. I mean, so you think about things like manslaughter and or second degree, like there's so many different things, and then there's also like the like abuse of a child. I don't know why they're going with
it says tampering with evidence, highest crime. I can't hardly read it. Capital first or second degree felony.
Right. Yeah.
I don't know what that means.
Well, they're just kind of, that's like more of an added on charge, right? Like to the first degree murder.
They're just saying it's a felony, basically, right?
Yeah, it's more of like an added on as opposed to like a lesser option.
And willful and deliberate. I mean, I don't fully disagree with that.
Well, they're going to have the argument that it is, and I think that the defense will have a strong argument that it's not. And I have no idea how it's going to go because the criminal justice system is, is so crazy. Like you'll see some people get incredibly harsh sentences, and then you hear another case in another state, and the person is out for something lesser in 4 years. Like you don't know how it's going to go.
Somebody was mentioning last night. I went and looked up a little bit about it, but there was a girl who I think like she gave birth at home, and maybe she buried her baby and then like went to prom or something like that.
And she got probation, I believe.
And she got probation, and I was like, "What in the hell
and yet
is going on?"
And the girl who put their baby in the dumpster and the baby survived,
got
which
18 years.
18 years. Like that kind of stuff
I think the difference. I think the difference is if you have the baby at home, bury it in the backyard, and go to prom. I mean, you're not in a hospital where you can just open the door and say,
I think the point
look,
was
a baby.
the girl who buried her baby in the backyard and she got probation, and the girl who gave birth at home and then put her baby in a dumpster, which is pretty much the same as burying in the backyard, and the baby survived, she's in jail for 18 years. So I'm just talking about like how different the difference.
Right, exactly. But what were the circumstances of the one that she buried it? I mean, was it stillborn, or
I don't know.
How far along was she?
Was that the Brooke Richardson?
Yeah, I feel like I want to say that she was not the baby was not stillborn.
And she got
I
probation.
feel because I think I remember something about her being in interrogation and trying to say it wasn't, and then that was a problem. Like
there was a lot of mental health defenses though, because then she developed like an eating disorder, and so I think there's a huge mental health, like she got sentenced to therapy and whatever else. Like that's the route they went.
The chat says she was found not guilty because they couldn't tell if her baby was alive at birth or
And
not.
honestly, that's going to come up. They will get another forensic person to look at this autopsy and say they also can't tell.
Probably be
And
silhouette.
Allie was right. It comes down to what it will matter what she thought. It doesn't mean she gets off, right? But
A
if
Michael
they
baby.
say she thought this baby's not crying, this baby is blue, this baby's kind of blue, and like, oh, this baby is, if she thought that or could say she thought that, that would make a difference. I would like to see her get like a lot of, maybe, I don't know, probation or a mental hospital for a little while. I don't know.
Oh yeah. See, for me, I want her I think like there needs to be some jail time.
Yeah,
for
not
me,
probation.
just in my opinion. That
She's at
there's
a
no
hospital.
like walking out and living your life. Like no, that baby didn't deserve that. And the fact that had she like just like maybe like put it in the trash, right, with some napkins over its face, I'd be like, okay, she panicked. Okay, all right,
She
fine,
wrapped it in a bag.
But wrapping him in the bag, putting the bag at the bottom of the trash, putting paper towels over that, and then putting a fresh new liner in the trash can, like you were making some really fucked up choices along the way.
True. I don't necessarily. I think that a lot of the details about.
Oh yeah, her ass needs to sit the fuck down.
I think a lot of the details.
She has to go sit the fuck down in prison for a little bit. You got to go sit the fuck down for a little while. You can't just kill your baby and
Yeah,
just
a
be
lot of
okay. We're gonna
psychos
get
are
you on the
15.
probation.
That's true.
I mean, age has nothing to do with it, really.
I think age has a lot to do with it because your brain is not developed. But I agree with you that a kid who's a person who's a true sociopath, psychopath, they're at that at 16. That's not going to
Well, the
change.
empathy clearly wasn't there.
It would have been totally different if she would have just placed the baby in the garbage and walked away. But the fact, like,
look, I had a baby. What's going to happen?
Around, she put it in the bottom. She put a liner over top. Like, those are a lot of deliberate actions after the fact.
I can't say. I think they'll be able to go at that pretty hard since all the evidence about how the bag was only comes from the eyewitness testimony, and that eyewitness testimony, they're all contradicting each other, and the footage they'll come under attack
unless the lab tech pictures actually show anything, which I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if it would show.
We don't know. They don't say she tied it. The one guy said she tied it, and then he changed it, and then the woman said twisted. Like, who knows? I'm the kind of person, like, it's not like if she went to jail, I'd be like, oh no, she went to jail, but I wouldn't be upset. Like, kind of either way, I would be upset if there's a long jail sentence because I just don't think it helps in this situation.
Yeah, but what if she is a psycho? I mean, but
I don't know, but I don't
because
think
she's 19. How old was Jeffrey? I mean, I'm kidding. So those bags are like super clear, see-through. The hospital trash bags.
Yeah.
Even if you just looked in it, it seems like you'd see something.
Well, you would think you would see a bloody baby laying in the bottom of it, you know?
Or something dark. I don't know.
Maybe that's why she put the napkins on top.
Right.
Yes.
She was also using the paper towels to clean up. She was cleaning up all the blood and everything from the floor. Those were what the paper towels were as well.
That's what I wanted to ask.
Well, she put the baby in first.
Like Allie or somebody else up here.
I don't know who I'm talking to. Oh, no, that's Good Egg that I'm talking to.
Yeah, that's Good Egg. But how much, like, accountability is on the hospital, like, being that she she lied and she was 9 months along, and like, wouldn't you think that's a red flag? And she's in the emergency room and she was in there for a long time, and there were keys, and there's different stories about the keys. Like, what do you guys think about that?
Were you listening last night?
Well, I think a lawsuit should happen.
No, I missed it last night.
Okay, because I think that the hospital's mistakes are mind-boggling and insane and so frustrating and tragic.
I do too. I think a big mistake they made was that they should have had mom leave the room and talk to her. One, not even because she was an adult, but for sure because she was an adult. They had more of a leg to stand on to have mom leave the room than if she was a minor. But that happens all the time where kids lie in front of their parents. That is like something like you don't even have to be a medical professional to know that. Just anybody that's had any experience with teenagers know that they lie in front of their parents about things as big as, pregnancy or whatever else. So they should have had mom leave the room and at a heart to heart, just one person, just the physician, sit down on a chair, and talk to her and say, you know what, this is a very serious situation right now. And we need to know, whatever, like they would have just took that moment. Things could be different. And then I think they had looked at the
baby, like when she came out and she was bleeding and she looked at her cervix and her cervix was 10 centimeters and she was pouring blood. If they had not waited for a cleaner to find the baby and looked, now I'm not saying like, yes, Cappy.
I don't think they would have known to look for a baby, though. I don't think that was on their mind.
Yeah,
I agree,
it wouldn't.
Look, what I'm saying is there's moments, right, where there's all these moments where intervention could have happened, and it's just very tragic.
Sure.
I don't think the protocol.
I don't think her mother being in the room with her makes any difference.
Because I remember from the first time,
because
she was scared to death of her mother.
She was covered up even if her mother wasn't there because, after all, she put the baby in the trash can, covered it up with napkins. I mean, she would lie if she was sitting by herself.
I don't know. She could have. She could have, but I think that they failed in trying. She could have still lied very well so, but they failed in not trying. And then I think the other thing was not necessarily knowing all the signs that she just had a baby, but her being in the bathroom so long in the ER. She had severe back pain. She was just found to be pregnant. It was obvious she was very distraught. Somebody should have got that key way earlier and opened the door, peeked in the door and just said, I'm just checking to make sure you're okay. Just peek in real quick. And if she was still sitting on the toilet and saying, oh, no, I'm just, having a bowel movement. Okay, sounds good. Shut the door and walk away.
Well, that's all good for a lawsuit.
Allie, after I had my kids, like I remember with my first one, I was in the bathroom for like just a couple minutes longer than right after I got my, was able to walk around and stuff because I had a C-section. Like the nurse would come knock and make sure I was okay just by myself. I already had the baby.
Well, you had surgery, yeah.
Hospitals are all really come down to their protocol, and you can't. It's an invisible thing that stops these things from happening that you don't see happening, and it's when the protocol is not really drilled in that you see this happen, because there's just a lot of things that they should, like Ali's saying, that the girl should have been pregnancy. They know she's pregnant. She has the labor pains. They probably should have suspected labor, right? And then she's and they said she was upset and she swore she never had sex, which is obviously not true. Now she's locked in the bathroom. Then they come out and there's like blood everywhere. This idea that not that you should have known, but like I believe that lots of protocols broke down, unless this hospital
just checking, like Ali said, like failing and trying is more than like, maybe they shouldn't have expected. Maybe it wouldn't have been normal for them to expect that she had a baby, but at least keep checking on her, because she's denying even having sex. She's,
see,
you know
to
what
me,
I mean? She's 9 months pregnant.
I don't see this as a breakdown in protocols per se. I just see it as an opportunity for education and potential prevention the next time.
Realistically,
I don't think that it seems like the way they all described it is like this was very fast for them. It was very like kind of cut and dry for them. They all had the same kind of mindset.
And there were other people, other patients.
What?
I mean, there were other patients there too, I mean,
yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Like her going to the bathroom
your
in an
attention
emergency
goes to
room.
the patient that needs the most attention at that point. So while I agree there's other patients, you prioritize.
Well, I didn't finish, but okay.
Oh, sorry, go ahead. Sorry,
That's
I thought
okay.
you were done.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, for her going to the bathroom, they did check on her. They did knock on the door, and I guess she's saying, I'm fine, or she didn't say anything. If she didn't say anything, that's not good at all. But if she said, no, I'm fine, I'm just saying they had emergencies going on. So you're just not thinking, or it's not every day that a young girl kills her baby and puts it in the trash can when they come in with back pain. I mean, what would they tell her? She couldn't go to the bathroom? I mean, she's entitled.
They can go in there, and I thought it was
well,
weird
they can, but
they didn't assume she was in labor. That's the thing that's crazy. People saying like she lied. Like most people who come into a hospital are terrible historians and are not very good at knowing or telling the doctor what's going on, and they often conceal. Like doctors and nurses know that. This idea that she has back pain and she's pregnant. She's probably in labor. If they had thrown a fetal monitor on her, you don't need an ultrasound, just a fetal monitor. And they would have heard the heartbeat, and they would have been like, oh, okay, get in the bed. We're gonna have.
Yeah, I'm still confused about the timeline from
That's a good question. Autumn wants to know, Ali Joe, if a patient is in the restroom, right, and they're aware, like awake, whatever, just having back pain, like they, like it sounded at first, and they go to the restroom. At what point, naturally, in your experience, would you check on them? And then at what point would you be alarmed at them being in there?
I did see the question, like, are you allowed to go in there? 100% you are allowed to unlock the door and go in there. 100%. And in fact, for those of you who maybe work at a hospital and are under Joint Commission accreditation, that's actually part of the accreditation, is that any patient care area that does lock, that you have access to a key to unlock it.
Right. So under any reason, or do you have to have
know that.
Under any concern? I mean, your concern for their safety can be such a variety of things that there is justification that they would be concerned for her safety. I mean, you don't have to have obvious, signs of like there's a smoke coming out of the door. You can just be concerned for their safety. So yes, you can go in there at any time. I mean, the length of time, I don't know. I work in pediatrics, so I was like thinking about this question, and I probably go in my patients' bathrooms or unlock the door a lot more often because I'm dealing with kids who are locked in a bathroom. Arguably, she's an adult, and so but barely. So I don't know. It's a hard question in the teenager population, young adult population. Like how long is too long?
For a girl, it could be 30 minutes isn't long. I mean, girls spend a lot of time in the bathroom.
But not, a girl that is.
No, but it was like, what, 15 minutes? Well, I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I don't know the whole timeline. Like, they went into the emergency room. They had to sit down and give information, right? Or did they just take her right back?
They gave
What if it's
information, then they gave her the test.
A pervert's not going to be a nurse in a hospital. I mean, unless they're
Oh,
like,
you don't think?
sorry,
They
somebody
can.
said, what if it's a pervert? Like, well, then I would, I don't know. Anyway, sorry.
I mean, of course, there's like, there's bad apples in every
Yeah.
Right. No, I'm sure there's
every like
some type of
occupation.
pervert.
But like to say that, like, what if it's a pervert? Like, you know what? We got to have this boundary here between medical.
No, I know
professionals
perverts are everywhere.
right. Like you're supposed to have that, like those like boundaries kind of open, because like when you're in that situation, medical professionals are supposed to be able to get to you.
But she had a
because you're in a
backup.
hospital.
Right.
Well,
but
yeah, but they found out she was 9 months pregnant too,
I know.
though.
Well, they didn't know she was 9 months.
They knew she was pregnant, though.
They knew she was pregnant. But what I'm trying to figure out is the timeline. She went in, they registered. I'm sure they had a they talked to him first. Asked her if she was pregnant. She said no. At what point and then she took the pregnancy test. Did they hook her up to an IV then, or like when did they give her the pain medication?
We don't know that because they never discussed.
Yeah,
those
see, that's the
timelines,
whole
and you have
thing
4
is
people who told the same story and they don't align.
right, because I
So
don't
the
think
only
the
thing we
charge
do know
nurse
is she got
knew.
an IV. That was it.
But they did all say at least that they knew her urine test. They gave her a pregnancy test, and they knew that because they're worried about like a UTI.
After she came out of the bathroom
Right.
is when they told about the results.
Right.
Oh,
But
that's
2
not
of them
how.
said
Yeah.
before she went in the bathroom, she knew the results.
Yeah.
The
So
doctor did, but the doctor didn't know. Like, I'm sure the doctor wasn't watching the bathroom.
Mama Pie, I don't know what's a lie. I guess
Part
what
of
Cappy was
part of
saying
the time
was
she was.
Huh?
She part of the time is there's surveillance footage of that hallway. So just to give you a little bit of the timeline, at 1:31 in the morning, she runs down the hallway to go to the bathroom. At 1:58, they get her out. 1:56, they get her out of the bathroom. And at 2:26, housekeeping comes into the bathroom and finds the baby.
So how long was she in the bathroom?
18 minutes.
31 to 56.
38 to 56. Sorry, 38 to 56. 1:38.
Oh, 38 to 56.
I have it written down in the other room, so.
Oh, you better go get it.
Yeah.
So I don't think the charge nurse knew until, it's not what I think. I'm just, from what I'm gathering, the way the doctor made it sound, she knew, but they didn't know until after.
So Nunya Beeswax, just want to clarify, no, I do not think that this is the hospital's fault. It is 100% that girl's fault. The only reason why I'm discussing the things that I feel like the hospital could have done better is just for areas of opportunity that they could find to be educational. That's it.
I agree with you. That's what.
Yeah, I think that there's going to be a lawsuit, and that's where that will come in. But I don't think it's going to hold any weight at all in a murder trial.
She's 19 years old, which is an adult legally, and it is her fault. Like, she had all these opportunities to get help, right? It is her fault. However, like, a hospital is supposed to be like somewhat of a safe place where someone that maybe is having like a mental breakdown, like that things like this could be prevented. Like, I'm not saying it's the hospital's fault, you know what I mean?
Right.
But like,
well, and it's not always a mental breakdown. Sometimes it's just hiding something because you don't want to get in trouble.
Or she's hiding and lying, like something.
It could
but either
be,
way,
people do it.
Whether it was hiding and lying or a mental breakdown, like maybe just checking up on her could have prevented like this horrible thing,
Yeah, I don't think the hospital should be subjected to any kind of lawsuit or be held legally responsible. I think they will be, or at least the Treviso family will, try to. But I do think that there should be some type of education done, using this as a learning opportunity, getting off the pedestal of, I wish, I didn't get to save her. Like, I get what he's saying. Like, that's his job as an ER nurse, is to save people, but really look at it and saying, what could I have done to improve the situation? So
You
I
mean
don't think
save the
that's going to
baby?
be left. Yeah, because the charge nurse was like, she didn't let me save that baby. She gave me no
okay.
chance to save it. And he kind of seemed to make it like all about him. I get what he was saying, and like his passion is for saving patients. So I understand where his passion was coming from. I think it just came off a little like,
Yeah, that comes off a little too me in a situation so serious.
Did you see his
about you?
Did you see his Did you see his interview, Kathy? You would have
I
gone.
haven't seen that.
Yeah,
It
the
would
charge
have.
nurse
Oh
was
my god!
very hard to
I
watch.
missed
What made you
all
so
of
mad?
last night. I was busy as hell all last night, and then I stayed up like too late, and then I woke up too early, and I like took a big nap today, so I missed a whole bunch. But I did see this when we covered it like a month ago. But there
that's when
way
I
more
saw it.
details have come out that I'm hearing from you guys, like that she was 10 centimeters and bleeding and stuff. Like I didn't hear that before.
The video last night of this one charge nurse, like, he had like kind of like a hero complex, and he was really like getting down on her, making moral judgments about her and the thing. But the other thing is, what was crazy on top of that is that him and the other people giving their memories, right? This is like 3 months later. They're telling the story in ways that we go back to the footage of from the surveillance cameras, and they're not. I'm sure we're sure they're not lying, but it's completely different than what they're saying, right? Because eyewitness testimony is not really that reliable, and our memories change and things like that. So it was a little bit aggravating to watch, with this idea like that. I do think it could have been prevented. I'm not saying that it should have been prevented and that they are negligent because they didn't prevent it. But I do think that a good level of care could have prevented it, because a good nurse or a good doctor could have intervened earlier.
Because that's what I'm saying. Like that there was already like red flags presented, in my opinion, that like a good bedside manner would have called for checking, or a little knock, like just checking on you, or something a little more than what happened.
Well, I think they did not, didn't they?
They did. I think it goes to showing the vast. But it's not
weren't
right.
you hear it? Like, were they saying like they heard napkins and then?
See, I think that's where I disagree, because if you go to that
rolling
footage,
the paper.
the mom comes. She's only in there for 1 minute when the mom goes to check on her. Then it's like, don't quote me, 5 or 6 minutes. The mom goes back to check on her again. During this time, nurses,
in the bathroom,
doctors, nobody
on her?
checks on her, right?
Uh-huh.
Wait, mom's checking on her?
Not in the bathroom. Not in the bathroom.
Okay. Sorry.
She was just going to the door. Like,
I'm sorry. I was just trying to catch up. So mom was knocking on the door?
Yeah.
To the bathroom? Okay.
Yes.
Go on.
And you can tell, like, she's like, like kind of talking through the door because she's leaning against the door.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that to me is like, you were leaning against the door and heard nothing, ma'am. That, like, I mean, that girl had to be silent.
So she didn't hear anything? She didn't say I'm fine? Or
I don't know if she heard anything, because there's no interviews of her.
Yeah, that makes a
but
big
she
difference.
does not show any signs that she did. So then she comes back 5 minutes later, does the same thing, knocks on the door, 5-6 minutes, something like that. Knocks on the door, again, leans up against the door, looks like she's maybe talking through the door, goes away. The hospital staff, while he's the nurse is like walking up and down the hallway, but he does not go to the door until 1:54.
Yeah. I think it goes to show, and it's kind of sad, but the different levels of care that you can get based on what hospital you go to in this country, it's nuts, right?
Yes,
like,
I got you.
Yeah, and it's like sad. I think there's a lot of things that go into this. This is a
and
really
people
bad
keep saying several times that the hospital staff knocked on the door. They didn't. They went at
I thought I saw
1:54,
them.
and then they turned around at 1:56 and came back with the key.
And that's funny too, because they say, like, I agree, when they're telling what they did, it's not matching. Like, even saying like, oh, I said get the key, but they couldn't find the key for a while.
That's what the doctor said.
And nobody else said that. Like, what do you mean you can't find the key?
I have a question though. So they waited for cleanup to come. Why?
Yeah.
Was there still blood on the floor?
Yeah, they were just like, come clean up. It was a cleaning lady who even found
And
the
they
baby.
didn't think to like that
I know.
maybe a baby had passed? Or,
I
I don't
know.
know. Like,
Happy. I know. This is like weird. Last like I was like,
Well, no, I mean, I don't think you would think that if there was no baby.
I would.
I'm not a medical
I would be
professional, and
curious
I would
about the
totally
blood on the
think that.
wall.
I would totally think that.
Fully dilated and
Oh, I
blood was
wouldn't
pouring
think
from her uterus. The woman said.
What?
I'm a manicurist, and I would totally think that. I
The
would
woman
think
said-
like, whoa, did she have a baby in here? I would think of the
Right.
prom girl right away.
She was
Like,
pregnant.
I would.
She was pregnant. She was in there for a long time. There's blood everywhere. And then the doctor did a physical exam and she was 10 centimeters dilated and profusely bleeding from her uterus. Like I would think maybe she gave birth. I would think that.
Did they say 10 centimeters? Was that said?
No,
Said she was fully dilated. And when I say 10, that's what fully dilated is. She said fully dilated. That's just what it goes to.
Right, I know.
Follow the
I've
Grain
had
said the nurse
children.
said she answered and said she was having a hard time going to the bathroom. Then she came out and he asked about the blood, and she said she had her
That's what I
period.
was wondering. If she was saying she was having a hard time going to the bathroom.
Jesus.
So she said that while she was in there?
That's what the nurse said in the interview, is what Grain is saying.
Right. See, so to me, I don't know. 20 minutes isn't like
me too.
A long time.
It would have been
I
like,
don't
for having
I'm
me
just
up.
saying,
I'm gonna hop down.
I know what you're saying, Kathy. The blood is alarming. Like
Yeah, I would think
you would be like, what the? But I think
that's
that's
kinda
why
like-
she took her in the room and
okay, so
tried to
I
stop
wanted
her
to say
bleeding.
something about mom, and then like I try like really hard not to judge anybody and their reactions and all that stuff, right? But I don't know, like maybe they come from a home where they're just oblivious to everything around them, because I feel like mom, like, okay, now that I know she had her head up to the door and all that stuff, like the head up to the door, like because her reaction to me like felt like she knew something, and then like, or maybe she had these suspicions in her head, but like judging on her daughter's behavior in this whole situation, like maybe that's just the way they live life in their household, like one of those really toxic, like out of sight, out of mind, like to the point of insanity, like, oh, what do you mean? Like just kind of look the other way, under the rug, kind of like way
right.
of
And the mom
living
said
or something.
she knew she wasn't pregnant. I don't know that she worded it like that, but because she had bought her pads for the last however many months.
That's what the doctor
Mother
said.
said.
I just think that if a pregnant patient goes into a bathroom and comes out, and Cappy, she was bleeding, she was leaving bloody footprints, right? As she
Yeah, at that point, for sure.
And then you go in and you do a physical exam, and right, like you're thinking either miscarriage or like also she's a girl.
Like-
you're right. You would think about this. You as a layperson would know a teenage girl who's like, I've never had sex, I can't be pregnant. You're like, you would think about these stories like that, girls who conceal it, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So for me, I felt
waiting
one
for
type
cleanup
of way.
just feels weird to me. Like I'm just like, what?
Well, they didn't wait. I mean, when you say waiting for cleanup, they called cleanup, and then the doctor was examining her. They knew the blood was there, so they
No, I
knew
know,
something
but like
happened.
to not look in, like, I don't know, to not take
She
a better
said-
look in the trash can. I don't know.
Well,
I
she
guess.
said she looked in the trash can. She just didn't pick it up because it was a clean liner.
Oh.
But
When I
somebody
seen the
heard her with the
moms-
paper towels, so they knew there had to be paper towels somewhere.
Right.
Leo, they knew that she had given her a urine test, and they knew she was pregnant before she
Right, the doctor did. But what I want to know is when the charge nurse found out, because the doctor makes it
The
sound
charge
like it
nurse
was
did
later.
not interact with her, so it was only the triage nurse and the actual nurse and the doctor.
Okay, so the charge nurse didn't know she
The
was
charge
pregnant.
nurse only got information secondhand from the nurse about the issues they were having with, like, the daughter and the mom arguing. But that is according to the charge nurse. Now, the regular nurse and the doctor say they didn't discuss the results till afterwards. So I don't know. I'm
Right.
confused about that part.
So if she said she was having a hard time pooping, and you think about, I don't know, who else had a hard time pooping, but it just depends on the person, how long they would stay in there. 15, 20 minutes.
I would be concerned she was in labor. She came in with pain. I mean, I
Well,
just
you have back pains when you're pregnant, though.
Well, yeah, but
Yeah.
they also like there was so many other different like I think the factors are kind of added up there. What I will say is when I first watched the body cam for the mom in the room, I was like, oh wow, like she's just in shock and all that kind of stuff. But when I seen her during the arrest body cam, I felt like, okay, this is a person who is constantly fighting these girls and making this girl's decisions for her. And that's why in a critical moment where a good choice had to be made, she didn't have the skills to make it.
But the thing with that, with the, as much as when we watch it, we're like annoyed with her behavior being arrested, you have to understand that that's a fully adversarial position at that point. The cops are her enemy at that point. They are just trying to arrest and get her daughter convicted of first degree murder, right? I know that it might not have been the most useful thing, but her like being like, where's your warrant? And like, I need to be ready. Like her not being like, I can't blame her with that. Like we have to remember the gravity of the situation there. Like the cops are there to arrest her daughter for first degree murder.
Yeah, we can't be like expecting somebody. Are you talking about the mom or the daughter was saying that?
It was a mom basically being like, well, do you have a warrant? And they were like, why do you need that? It doesn't matter. And then she was like, she needs to
No,
get ready.
they said they would give it to her because she was like, no, but she's my daughter. And they were like, she's 19. We have to give it to her.
Yeah, she's an
Happy, you
adult.
know what they did? Do you know what they did? The cops?
What?
They, like 2 weeks before they arrested her, obviously they never got to like past that night. I guess they didn't get to like interrogate her without an attorney.
Right.
And the cops showed up at the high school and like
really
at the high school and was like, hey, you're come on, come talk to me. And she walked away because she was told not to talk to the cops without an attorney, which I hate. I don't like that. Like, and then
wow.
And then they even called up and they called up and they were saying, the mom's saying, we're not going to talk without an attorney. And he's like, well, I need to hear her say that.
Yeah, legally they'd have to hear her say that.
But like, and then she gets out, she's like, I don't want an attorney. He's like, well, we need to hear you say it in person. Like, people don't know cops are allowed to legally lie to you in interrogation about anything they want. And you should not cooperate with them at all. And so people were like, why didn't she talk to the cops at the high school? She's such a little brat. I'm like,
no,
never
talk to the cops ever, ever.
And they're trying to get you without an attorney, like never. They're
well,
not.
But the mom should have gotten her attorney. I mean, whoever said her mom made a lot of decisions, I get that because that's obvious.
She's in high
school. What gets me is the empathy part of it. I mean, you're making a decision. The baby's alive, okay, and then it was dead in the trash can in a plastic bag. That's the part that gets me. Whether that's murder or not murder,
side of it,
I can't.
I think on the opposite side of that, I feel like the cops are doing the right thing trying to get her to slip up because their main focus is like getting justice for this baby.
Right.
They're not, I mean, not like they want to violate her rights. I'm not saying it like that, but like that is their focus. That's what they are paid to do. That's what they signed up to do, kind of a thing. They're not there to like make it easy for her.
Exactly, which is why she shouldn't talk to them, right? Like they are doing their job, but
I'm trying to imagine her going back to school. Like she's going to high school and just
she did. She went to prom and
going
everything.
back. Oh my God. Really?
Yeah, good egg. Like me and Queen Bee were both like during the whole laundry case when people were so pissed that Brian Laundrie's parents weren't talking to the law.
Like,
I was like, fuck off. I wouldn't talk to the cops. I wouldn't talk to anybody. My first priority would be to protect my kid.
And have people learned nothing from like all these documentaries we've seen about like the ridiculous interrogation and false convictions and false confessions?
Yeah, but some people think, right is right and it'll come out at no.
Yeah, let them be in that position though. Let them be in that position. They would protect their fucking kid without a thought.
But the mom should have been trying to get her some help or something. I mean, I don't know. That's weird.
But they did. The mom had attorneys. That's why they showed up at her high school while she was in school. And if she had gone with them, if they were able to pressure her into going, which is really hard for a girl in high school to, not give in to the pressure of of like police being like, come here, like talk to me. Like most kids are going to give in to that.
Right, but were they not talking? Did she not talk to the detectives before?
Her being a
She should
19-year-old
not have
senior.
submitted to any interrogation after like it. She should not ever talk to them without an attorney. And
Her being a 19-year-old senior makes me think she was held back or started kindergarten late.
She was a
probably
preemie.
and there's probably a reason for that.
She was premature, so they probably started her late in kindergarten, I would imagine, because she was premature.
Okay.
But like people need to understand, like even if you think like you're just even if you are innocent and you just want to tell the cops what happened to be helpful.
No, it's not going to work out without an attorney.
It just like nothing. It won't help you, and it will only hurt you.
This is the body cam footage where he walks up and he's like, "Oh, well, there she is, right there, Lexi," and he's like, "She won't talk to me." Here.
At the school.
Yep.
Yep. Following her, she walks out to her car and sees him, and then turns around and walks right back inside.
But has she interviewed with them at all at this point, besides in the hospital?
Don't know.
I don't think they would do this if they'd already met her attorney.
Yeah, they're trying to get her without the attorney because they'd already talked to her on the phone, and she said that she
right, but they can't do that once she has.
No.
But
the phone
she
call
hasn't
happened
said.
after they went to the school.
Oh, okay.
But she's
And
an
see,
adult,
she's
and she
19
has
years
not
old.
said she
She's
wanted an
adult.
attorney.
Oh, I gotcha.
Right.
I gotcha.
She has to tell them. The mom cannot fucking speak for her.
Yeah.
That's the thing. So she has to tell them, "I don't want to speak to you. I want an attorney." So they can keep trying to. They can go to her house. They can go to the school. You know what I'm saying? They can do all this.
Yeah.
This is all within
I
their
got it.
limits.
The mom was
Right
the
there.
one saying that.
If you look over to the right hand side, you see she's got blue jeans and a pink shirt. Like looks like a braid maybe in the back. To the right, you see all the way to the right. Now
and
watch.
to me, right then and there, she could have turned around and said, "Please contact my lawyer."
Trevino, you're an adult. That's Alexi Treviso leaving.
We know she's an adult. We're saying that she did as an adult, as a teenager, whatever, she did the correct thing by refusing to talk to the police without her attorney.
But she could have said, "I'm not going to talk to you without my attorney."
Well, maybe she did. It started just randomly in the middle of her.
She took the fuck off. She didn't say anything to him. She took the fuck off. You guys seen the video? Here's where he calls her. Either he calls her, or mom calls and says, "What the hell were you doing at the school? Listen to this conversation." He tells her, he says she has to tell me herself that she wants an attorney. Watch.
Hello?
Hi, Miss Rodriguez.
Yes, sir?
Hi, this is Detective Gonzalez, Artesia Police Department.
Who is this?
Detective Gonzalez, Artesia Police Department.
Yes, sir.
Hi. I'm calling you today because I tried to get a hold of Alexi at school.
Why would you go to school? Why wouldn't you come here to my house?
Well, because you told me that I need to speak with a lawyer before you talk to me. But I need to hear that from Alexi first. Would she be willing to just tell me that in person at your house?
Okay, why? What? Yeah, I'll have her tell you. Tell her you're only going to talk to him with the lawyer present.
I need to hear it I have to be in person, man, so I know it's her.
Hello?
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 Hi, this is Detective Gonzalez.
Okay.
Hi, is this Alexi?
Yeah.
Hi, ma'am. I just need to meet you in person. I know your mom told me for you that you'd only talk with a lawyer present. I just need to hear that in person, okay?
I will only talk with the lawyer present.
I just have to hear that in person, okay? When would be a good time to meet you? To tell me that in person.
You can come to my house right now, Detective Gonzalez, if you want to. I'm here and she's here.
Okay, that'll work. I'll head that way then.
All right,
All right, thank you.
I just want to like clear up for people and the cops, they are doing their job, right? Okay, but him saying like I have to hear it in person from you, this is not him trying to like do something like the legally correct way. He's trying to, interview her and interrogate her. He's like,
I
fine.
disagree. I actually disagree because I think that he needs to be able to see that it's her who said it.
Yeah, they have to.
He knows it's her. They're allowed to lie and make up they could completely lie and say that, oh, this is like, you have to let me do this, you have to let me do that. They can lie to get you to comply with.
Yeah, he has to see her say it.
What state are they in again?
New Mexico. He didn't drive out there to check something off a list. He drove out there because he's trying to talk to her.
Well, yeah, but he's driving out there and she says it and he walks away. Like, what? I mean,
he'll walk away, right? It's the idea that it's pressure. They'll apply pressure, like showing up at school and things like that.
Well, not when she says that, right? Once she says, I want to talk. If she didn't say it at the school, that's why he's now making the phone call. And the mom states that she already told him they want a lawyer present, right? And he's like, I can't hear that from you. Like, mom, to me, keeps inserting herself in the middle of it without like realizing she is 19. She needs to speak for herself. And so while I do agree, like it's a tactic to try and get you alone to talk. I get that completely. But ultimately, I mean, I don't understand why mom can't tell her if they approach you, all you need to say is, I want my lawyer present, period. Don't say nothing else.
And maybe she did, maybe she didn't. Like, that's the thing. Other thing is tough with kids. People say they tell their kids that. And even I'm like saying like, oh, never talk to the cops or whatever. But guess what? If a cop comes up and starts asking me questions, like you immediately feel like this pressure to comply. Like you feel uncomfortable not complying with. It's hard, So what I'm saying is like they're doing their job, but
yeah, and if that's what he's doing, she needs to cooperate. There was a dead baby in the fucking trash
She doesn't
can.
need to cooperate, right? Like she's being charged with a crime. She should not cooperate with the police. She should only follow her attorney's advice.
Well, she'll still have to cooperate with the attorney.
With her attorney,
I mean, it's not a free pass because you have an attorney.
Well, I mean, you don't really got to cooperate shit.
You don't have to cooperate with the police at all.
Well, I mean, fuck, you don't got to cooperate at all. You know that.
No, I'm saying she's been charged, so.
Yeah, but so she should not
regardless.
she's not going to cooperate in her to get herself convicted. She should not do anything.
I'm not saying she should spill the beans. I'm just saying, never mind. At some point,
what you're saying,
she can't just sit there and quiet.
She doesn't have to. That's all. You know what I mean? Well, here they go walking up to the house and look at mom. Listen to how mom is.
Yeah, I'm not saying she should spill it right there because I definitely think she needs an attorney.
Well,
yeah, everybody does.
Watch how her mom acts. Her mom is her mouthpiece.
Yeah, I saw.
So they pretty much stand out here late forever.
Is that a bear back there?
Okay. Looks like a bench.
Tiger Talks, I see your comment. Thank you.
Anyway, I'd hate to live there.
It's like the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, so barren.
I don't like how there's no trees out there.
Yeah, I couldn't take it.
I don't like that.
That's the desert, baby. That's the desert.
Yeah.
Like that when you see my state, you're like, it's so green there.
Yeah, I know,
bitch. I live where there's trees, but man, like it's the coastal desert. If you go too much inland, that's all you see is flat desert.
So anyhow, they're at the door for a minute. You know what I mean? And then here she comes. Okay. So here they go. Here's.
I will bring her out. Just tell me what's going on. Okay.
I will give it to her whenever
Can I see
she can see the warrant when she gets arrested.
This is my house. I have a right to see the warrant.
I'm letting you know she has a warrant for her arrest. We don't have a search warrant for your house. We have a warrant for her arrest.
Okay, can we see the warrant?
Yeah, once we she gets a copy of it.
Can I go over when you take her up there?
You can go to the detention. Do you know where it is?
Everything?
It's
Okay, so what is she under arrest for?
She's over 18.
I I understand that,
Right.
Detective Gonzalez.
Right.
What is she under arrest for?
She is warrant for arrest. Okay?
For what?
That's all I'm going to tell you. Okay?
What do you mean that's all you're going to tell me?
I mean, she's over there.
I understand that, but I have a right to know as well.
We'll tell you that. But
Okay, then let me know now. Let me know now. I'm giving you the corporation. I told you answer my question. What is she under arrest for?
Like I said, she's over the age of 18. Like, that's not, that we can't really put that information, but bring her out here.
What is she under arrest
Bring her out here,
for?
we'll tell you right now.
No, I'm not bringing her out here yet. Let me know what she's under
She's
arrest
gonna
for.
get arrested regardless of how much. I don't know why.
For what? For what? For what?
Are you okay with telling me?
Tell me.
Homicide. Open count of homicide. And tampering with evidence.
Tampering with evidence?
Yes.
At the hospital?
So, can we see her now?
Give me a minute.
Okay.
She said, I ain't
So
letting
they
him out
were
here.
there
I'm
to
not
serve
letting
a
him here till you
warrant.
tell me. You know?
Huh?
She said, no, I ain't letting her come out there. I ain't letting her come out there till you tell me.
Yeah, so they were out there to serve a warrant, not just to talk to her. I didn't know
Right,
they
yeah.
were.
This is when they go out and arrest her.
Oh, okay.
I think it was 3 weeks after the fact, wasn't it?
Yeah, but we were talking about them going just to talk to her when the guy went out to.
Yeah,
so
we've
she
already
could
got. We're
yeah.
talking about that and moved on to her being arrested now. Because I mean, you know, they wanted to. They were trying to talk to her, I think, but I don't know.
Right, we jumped from that to this.
Yeah, there's no body
So, yeah,
cam
they-
footage from when he went out and she said that she wanted a lawyer. That was
okay.
on April 26th.
Yeah, nothing to
And when the
really
autopsy
show
came
that.
back and they were ready to press charges, they did the arrest warrant, which is on May 10th.
So that's when they dropped these charges and charged her with murder.
Right.
Do we have body cam footage of that? Or was she in jail? Or what
That's
happened?
this. That's what we're watching right now.
Oh, I thought this was tampering. The first
Yeah,
one.
that's what she said.
That's what he
Tampering with
tells
evidence.
them. That's what he
Oh.
tells her right then.
Oh, okay.
So these charges are not it then?
So they were all the same day. Okay. I'm
So
sorry.
I read it as there are 3 charges, but Good Egg was saying she believes the first one was dropped and only the second 2. I don't know what you're seeing that is making you believe
I don't
one was
I don't know
dropped.
that
Yeah,
it's
that they were dropped. I don't know.
I don't know that it's dropped. When you search it, 3 different the case comes up 3 times, and that one that had the 3, the docket has stopped, and then the one that you click on that has the docket, the most recent docket entries doesn't have that. So I have no idea if it was dropped or whatever.
Okay.
I'm just that's what it looks like.
That makes sense.
I have a right to see a warrant. It doesn't matter if she's over the age of 18. This is my house. You have a right. You have to show me that warrant.
If we were searching her house.
Even if she's under arrest, you have to show me the warrant.
It's up to her to show
Sarah, this is
Thank you, Green.
Here, they want to arrest my daughter. They're saying they have a warrant, but they can't show me a warrant for arrest.
You good? When we get to there, I'll give you a copy. She gets her copy. And then it's up to her.
Can I see the warrant?
It's an arrest warrant for her. It's
Okay,
not a
can I
search
see
warrant
the
for your
arrest
house.
warrant? I want to see the arrest warrant.
And what will that prove?
You bet when this is over, I'm coming for the police department and the hospital. I am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, that was threatening a lawsuit.
That's how I took it too.
Yeah.
Yeah, that right there. Yeah. And watch this cop by the door. He is not fucking around. He is like standing there ready to go. Like, ready to pop off. And look at him. Like, he's so damn nosy. He's like all up in the house. Like, he's got his like, no, he's like rubbernecking, you know what I'm saying, to see what's going on, who's in there.
That other cop is a giant. Or that guy is a hobbit.
Yeah, he's really tall because look at the porch awning.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's really tall, and this other guy's really short. I think it's a little bit of both.
Little hobbit cop.
Little hobbit.
But she calls the whole fucking family out there, you guys. Like, she just wait. She calls like the boyfriend's mom, the boyfriend, the brother, I think like the sister. I don't fucking know.
God, there was a dead baby. Okay. I mean, did they all just think it would go away?
I don't know. I don't know what they thought. I did see today. I did see today when they go into the house to like check when she's getting her bag or whatever. There is a little memorial on the little fireplace thing for the baby, and they did name him.
It was a boy?
Yes.
Okay.
So when you like right through this, when he follows her in, we'll see it.
Yeah, he turns around and you can like he may be walking out or walking in, but he turns around and you kind of like can see the TV. Right next to the TV is either a shelf or like a mantle over a fireplace, and on that shelf is the memorial for the baby.
Did they have a funeral?
I don't know. I only seen somebody captured the screenshot of the it's like a plaque, like shadow box kind of thing of it.
Mm-hmm. It's so tall.
We'll try to stop it and see if we can find it.
Okay. Probably just nosy neighbor.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, she's here. She's here right now. Yeah.
Oh, no. Might not be a nosy neighbor.
Yeah, that's possible. Yep.
Could you please let her
That is his policy.
I will give it to you. Please don't. Please don't.
You ran away from 10:02 Washington.
It's nothing personal. It really isn't. And we understand. But we have to do our jobs too. Okay?
I understand that. I understand that. That's Melanie. That's Devin's mom. She's good. She's okay.
We're not going to be rough with her or anything. We're just going to take her over there and book her.
Please don't be rough with her, please.
Just bring her out. You can be with her the entire time. Okay?
You know where the public safety complex is? 3300 West Main?
You can follow us over there. I will take you there. You can follow me over there.
No, Tazzy, it was not. It was 2 weeks apart.
As soon as I release the criminal complaint to her, she can then give it to you there, okay?
When can I get like her bond? What?
That's set up by the judge. It's Magistrate Judge Chuck Foster. He should be doing it if it's after 3. He'll be doing it in the morning. On the back? All right.
You have the original?
I have the original and a copy.
A copy. So you want to give me the copy, and I'll make you a copy?
Works for me.
Because we need the. Well, I gotta sign off on the original.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'll just.
How about we just Mira.
Oh, yeah, the original plan, sir.
Yeah, it was just Mira.
Can I write down the phone number for her or to call her when she gets there?
You can call what, write down whatever you need.
Just
We just
no
need her down
flammables, no flammables or sharp objects.
Yeah.
Oh, another one.
I really didn't park in the best spot. Oh, is that the boyfriend?
I don't know what he drives. I've only ever called him.
That's my other daughter. That's,
Oh, okay.
That's my daughter.
Yeah, some lucky lose. Nothing important.
Central is 7:30. Going for 7:30. 611 South First Street, the hospital auxiliary shop. We had an RP call in that the building was open, yet no workers. When I was on the phone with her, someone did come in claiming to be a worker. 611 South First.
You're arresting Alexi. You're here at home. Bye.
What can you see in there?
I can see them keep going in and out of her room.
Oh, okay. Nothing weird though?
No.
Leo, this was in Artesia, New Mexico. Truth hurts. 2 family members walk in.
It's almost like he's standing guard or something, you know?
I mean, he kind of is, and that other tall officer sent her on the side, making sure she don't dip out the back door.
Nothing sharp. Okay.
No one saw her enter the house. No one saw her enter the house today.
We don't need to see it.
Exactly.
Hi. What's your name?
Alexi.
Okay. What's the last 4 of your social?
She don't even know it.
You don't know it?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Alexia, do you know your date of birth?
Yes.
Okay.
What is it?
11/25/03.
Yeah.
Do you have to walk her all the way over there? Can you bring your car up here?
Yeah,
That's all.
I'll go get it. Alexia, are you okay with your mom getting your complaint when we get to the detention center? It has your personal information on it.
Repeat that?
Are you okay with your mother getting the criminal complaint? It has your personal identifying information on it. Serial number, date of birth.
Yes.
Are you okay?
Yes.
Okay. I have to serve you first, then your mom can get it, okay? I do. He's gonna move his unit around. No medications, anything you need to take while you're in there?
No, sir, no.
Okay.
She has still been like bleeding, so I don't know if she needs.
Do you have any? They do. I don't know if they have tampons.
They do have family products.
Okay.
Okay.
But I'm pretty sure if you take your own, you can use your own.
Can she? Do you want to grab some? Can she grab some of that real quick? Or?
Yes.
Do you mind if
Get your little bag.
one of us goes?
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Just making sure you're doing.
Just grab me a little.
Okay. And just nothing sharp, no flammable. Okay, did you see that? Did you see it yet, or did we pass it?
No, not yet.
Right here, huh?
No, he's looking out towards the door. Like it must be when he comes back out.
Just making sure you're doing.
Just grab me a little.
Okay. And just
It's like a
nothing
white
sharp,
box.
no flammable, nothing sharp. Okay. Okay, they're gonna check.
Right there.
Yes. So it's supposed to be that one. I'll send you the screenshot that's up close.
Because that looks like a picture of the baby right there.
A picture?
Check it when you get over there. Okay.
What is it? What is that right
I
there?
don't know, but I can't see there being a picture of
Shadow
it.
box. That's what it is. That's what you were talking about. Was like a shadow box, huh?
Yeah, but let me go get the picture. If I get kicked out, I may have to come back up. Hold on.
I can't see anything.
When she sends it, I'll do it. I'll try to put it up on the screen or do it up close.
Yeah.
Or we'll finish this.
Pretty house.
Yeah, it is.
611 North 1st Street. 611 North 1st.
Okay, we'll check those. Same thing. Okay, we're gonna check all that when you get over there. Okay.
Right there.
I'm going up there right now too.
Okay, they're gonna check it when you get over there. Okay.
Okay.
Confirming that address is 611 North 1st Street. 611 North 1st.
Okay, we'll check those. Same thing. Okay, we're gonna check all that when you get over there. Okay. Thank you.
This right here. Is that little thing right there with the angel wings? There's her prom picture next to it.
I think so. I don't know.
I'm going up there right now too. Okay.
All right. What's in there?
Personal pads.
Just
Personal
pads.
pads?
Yeah, she needs them.
Oh.
3200 West Main Street, the Public Safety Complex. If you just go through the front door, you know where we first spoke in the records?
Yeah.
If you just go over there. Is there any four?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll meet her in the front.
Okay. I'll get with him and do all stuff. Go to dispatch.
We'll meet you in the front.
Okay. We're Tampa. I'll be headed your way shortly.
Didn't somebody say her mother was raging? I didn't see that.
I bet it gets so dark there at night.
When they were in the room and had told her about it. Queen, I sent them over. I actually sent the screenshot of the shadow box and as well as the screenshot of the envelope of the baby's DNA card from the hospital, which shows his name, which matches the box.
You want me to post these up?
Yeah, you can. I redacted most of the yeah, I already took most of it out, but
well, that little yellow envelope has a lot of information on it, so
it's the doctor's name, which is already in this. Not the doctor, the nurse's name, which was
okay.
already said in
Okay.
her interview, and then the baby's name, which is public information at this time.
Well, down here at the bottom, it just says Baby Jane Doe.
Right, but look at it says Baby Boy Doe.
Oh,
I think it's
at the top. Okay.
But at the top, it says his name and matches all the information up.
Yeah, okay, I see that there. Okay, I'm gonna pop it up now.
Does anybody know who she told she was having a hard time pooping? Who she told that to?
I think either the triage, I think it was the triage nurse walking through the hallway, I think in his interview, and I think also in the nurse's interview, the lady nurse.
See, I don't think that's going to work well for her.
I gotta jump down, y'all. My phone's about to die. I'll be in the chat though. I gotta get in the charger. I love y'all.
Bye.
Love you. You know what I mean? Like, that's like more coverings.
What do you mean?
Well, to say she's trying to poop, I think you'd know the difference.
Well, not necessarily, because there's times where
there's
like when I've
pressure.
given birth, like I have felt, pressure down
There's
there.
pressure.
So if it's your
Right.
first time, you may not know,
Yeah, but there's also other stuff going on when
So
you're.
that's the box, and again, I don't want to assume, but it almost looks like a little set of angel wings and maybe a little white onesie. And then his name across the top of it.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's like I see what you mean. Yeah.
That's my dog. Sorry. Stop it. Yeah, I just wonder if they had a funeral, or if they
And
maybe
for
gave it
those
to.
looking in the chat, you'll have to like zoom into the picture, but you'll see the bottom sticker has the date of birth and the date of death, and it says baby John Doe is actually what it said. And then the
Yeah,
text
the bottom
name
there.
and the doctor's name, and the bottom one says the DNA card, and then the top one, it says the date of this thing, and then the date of birth, which is the same date of birth, the same doctor, same tech, and it shows his name on there. So that's what leads me to believe that that is a memorial in their home. So it's sad all around. It really is. Like, there's so many people whose lives, not just this girl's life, that's changed, the baby's life, obviously, the mothers and the stepfather, the boyfriend, the hospital staff. There are so many lives that are impacted by this one choice. So,
Do you know the date she was arrested?
May 10th.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's the video that we just watched, but it was May 10th.
Yeah, exactly. Smoky Blue Days, exactly. That's possible, Gen P. They say they think it actually helps her that she was saying that. Cam, somebody was saying that
You
the
think it was
boyfriend
helping her?
posted. Somebody in the chat said they think that that will help her.
It depends on when she said it. Like if she was cleaning up, they'll kind of know a timeline.
Yeah, yeah. Is Mexico part of the U.S.? Yes, it is part of the United States. Yes, teacher, they did, and he has the boyfriend's last name.
What?
I think so too, Nikki. I can't imagine. You outside of the circumstance, you say, "OMG, like I would do this, or I would do this with my kid or whatever." But there's a certain level of fight or flight that comes in from the unknown, and you don't know how you would react. That'd be really hard. Is her dad around? So the mom told the story in one of the body cam footages last night that we watched, which should be towards the end of the live if you want to go back and watch it and listen for yourself, which is always encouraged to do. But she told the story that when her ex-husband, she never says if he's still around, but she says there was some domestic violence involved when she had the girl, and so her stepdad though was there, very present and very very emotional at the circumstances. He was very physically emotional in the video.
Her dad or the
Her
baby's dad?
stepdad. Her
Her
stepdad.
stepdad. Okay.
Yeah. And I don't know how long they've been together. I don't know if she still sees her biological dad. I don't know any of that at all. Word on the street is that she's with her dad. There's no way. There's no way that mom Cam would let her go. I just can't even.
What is
I
it?
don't know. Cam said word on the street is that she's with her dad right now. I would be. I mean, I guess it's possible because right
Her
now
real
we're
dad.
saying anything is possible, but going through what I did, I still can't fathom this choice she made, and I was in a pretty dire situation. Yeah, yep, it's hard. I just, I can't even imagine, and I'm so, I'm saddened for the people who,
I know, Kathy. When she said that, I was like, "Wait, what?"
New
But
Mexico
she
is
said
part of the
new.
U.S., but Mexico is not. What the
I was
hell?
like, I had to turn my mic up and think for a minute.
It's
Oh my
easy to say
gosh.
while watching as a whole. For them, it's in real time, minute by minute. Yeah, exactly, Nikki. Yeah. And now, like, unfortunately, all of this is, out for the whole world to see. Like, this is going to follow her and her family, and by her, I mean the mother. But the mother, the stepdad, who knows what type of harassment they're getting. The internet is freaking crazy. So, people are contacting them, contacting their jobs. Like, it's ridiculous. Would never behave this way and do this. I don't think any of us can really get her.
I'm sure the cops know where she is.
Either. Yeah, Good Egg said somebody said she was released to her mom. That's what I thought too. But I don't have any paperwork for that, so. Teenage pregnancy, not as well. Was that the boyfriend at the house? No, but the boyfriend's mother is the first person that walked through the door. But the boyfriend, again, in that video last night, where I was just telling the story of the mom and the biological father of Alexi, the boyfriend is in that video, and they speak to him a little bit as well. So, again, that's at the end of the live from last night that Queen did. This happened in a hospital, and she didn't try to get help from the people that trained to do all this. So I think both sides, like I can see both sides of that, Leo. So I I can see the side of like, why? Like, why didn't you just pull the string, pull the string. Something is coming out of you. Something has come out of you. Pull the string, right? Like I can see that side of it for
Yeah,
sure.
a
On
helpless
the other
baby.
side, I
I'll never
see
get it.
what the hell was going through your mind. How terrified, panicked, whatever possibly could you have been to pull the string? Like I see both sides of it for sure. I actually
Okay.
hate the
Well, her
internet.
mom said she was buying her
Good, I
pads.
like it some days.
Her mom said she was buying her pads, but
Well,
as
she
her
had
name
been buying her
Alexi, she
pads
knew
each
she
month.
wasn't having a period.
Well, that's not true
So
because some people have a period still, even though they're pregnant.
for 8 months?
Yeah, everybody's body
Okay,
is
well,
different.
that
I have
one
a
off
cousin who didn't
or
even know she was
whatever.
pregnant to the end, and she had a regular period
Okay.
every single month her
That's
entire
not normal,
pregnancy.
though.
Yeah.
You know,
Yes, Deidre. Yep.
she could have been I think she knew, and I think her mom probably knew. And I mean, I'm not I'm not sure about anything, but I wouldn't think the mom so much, but I do think the girl absolutely knew. I mean,
Deidre, I don't
I
know
don't
the
know.
name.
But the
I am
mom could
curious.
be in
Can we do a
denial
poll in the chat
too.
real quick? Just a basic, just the basic bish kind of poll. So if you think that she knew she was pregnant before she hit the hospital doors, put a 1 in the chat. If you don't think she knew that she was pregnant before she hit the hospital doors, put a 2 in the chat. Because I am curious to see. I would imagine it's pretty split from what I'm seeing. Someone said
If I
last
can
night that the mom would know that she wasn't getting her pad or tampons. Like moms are used to checking pads and yeah, you just when the kid tells you, "Hey, I'm all out," you just go buy more. Like that's I don't know.
And what was one?
1 was you thought she knew, and 2 is you don't think she knew. Oh wow. How about a 3 for we don't know? Okay, 3 for you just don't know.
Yeah.
Aren't willing to take yeah. Okay. 1, but not for how long. Okay. The mom definitely did not know, in my opinion. Suspected, yes, but daughter denied it. Okay. Okay. It's just such a crazy act. Like I can't imagine doing that to so young, but she's 19. So yeah, exactly. Yeah, lots of 1s. Okay. A couple of 3s. Okay. Couple of 2s. All right.
Well, I see, like people will say, I have a cousin or I have a sister. I'm not saying you don't, but I think when people are are trying to cover, they'll also say that. Like I personally didn't, but you know, some people might say that if they're trying to cover up the fact that they knew. Well, I had a period every month. I don't know. There's no way I could have known. You know what I mean? I mean, that could be
Yeah.
part of it.
Yeah. You bought your own from the age of 14, Mylanta.
Yeah, my mom, 14.
On some level, I think she did, but denial, that's a possibility too.
Yeah, I think
Dynamite,
with
I
the
could see
mother.
that.
Yeah, I think with the mother, not the daughter. Who's calling me a
The baby
cynic?
moves and kicks inside. Yeah, but Bernie, have you ever watched the episodes of like I didn't know I was pregnant or something like that? And all those people, there's seasons on season of that, and those people never felt the kicks and the moves and all that kind of stuff. I don't know how, because I felt the very first one and kept on
Yeah.
feeling them. But
Well, and
there's a lot of people that don't feel that, or they think like they've got an upset stomach or gas, or
but we
I
have so
think.
much more access to doctors now. I mean, that could have flown a while ago, like way a while ago, but even like her water breaking. Maybe her water didn't break. Maybe she's another one of the anomalies that didn't happen with. But
Yeah,
even
they've
that
never
would
talked
make,
about her water breaking at all.
yeah.
But it could have potentially not broke until she
Oh,
actually was
yeah,
giving
could have
birth.
been one of those. I mean, it went perfect for her covering it up all the way to the point that, she threw it in the trash can. But I mean, her
Valentine Bilby, don't
boyfriend,
come for the people who use pads, okay? Some people just need a little extra
I would
coverage, all right? Don't come for them.
need an extra protection.
I think she knew but did not know. Denial but
Don't you
having
think
a
the
period
boyfriend
very
could
close.
tell?
This happens to some women. I don't know. I feel like if she knew, then he knew.
Yeah, but I mean, they were obviously having sex. Obviously. I mean, she was pregnant.
Obviously, yeah, that was very clear. I mean, he kind of made that clear. So you think
So,
both were in denial? Okay. A lot of people think that even though she may have known, that there's a high probability she was in denial of it being, being so.
A high probability. Hmm.
They kicked me out. Okay.
But most people said 1. I thought that was, she knew.
Yeah, I think they're giving more context to their ones.
Oh. Hey, Hugh Janus.
Oh, she had a period for 7 months with both of her pregnancies. Damn.
Who did?
That's supposed to be one of the benefits. Selena's Paranormal and True Crime.
She did?
Yeah. Oh, Cheeky said the majority of those ladies on that show were larger, though. I watched every episode, every season. Not all, but definitely majority. Yeah, I would agree. They were definitely, to see the weight gain would have been a little bit harder. I would agree with that too.
Oh my God, you lost me. Selena you had a period, or she means I.
Yeah, she means I. Yeah. Okay. I don't know, Amy. I actually have really wondered that. Her ethnicity, if she was Hispanic or Native American, I'm not 100% sure. I don't know. She has sisters. Maybe it was easy for her to hide that she wasn't on her period. That's possible too. My water never broke with either one of my 2 kids. Okay. She knew
Was that
but wasn't
paranormal
planning on
again?
keeping the baby. Okay. No, that was Tiger Talks.
Oh, okay.
Is that why she went to the ER but said pain? Huh. Like you think maybe she was in denial but was like, okay, I gotta just pull off the band-aid, rip the band-aid off, and find out if this is true or not, instead of going for actual back pain, you think, Leo? How she used pads kicking in cheerleading that girl. I don't know. Autumn, y'all are asking me to explain some things I just don't have the answers to. I don't got the right whiteboards for that.
I love you, man. My water didn't break either. Well, forget it then.
My daughter
I
didn't
think
move
her
very much.
boyfriend having sex with her, I just kind of think, I don't know. I mean,
Yeah,
I
none
think
of
she
my
could have,
water broke.
I think she could have gone all the way to the hospital thinking, okay, something's going to happen. I'm going to figure this out. Something's going to happen. I'm going to figure this out. And then I just can't get past putting a baby in a trash can. That empathy part of it, could be fear, but.
I think that I could have understood, like, placing it in the trash can. Not that I agree with it, right? Wrong is wrong.
Like, what am I going to do with it? At
I
least
could
she didn't try to
understand
flush it.
that. But the mindset changes for me in what it took to do all that extraness.
Yeah.
That changes.
Well, that and going to the prom. I mean, I don't know. I guess you'd go to the prom. I thought
it was
I don't
interesting
know.
that
It's
the
just
school let
weird.
her go to prom, but they wouldn't let her attend her graduation. Like, she couldn't walk the stage because of the controversy in the community.
Well, was she arrested before or after the prom?
No, after. Well, I don't
Well, that's
know. I don't
probably
know. That's
why.
a good question. I'll have to go back and look at the date of the prom. There's some pictures that were posted of her and the boyfriend at the prom. So I don't know. I'd have to go back and look at the date from that.
Okay, Catherine. I found 2 photos Jennifer Coppendoffer posted in Discord. I thought maybe she didn't know, but I also split too. Well, I wonder where Jennifer got those.
Nunya Beeswax, when they asked for his ID and he was getting his ID out, he looked so fucking stressed out. Like, he had no clue. Like, am I in trouble? Did I do something? Like, he was absolutely stressed the hell out, for sure. Rowena, like, it stays like the whole bag is intact? Is that what you're saying? The mom did say in the body cam she was cheerleading the whole time. Yes, she did, Cam. Producers also say that show was heavily embellished. Oh, I didn't know that.
What now? Say it again.
They say, Yep says producers also say that the show was heavily embellished. The I didn't know I was pregnant show.
Oh, okay.
I didn't know I was pregnant for the first
Yeah,
4 months with
reality
my daughter
shows.
due to spotting as well. Okay. I personally knew a girl who was 20 and playing D1 field hockey and had zero idea she was pregnant until 8 months, was actively training and playing, etc. Damn.
I don't know how much we
Wow.
can ascertain about her intentions with the garbage liner. She cleaned up the bathroom, so she used paper towels.
Yeah,
I don't think
we
it can be.
we
I don't
did
understand
talk
that.
about the pictures. Queen had put them up earlier. The
I have to
problem
go
I
back there
have
and
with
read
the
Christy.
pictures is there's only one source for those photos, and it's not like
It's
her
Jennifer
social
Coffendorfer.
media. No. It's not her social media. It's a TikToker social media. That's the only place you can find the original of those photos. That's the only thing that makes me like,
Yeah, I
I
wouldn't.
don't know. And then there's a video. Somebody posted a video which looks like a cheer competition, and the uniforms do look the same, but like the faces are blurry. So like that's the only thing I like. I don't know. I'm on the fence for that part. It's listed on the report, isn't it? What is listed? She could have hid the pads from her mom so that she didn't know she was pregnant. I just don't know how her mom couldn't tell. I hid one of my pregnancies. I hid until I was literally like a week away from my due date, and I hid it from my stepdad. My mom knew, but my stepdad did not. So it happens, and you couldn't tell, but I will say it was almost as if my body was doing me a favor, because the day that I told him, I have pictures that from the day that I told him to about 2 weeks later when I had my daughter, literally I went from like not looking pregnant, just looking thick, and then I went to looking like I was 10 and a half months pregnant at that point in a 2-week span in pictures. It was crazy, but your body does, does what
Yeah,
it has to do.
I didn't look pregnant until like really late. So what did you think you were going to do? Not telling your dad? Did you have a plan? Or you just 2 weeks before thought,
I
okay,
think I
well,
thought that I could just bring home a baby. I was young, and I was 19 at the time, and
but what
I
about your
just
mom?
my mom
She
knew.
knew.
My mom knew
I know,
from the
but what
day
did
I
she
found
plan
out.
on doing?
I don't think we really had a plan, Hills, to be honest with you.
But you
Just
weren't going to
randomly
kill her.
show up at the house one day with the baby and be like, surprise,
Yeah,
I don't know. I think,
it's
she felt
interesting.
like it was my story to tell, and it was my journey to be on.
How old were
And
you?
19. Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I
Because
don't
you can
know.
relate to that.
I can't even like tell you what I can tell you, well, never mind. I can't even tell you what I thought was going to happen. And actually, the day that I told him my daughter was overdue 2 weeks, right? So that was the 2 weeks. I told him on my due date
Oh,
because I didn't know like I didn't know how it was going to go for me, or, am I going to be at home sitting on the couch watching a movie and boom, my water breaks and there he is, like I didn't know what was going to happen. So I felt like when I hit my due date, like I had to tell. There was no more like pushing it out anymore.
yeah. Did you get any prenatal care at all?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. From the very beginning, as soon as I found out I was pregnant, I had prenatal care. I went to all my doctor's appointments. My mom knew. I worked. I had a job at the time.
So you
So
knew what was going to happen. I mean, you
yeah.
knew all
Yeah.
the.
And if I'm being honest, I didn't know if he was going to throw me out. And I
Yeah.
didn't really have a plan B in that moment. And later on in life, now obviously this is 25 years later, right? But later on in life, my stepdad, when we had a conversation about it, he said it hurt his feelings that I didn't tell him
Yeah. How
because
did he
he felt,
react when you told him?
I don't even remember.
Oh, well, it was obviously not explosive.
No, it must not have been. It definitely wasn't explosive at all. I don't think I even expected the response that I got. But,
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't remember.
That's interesting.
Yeah. I attempted to hide my last pregnancy for as long as I could,
At about 5 or 6 months, my mom walked past me so nonchalantly and said, "You aren't supposed to drink caffeine while you're pregnant." Oh my God.
Oh, funny.
Wow.
Oh,
That's
so it
just
only broke with your fourth. What do I know about pregnancy anyway? Mine went like it was supposed to, I guess. Or, the way they tell you.
Yeah, I also think that it was, like I know that there is, I don't know what it's called, so don't quote me on it, but there's some type of like medical condition where like when you think about like when like you almost like your brain can convince your body that you're pregnant.
Psychosomatic. Yeah.
Is that what it is?
Well, I mean,
Um,
it can be, but
so
I
I
know there's a
wonder
name for
if
what you're
it
saying.
like can that go the reverse way? You know what I mean? Like can you convince your brain that you're not pregnant but you actually are?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I
I
think
don't
you
know.
can convince yourself of anything, but you're still pregnant. I mean, I would get that she would be shocked. But still, for me, just me personally, a baby's a baby. And she was term.
Yeah.
It was fully formed. That's me.
Yeah,
Other people may not see it that way.
the arrest warrant did say that the baby was determined to be 38 weeks old, so she definitely was full term. Who knows if she knew about the safe haven law? I don't know. I would hope that, like, don't hospitals, there has to be some kind of requirement for them to have that up. I don't know. I don't know. I know that, like, a lot of the hospitals here, I've seen them for years now. They have, like, the domestic violence posters. Like, if you don't feel safe, like, let the doctor know or whatever. I know that that's really big and it's important, but I wonder if like the safe haven stuff is that hung in hospitals. I've never paid attention to it if it is.
Well, I don't even think it would have applied here. I mean, I think if she had a baby, her grandmother or the mother, in the moment would have accepted it. I just think in her mind, it obviously was different. Well, like with Casey Anthony, everybody always said she did something to, Kaylee, to spite her mom.
Mm.
You remember that? And I mean, we don't know, but I mean, you just don't know what went through her mind. I don't know. I can't see
GWZ,
putting
I
a
don't know
baby in
if
a
you're
trash can.
behind in the stream. Maybe you're catching up on 2X. But if you're current, like, yeah, I think that you may be behind. So I'll keep going. A hysterical pregnancy. There you go. Denial. IVF was brutal to my body. I can't even imagine. I think sometimes we definitely like take advantage of, of the gifts our body can give us. I guess her cell phone and online searches would reveal they knew beforehand. D. Smith, I'm interested in seeing that too. If it does go to trial, I'm looking to know, did she tell any friends? Did the boyfriend know? Like, will they testify and say, yes, I knew before this? So she knew she was pregnant. Because if she knew she was pregnant walking in the door, that would absolutely speak to some premeditation for me.
Well, and see if he sues. If the boyfriend sues, he's going to have to say he knew. He's not going to have to, but it would go a lot towards what is it called? The mental anguish and all of that. Punitive.
Yeah.
If he does sue. I mean, I don't know. I think the mother's definitely going to. And it's funny she didn't
Absolutely.
even mention it until her daughter was getting arrested.
Right.
And then it was like spiteful almost.
Coming for you all, right?
Yeah, you arrest her, I'm coming for you. You better think about it.
I knew my grandkids were conceived, and I would tell my son because I would start having dreams. It was weird. That's pretty cool. They do not have Safe Haven posted anywhere where I live. Okay. Safe
Remember
Haven is
when that
not
first
available in
started?
some states. Okay.
Remember when that first started and people were like taking their 12-year-old, 13-year-old kids and dropping them off? And they said, no, wait, we got to redo this. You
Yeah,
cannot
in
drop your.
some states, like one of the states I live by, I think I talked about it. I think you can take a kid up to like 15 or 17, something like that still.
Still?
I think that they have a very high abuse rate in teenagers in that state. And so, because of their statistics, I think they passed a law in hopes that they could actually prevent some of the abuse they were seeing.
I remember years ago when it first started, and then they had to change it because,
Like
like,
closed loopholes.
there were way too many teenagers being dropped off.
Mm. If she knew she was pregnant or
Awesome.
not is irrelevant. Out popped the baby was the sign, and she decided to make baby quit breathing. It's murder. Apple, I don't disagree with you. And don't get me wrong, like we can agree to disagree. I'm totally fine with that. For me, I just don't see it as that cut and dry. That it's really hard. Like my mind can't like
Yeah, because they're going to have to prove whether she knew, and I don't think they can, that the baby was dead. Did she think it was dead?
Right. Right. There's exactly. That's not cut and dry. And I
oh
don't
good
we
egg,
don't
you're
know
back.
yeah, I've been listening. I just we don't know if she didn't know, right? But I've always thought about this. Like, think about if you're a mom and you've given birth, but think about if you did not know you were pregnant and then you started going to labor and then a baby came out. That's almost like a horror movie, right? Like, think about that experience. It would be so traumatizing and horrific if like right now all of a sudden you had horrible pain and like you birthed a baby that you weren't expecting, you didn't know. It's like I can't even like wrap my mind around like how
But in horror movies, you
overwhelming and
scream.
traumatizing that would be.
I don't believe she didn't know. That's just me. I mean, I don't, even if it's shocked her, she would make some kind of, I mean,
Well, I don't know if
scream or,
I don't know if she didn't know, but I
oh
just
my God, what did that happen?
right. But I think childbirth is kind of it, biologically, it's kind of like a horrific process, right? So in a lot
Yeah,
of
but
different
she just
brains,
goes to the emergency room.
yeah. So like in a lot of different mindsets, if we frame it differently, it's kind of almost
Especially her
very
age.
yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I was just, didn't mean to be rude, but
No, not at all. Please, it's very difficult to cue not talking over each other when we can't see each other's faces. I think we do a pretty good job.
yeah, I'm just thinking her body, hell, I wish I could have just walked in the emergency room and popped it out, without the hours of anguish and all of that. I mean, it's just crazy to me, but it
Yeah,
happened.
me too.
Yeah, my first labor was like 28 hours or some fucking crazy shit.
Yeah, I was ready to kill a bitch. But
Yes, I was gonna say hers was like what did you time, like 20 minutes or something?
yeah, I mean,
Mine
it
popped right
wasn't.
out so easy. I had amazing births. Melody, I'm jealous. I'm
Who,
not even
you?
gonna lie. I
Oh,
wish.
somebody said that in chat.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
So that shit, I'm jealous as hell for sure.
Mine popped right out. Oh, you
Well,
go away.
I mean, I guess she was kind of in what her pains were labor, right? Because I was in labor of my first one for like about what you said, it was like 28 hours, but my actual pushing was 30 minutes. So I don't know how long she was in labor beforehand, but yeah, it was fast.
Oh, I don't remember how long, but I mean, a lot of times people will say a certain amount of time, but I know I couldn't wait for the epidural. And I had all kind of people telling me, "Oh, but what about this?"
That's true. Starry
This
Night
shit
said
hurts.
yesterday, or in yesterday's interview, the boyfriend said the pain started the night before, so she may have labored for 24 hours.
Yeah, right. You do a lot of your laboring at home when the pains start and everything.
Yeah, that's true.
Some people push. Some people have a long pushing stage.
But they didn't hear any. Well, if she said she was trying to poop, and the sounds could be, similar.
I think she stayed silent. I mean, I think that if they were listening, they were checking, they were hearing the stuff inside, like they could hear stuff happening. It's not
Yeah,
unknown for silent. Ever watch like
I know.
Sister Wives
She
on
had like,
TLC? You watched Sister Wives on TLC?
mm-mm.
Well, the one wife, Robin, she's like her mother taught her like to be a lady during childbirth, to do all home births with no so she's all her home births, no pain medication, and she stays completely silent during it. She just like
Wow.
breathes through her nose. It's ridiculous. I think it's crazy, but some people
Yeah.
can't do it.
That's mind control.
Oh yeah. I mean,
That's
that's disturbing, but
total mind control.
Fastest 45 minutes and done in one push. Wow, Lavender. Longest labor 8 hours. Fastest 45 minutes with one push.
Well, yeah, and they say the second birth too
What?
is supposed to be, but you know, that doesn't always happen.
Hakab said, I never made a noise during labor or delivery. What?
The cops.
and the other person I said
Hakab.
last night
Oh,
when Katie
was gonna
Holmes
say.
was married to Tom Cruise, Scientologists believe that you should not make any noise when you're laboring because it would like disturb the baby, and so she had completely silent births as well.
But being loud doesn't help my pain. Oh, okay. That's
Okay.
interesting.
Yeah, when they induce labor, it's worse.
29-ish hours later. Epidural
Wait,
didn't
where's the
work either
teaching?
time. Oh,
Had
here.
them on Sunday, second water broken in 29 hours. Epidural didn't work. Oh God.
All right, ladies, we've been on here a long time. It's like 6 hours in, and it's 1 o'clock in the morning here. I'm tired. I'm going to bed.
Okay,
You ain't
Good
gotta
night,
love
go home, but you gotta
everybody.
get out of here.
it. It
That's
was
right.
fun. Bye.
You can't stay
Good
here.
night, all.
You ain't gotta go home, but you can't stay here. Good night, y'all. Have a good night, and thanks for hanging out with me, and thanks for having this conversation. I appreciate y'all, and I'll catch up with y'all tomorrow. Good night, everybody.